There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuesday of week number 4. We got a lot that we have to deal with, but we want to see, are we going to hit 3 days in a row of record highs? The market a little bit back and forth with earnings, believe it or not. There was some bad earnings. There was some decent earnings that came out. Not too much of movement. You did have activity out there in Japan, and then the bond yields and the yen moving around, but then China came out of nowhere there. They announced some stimulus. Jack Ma is alive, and apparently he bought $50 million of Alibaba stock in quarter 4. Yeah, you got China plunge protection. People are still kind of doubting it, so we're going to find out really what happens. But all in all, it's still the earnings vibe. Do we hit another all-time high? And then we have even more earnings after hours with Netflix and a couple of others, and then even more tomorrow morning, Chattadonia. So I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you are feeling good. I hope you are feeling blessed. But on that note, good morning. How are ya? What's up, baby? How you living, Dirty Bird? Tiger Bill, baby. Tim Whitman, Lucky J, Mavis, Laker J. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Lori? What up, Cam? Business, Najee Wolf, baby. Nepal, Ansel, Pixelated, T. Grider, Battleborn, baby. Mr. Ben Stone, CYB, Candy Upton in the house. Ansel, Sungrown, Matthew Orman, Rigo, baby. Good morning. What up, Naz? What up, David? El Chapato, baby. 10% Alex in the house. Daquan, Prince Stone, baby. Oh, Mr. Nepal again. Ari, Kevin Rogers, baby. Chris, Agent of Chaos, Jose Lima, baby. The Red Bull, Gary Avari, Ernest Baskin, baby. Javier Alexander, good morning. What up, Monica? What up, Carissa Hines? Oh, good morning. Oh, Benny Silverio. Good morning, Christina, Winnie Lozer, Nathan, Tony Garlinger, baby. Good morning, Juancito. What's up, Map family? How you living, baby? What up, Race? What up, Pirelli? Tim Action, Dinosaur, Rodney Gibson, Godspeedy, Vic Jamar, Pear, Open Face Sandwich, baby. What up? How you living? Jason Rowe, Trey Cush, Daniel Kim, Raymond Diaz, Kurt McGirt, John Wayne, G-Unit. Oh, the White Afghan Inland Empire, baby. Good morning. How you doing, Axel? How you doing, Alaskan Assassin? Good morning, Floor Slayer, Caballero. I know you got a lantern. He got that badge and the lantern. What's up, Ray? How you living, Panda? Fofef, taking flight. Jesse Ramirez. Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Steven Solar. I was like, what is it? Solar like the sun. Solar. Good morning and welcome, baby. What up, Red Bull? How you living, guys? Speedy Vic, Kyle Hensley, Mr. MP, and Ali. Ali. You know, that's, man, I love that. You know, that's one of my favorites. Oh, no, Marcus Hanlon ready to go? Good morning, baby. I hope you guys having a blessed Tuesday. What about the Twitch? What about Pie Express? Mr. Belvedere, Ripping Snipe, baby, Infestin, Feed Me Seymour, Lizzie, Nikki on Smash, KJ Lemur, 12, Jimin, baby. Good morning, Professional, Senkow Hustle, LV Lover, Dennis, Azif, Feed Me, Charlie and the Tree, Pinelander, JG Industries, Throwing Salt, T-Toxie, Universe's Favorite, Slizzin, S. Jones Jacks, Most Dope Andy, Mr. Jacob, 333, You Nanny, Ryan, Uncle Nick, Mr. Belvedere, Ryan Curtis, Blowin' Doe, Angelus, Big Carly, Ibex, Pingo, Lizzie, Most Dope Andy, Blizzy B, and Robo Hand Tech. And don't forget about Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Oh, bro, I had some German-ass food yesterday. I forgot what it's like, a hash brown. Oh, I was supposed to tell y'all, my Europeans, you were supposed to let me know if I was on point with it. Oh, man. I forgot what it was called, though, man. It's some Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen, friend. Guten Morgen. Baba, yeah, Alibaba. Your boy Jack Ma. He bought $50 million. Everyone was like, he bought $50 million. I was like, he's alive? It's hard to explain. I don't know. So we'll see what's up with it. But Chattadonia, I hope your morning is good. I hope you are feeling blessed. Let's see what Tuesday brings. We had, again, out of the earnings plays, too, man. 3M looks good. We got robbed on GE. That shit was in the money at one point, and then it bounced up. So we're going to see how some of these play out, man. We're going to see how some of these play out. But at the end of the day, it should be a wild one. It's still only Tuesday. So let us get into the news. U.S. futures tick up as earnings take center stage. Stocks kept to small ranges ahead of a slew of company results that should offer insight into the state of the global economy. Futures on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 edged higher. United Airlines, Verizon, and Johnson & Johnson rose pre-market as earnings topped estimates. Procter & Gamble slid on the back of lower than estimated sales, with high prices weighing on consumers. Netflix, which made its first big move into live events by announcing a deal with WWE, is scheduled to release results after the close. Investors will also be watching for the results of the Republican presidential primary as voters in New Hampshire head to the poll. There's no sign so far of a U.S. recession, and that's what fourth quarter earnings season is so important, said Kenneth Brow, strategist at Societe Generale SA in London. Investors will want to see what companies' guidance is for 2024 on consumer demand and profit margins. Equities have broadly shrugged off the Federal Reserve's warning that interest rate cuts are some way off. Instead, they have cheered the economy's resilience even after the most aggressive policy tightening cycle in decades. U.S.-listed China shares also gained pre-market after Bloomberg reporting Beijing is considering a package of measures to stabilize the falling stock market. The Hang Seng jumped by 2.6. Central banks are in focus this week while the Bank of Japan held rates steady. Governor Kazuo Ueda said the certainty of achieving its projections has continued to gradually increase. The language supports the prevailing view among economists that the Bank of Japan will raise points at some point in the first part of the year. Swaps see a 45 probability of a hike in April, with the likelihood rising to 100 by the July gathering. Investors' attention now shifts to the European Central Bank Thursday meeting and whether officials may indicate a start to policy easing. The Stocks Europe 600 was little changed. J&J fourth quarter earnings beat most analyst estimates as a rally in medical device sales continued and pharma revenue exceeded expectations. Verizon climbed after the telecom company guidance for 24 EPS topped the average analyst estimate. Homebuilder D.R. Horton slipped after reporting weaker than expected quarterly orders. Coinbase falls after J.P. Morgan cut its recommendation on the cryptocurrency platform operator stock to underweight. Key events this week. You got the New Hampshire primary today. European Central Bank issuing lending survey today. Canada rate decision on Wednesday. Eurozone S&P and manufacturing PMI on Wednesday. S&P global PMI on Wednesday. Eurozone rate decision on Thursday. German IFO business climate on Thursday. U.S. GDP initial jobless claims, durable goods, wholesale inventories, and new home sales on Thursday. Japan Tokyo CPI on Friday. Personal income and spending in America on Friday. And Bank of Japan issues minutes on Friday. China's rescue package. China authorities are considering a package of measures to stabilize China's slumping stock market as they now seek to stem a sell-off that sent the benchmark CSI index to a 5-year low this week. Policymakers are seeking to mobilize about $279 billion US dollars or 2 trillion yuan, mainly from offshore accounts of China's state-owned enterprises as part of a stabilization fund to buy shares onshore through the Hong Kong exchange link. Meanwhile, India has become the world's 4th largest stock market, overtaking Hong Kong, where some of China's most influential and innovative firms are listed as global capital pours out of China equities on stalling growth and regulatory uncertainty. Bank of Japan holds rates. The Bank of Japan kept investors guessing over when it will shift policy after sticking with negative interest rates for now, while indicating it's getting more confident about hitting their long sought-after inflation goal. The Japan Central Bank maintained its 0.1 short-term rate and kept yield curve control parameters intact at the end of the 2-day meeting. While the hold, the Bank of Japan remains its status as a global outlier on policy, as the Federal Reserve and European banks hint at rate cuts later this year. The yen strengthened against the dollar as investors look for signs of when the Bank of Japan will exit the ultra-loose policy. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda has said uncertainty in the outlook is rising gradually. Red Sea tensions, oil-held gains in the U.S. after UK made a fresh round of strikes against Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. Global benchmark Brent was steady around 80 a barrel after rallying almost 2% on Monday. Fears of escalation are growing as Houthis have vowed to continue attacking vessels until Israel pulls out of Gaza. This is coming after Israel said 24 of their soldiers were killed in Gaza on Monday, marking the worst single-day death toll for the military since the war of Hamas began in October. Companies around the world, from retailers to car makers, are starting to weigh up the impact of profits on long-term disruptions to global shipping and conflict in the Middle East. Boeing woes continue. Boeing travails continue as one of the plane makers' biggest customers says they have lost confidence in Boeing's ability to overcome the ongoing quality lapses that climaxed this month with mid-air emergency on Alaskan Airlines flight. United Air Chief Executive Scott Kirby has been venting his frustrations with management and voicing his concerns over the handling of the MAX grounding. He has spoken with the U.S. Transportation Board over the grounding, which is now heading into the third week. The frustrations of United Airlines, which have been forced to ground dozens of 737-9 MAX following the incident, underscore the pressure Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun and the company's directors are facing. The Federal Aviation Administration, which grounded most of the MAX 9 fleet, is investigating Boeing production on Sunday, double down on the scrutiny of the company. Oh, the Red Bull got some Baba Baidu to the launcher. Oh, good timing, baby. Good timing. Good morning. Earnings gets underway. Tech earnings kick off in earnest today with updates from Verizon Communications and Netflix. Wall Street is optimistic that the streaming giant could beat its own forecast for subscriber growth. The update comes after Netflix's Scott Stuber, who built the firm into Hollywood's most prolific music studio, prepares to leave the company in March. GE, as well as consumer giants Johnson & Johnson and PG, are due to report. Is that one? Well, they already did. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Ugh. What else do we have? S&P futures are up by 0.1 in Tuesday morning trading after U.S. equities finished higher on Monday with a big bounce in small caps. Russell 2000 had finished lower for the fourth straight week in the prior week. Treasuries mostly weaker with some curve steepening. Dollar index little change with the greenback better versus euro but weaker versus the yen. Gold is up by 0.3. Bitcoin futures down by 3.1 and WTI is down by 1. No big directional drivers in play as the market awaits for a ramp up in earnings activity and further signs of disinflation traction with core PCE inflation at the end of the week. Bullish narrative revolves around a combination of Fed pivot, resilient U.S. growth, and stable LDD earnings growth expectations for 24. Pickup in corporate sentiment, room to ramp buybacks, and QT tapering speculation also flagged as supportive. Bears focused on repricing of aggressive Fed easing expectations, lagged effects of Fed tightening, lackluster reaction to Q4 earnings, risk of 24 consensus, China growth drag, and elevated geopolitical tensions. Quiet on the U.S. economic calendar today with just the Richmond Fed today. Two regional manufacturing indexes for January out last week both revealed a deeper than expected contraction. A few notable overseas development and focus. Bank of Japan left ultra-easy policy unchanged as expected, though noted the likelihood of realizing inflation outlook has continued to rise as market continues to speculate on timing of a ZERP exit. Bloomberg reported Chinese authorities are looking to stabilize or mobilize $278 billion from offshore accounts of state-owned enterprises to stabilize the slumping stock market, although the market still frustrated with Beijing's reluctance to embrace more powerful support measures. J&J mostly in line, guided 50 basis points of margin improvement for full year of efficacy programs. Procter & Gamble EPS beat, raised full year core EPS growth, and highlighted favorable commodity cost tailwind. Verizon revenue beat, EPS, EBITDA growth in line. GE quarter four results better, but big focus on weak aerospace revenue growth forecast. RTX beat, EPS guided ahead. 3M guidance disappointed, noting quarter one macro headwinds, cautious demand, industrial and consumer trends. DHI net orders, average order price both missed. PCAR beat on record deliveries. Logi beat and raised full year guidance again, though takeaways noted that was expected and company conservative on full year 25. United Airlines quarter four EPS beat and company guided on 24 EPS above consensus despite quarter one headwind from MAX 9. IVZ net flows, performance fees both missed. BLKB announced 500 million share repurchase outside of earnings. Netflix came to agreement with TKO for exclusive rights to WWE's Raw. They're going to get live wrestling on Netflix. Who would have thought? I think they spent $5 billion for it, too. That kind of blew my mind. My goodness. Bank of Japan left policy unchanged as expected, but signaled a growing confidence that inflation conditions were continuing to move in a direction that's supportive of ending negative rates. China government is looking to mobilize $275 billion. China gaming regulator has removed from its website the controversial draft rules that crushed the sector several weeks ago, an action that caused industry stocks to spike. ECB published latest bank lending survey and revealed a further tightening of lending standards while demand for loans continue to fall. The Israeli military suffered its deadliest day in Gaza on Monday 24 with 24 soldiers killed. The United States and Britain carried out large-scale military attacks on Monday against 8 sites in Yemen controlled by Houthi militants, according to the country. The strike signaled that Biden administration intends to wage a sustained and at least for now open-ended campaign against the Iran-backed group that has disrupted traffic in the vital international sea lanes. A top U.S. regulator has pushed back at banks' claims claims that stricter capital rules will increase borrowing costs, saying that lenders could always cut dividends and buybacks instead. The comments from Michael Soom, acting director of Office Comptroller of Currency, are the latest shot across the bow to banks, which have complained for months about regulators' plans for stricter rules under so-called Basel III Endgame. Bill Gross has some advice for the Federal Reserve. Stop winding down its balance sheet now and start cutting interest rates in the coming months to avoid a recession. Sanofi agreed to buy U.S. biotech Inhibrx for as much as $2.2 billion, giving the French drug maker a potential therapy for a genetic disorder that affects lungs and liver. The acquisition of the latest string of small and mid-sized deals of Sanofi looks to double down on innovative medicines and reduce reliance on blockbuster asthma medicine Dupixent. And then China President Xi Jinping vowed to amplify ties with Moscow during a meeting with Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin. As the two sides continue to deepen relations, the Chinese leader said the robust resilience and the cooperation was demonstrated by bilateral trade hitting its annual goal of $200 billion a month last year, according to state-run China Central Television. That's it. That's all your news right there. That's all your news so far. Not too bad, honestly. Not that many headlines. Again, the earnings, there wasn't anything too crazy. Again, GE, that one was in the money, then fell out. Otherwise, I think 3M, that might be our hit out of yesterday. And then again, we have all the ones after hours, but you still got some more plays here. So let's see what we're working with. UAL up off of earnings, 6.2. All the other airlines are up as well, too. Endeavor, they are up by 6.1. TKO Partnership and Netflix Sympathy. Verizon up by 5.2 off of earnings. RTX, 4.2 off of earnings. Enphase, Truist Upgrade up 4.2. FWMK, 3.7. IoT, 3.6. FTNT, 2.7. WDC, 2.5. Cantor Fitzgerald initiates overweight. Eric, 2.2 earnings. NOK, 2.1. Eric Sympathy. Rivian up by 2.0. Halliburton up by 1.9. Netflix up 1.8. WWE Broadcasting Partnership with TKO. First Solar is up by 1.6. Procter & Gamble 1.5 off of earnings. WRK 1.5. Tiva 1.5. Jeffries Upgrade. PCAR up 1.5 off of earnings. Bro up 1.4 off of earnings. TKO up 21%. New long-term partnership with Netflix. And The Rock appointed to the board. Added to City Focus. Rock the Dwayne Johnson. So you know like Kevin Hart's best friend. Yeah, he's added to the TKO board. Rumble is up by 18.0. Follow through Barstool Sports Partnership. BGC up 10.2. CFTC approves FMX Futures Exchange. Nova is up by 6.7. Truist Upgrade. CSIQ up 5.7. Subsidiary Recurrent Energy of $500 million capital. INBX up 5.4. Sanofi to acquire aggregate transaction of $2.2 billion. DNLI up 5.4. Zuo 4.8. Goldman Sachs Upgrade. ALIT up 3.8. 17 million share offering through Bank of America. AU up 3.7, FOR up 3.5 for earnings, Lucid up 3.5, Run 3.2, Joby 3.2 agreement with PHILO Holdings to install first air taxi charger in New York, ACHR up 2.8, SoFi up 2.8, Outlook 23.6. They had news of a private placement and then a new trial for the FDA for 90 days. I think they're up 40 now. VT up 19.3, Swivel 17.1, Vate up 16.5, Fun up 15.5, FSR up 9.1, Business Update, MPU 6.1, PYXS 5.5, Lyric Partners initiates outperform, ANIX up 4.9, ABSI 4.3, NLOP 4.3, China ADR all up, KWeb is up by 4.2 on the new stimulus, and then Bob is killing it because Jack Ma. Logitech down 7% earnings, 3M down 6.3 earnings, DHI 5.2 off of earnings, GE down 3.2 off of earnings, Siri 1.7, Wells Fargo downgrade, CRH 1.3, SYF down 1.1 off of earnings, Dropbox 1.0, LMT down 0.6 off of earnings, J&J 0.1 off of earnings, NOV down 4.4, IVZ down 4.0 off of earnings, BE down 3.0 off of Truist downgrade, Bill down 1.7, Wells Fargo downgrade, BLMN down 1.6, JP Morgan downgrade, AGNC down 1.6 off of earnings, CXM down 1.5, VRM down 43.2, discontinuing e-commerce operations, winding down used vehicle dealership, INO down 20%, NCAC down 16.9, conditions not yet met to close merger, DEC down 10.8, Snowcap short report, SGMT down 7.2, CCCC down 2.5, TNYA down 2.5, and Bitcoin stocks all trading lower with Coinbase receiving a JP Morgan downgrade. Not bad. I got a couple plays. I'm going to be watching 3M, RTX, and then GE, as well as Tesla and Netflix. We're going to get ready for that on today. Baba and all the China names, then Outlook that did make the list, and then don't forget about Intel. That's another earnings play still there. Otherwise, we are going to be watching a lot of the plays we were already riding out. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it, but I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to go get me some water as well, too. And then we are going to return with more plays, and then the pledge, and then the bell goes ding-ding. So I hope you're ready for all of it. Happy Tuesday. I will see you in a little bit. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity and BRB.
The bond market, or is it just too soon to get the bond market really to blink? Do we just trade 375 to 325?
So we do think that there is some near-term risk to the upside, especially in long-term yields, if the fiscal conversation becomes front and center again, which it clearly was last early August when there was the Fitch rating downgrade. We had Treasury refunding announcements much punchier than expectations. So if we have a return to expecting perhaps a Republican sweep or a Trump as president again, then you might see some loss of confidence again around the fiscal side of things, especially for investors outside of the U.S. And one of the big differences in the potential Trump presidential campaign this year versus in the past is that yields are objectively higher around the globe, which means that non-U.S. investors have opportunities to put capital to work at pretty enticing yields, not in U.S. Treasuries. And that is something that we see as a meaningful short-term risk, as many clients are positioned for yields to remain pretty range-bound in the near term.
The one thing I want to close off with both of you, Winnie, let's start with you, which is we simply are not really pricing any kind of a hard landing. There is this narrative, soft landing, 1995, no landing, etc. But hard landing, we just finished a conversation with JP Morgan Asset Management. They're ascribing 35% probability to a hard landing. Is it in your cast of characters, or what percentage would you ascribe to a hard landing? Winnie?
So we have a hard landing in the 15 to 20% probability range. But I think even more importantly is we have the potential for a stagflation type outcome also in our cast of characters. And that to us is the worst case scenario.
I haven't heard
for stagflation
in a minute. I ain't heard stagflation in a minute. I ain't heard stagflation in a while. Chattadonia, how you living, man? Bright and early. Good morning. They talking bonds. They talking stagflation. We got some earnings. And now it's your turn. Now you're up, baby. What do you got for me? Chattadonia, the market opens up in a little bit. What is your first play of the day? Let me know what you're working with. Post it in the chat, baby. Oh, Bruce B, the Tiger Man. Let's go. FSR shares, Datadog puts, Baba calls, Snow calls, closing Logi puts, Tesla puts, Young calls, SoFi, long stagflation, long Baidu for the long, Snow, IWM calls on KevDog, Tesla calls, Apple. Honestly, I don't know what to play. MES long, Snow calls, Apple, 0-day PDD, FXI shares, add in the long term, ChargePoint, CL, AMD, SPY puts, Baba calls, Tesla calls, UPS puts, AMD puts, exit the losses, PayPal, Coinbase, shorts, Buenos Dias, SQ, SPX, Save, NXF, SPY calls, ADM puts, all in on SoFi, ChargePoint call, Disney call, 3M shares, AMD, let's get ready to rumble. Baba calls, Bart calls, Snow looks juicy, TNA shares, Netflix 2025, out on 3M puts, sitting on hands, up for the long term, sell my house calls, SPXU, ADM, Snow calls, ADM, Block, IWM, Zim, Tesla calls, Bradley, Frizzle and the Peach, Bill and Chill, BB call, all in on AAL, sitting on my hands, Neil calls, Tesla puts, Tesla calls, Rumble shares, thoughts on Snow, RKLB, roll into Baba, Pfizer calls, Peloton shares, Royal Rumble on Saturday, GZUS shares, Jesus, selling 200 ADM shares, closing calls that I got slapped, buying Rolls Royce dip, March SPY, Baba calls, Peach calls, holding 424 QQQ, catch the AI, Pokemon, having more fun, Netflix calls, QQQ, Snow longs, NEXCF, Tesla calls, Enphase, and the final plays. CLO, Tessie calls, Mara calls, Mara puts, coin shorts, and Apple puts long, baby. Let's go. Wow, very good, Habibi. Very good. I tell you my play already. You know, I look at 3M, RTX, Tesla, Netflix, Baba, Outlook, Intel. You know, oh, DWAC there. I mean, it is New Hampshire. I think DWAC may go crazy tomorrow, depending on the results there. So, again, we still got some of the politics lurking around. But, Chattadonia, that's all the plays for now. We got the bell coming in a little bit, but we got about 1 minute. 1 minute before the pledge if you have any questions. If you have anything, you let me know. If I could answer it in 60 seconds, Other than that, man, just get ready. We're going to be monitoring all of the plays from yesterday. I'm mad. I wanted the GE to hit, bro. That one was like, we had the first candle, then it instantly got bought up. So we'll see. But that 3 random play, that was a BBWI from yesterday. I think it was a February 19th put. Buy more Logi puts. We'll see what they're valued at. Again, they dropped. But like I was telling you yesterday, the problem I had with Logi is that it was pricing in 10%. So even though it's moved down like a big amount, I don't know what those puts are going to do. So they do have a little bit more of time, but, we'll see how it all plays out. So it'll be interesting to see there in the morning. Boeing, I think, is still going to be in a world of hurt, but it's going to take some time until the next update. And then that moment, it can move those contracts around a lot. But ladies and gentlemen, there's something more important than all of it. Here at the Cult, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you for doing it, whether or not people appreciate it or not. Y'all made that commitment a long time ago, and y'all held to it, and y'all did it with honor, and we have so much respect for you. All I got to say is shout out to the vets, baby, and God bless all of you, and thank you, and I encourage all of you to always show that love and appreciation because they deserve it, baby. So God bless you all, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You helping out, giving back to your community, baby. Keep it running. That's what I'm talking about, and that is much appreciated as well too, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, it's game time. You ready? Good morning. Bright and early on a Tuesday. Oh, man, if this was like 2016, we'd be like, it's going up on a Tuesday. No, okay, it's hitting all-time highs. I don't know if that was, okay, if we could justify. Anyways, you guys do want to know the question in mind right now. Is do we hit 3 days in a row of hitting a new all-time high? So remember, we hit a new all-time high on Friday, and then now we hit a new all-time high yesterday. So the question is, do we do that again here today? So we're going to find out. We are going to find out. So you got about a minute and 30, man. That's enough time to like the video, to make sure you're subscribed. If you do have any questions, let me know. We will be monitoring all of those other plays that we're in, and we will be going over more earnings today as well, too. So keep that in mind. Yeah, crypto plays are all knocked right there. Again, JP Morgan gave them a scathing downgrade. They were saying that the ETF is going to make like Coinbase not do good. Then they all got clapped. My real question here, too, is if we actually get like BABA and the China plays holding up. So again, there's a stimulus in China. They're trying to recover things, and then Jack Ma bought $50 million of BABA in Q4. Do you think there'll be China stimulus? Does that represent a bigger problem in the market for the next 1 to 2 years regarding inflation? Nah, because if China, in a weird way, China could help with inflation, but if they could actually give us some cheap items and recover, but their stimulus, ironically enough, $280 billion is not enough for that country. So in a weird way, China is getting stimulus, but it's a very small sink at any economic problems, and they're not really doing it. So believe it or not, people are still kind of disappointed with that sort of stimulus effort. It's kind of crazy to say, but 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Rumble got Barstool. Yeah, that was the news yesterday. I think there's more confirmation, and it's continuing. Oh, WDC, they're opening up hot right there. Is that ON? So what do we got here? What do we got here? Logitech puts, they went up. The bid is up and so is the ask, but not anything crazy. Oh, Procter Gamble calls went up? Fuck me, no way. They might come down. Hold on, those PGs went up? What's PG at? Oh, I guess PG might go in the money. You're $2 away from that. PG wasn't up like that. Yeah, so PG 30 cents to $1 now. That one's actually working there. And then the ONs, we got those. Where are the other ones? Logitech, you got almost 100% on that. And then where are the other guys at? VZ, those are dead. RTX, those are dead. 3M, you have those went up too. Those went up 300% to $1. 3M ask is, dude, the spreads are crazy. What the hell? So yeah, the spreads are very, very crazy on that. I like the PG though. If that one actually could hold up, I'm kind of down with that. And then 3M now $1.50. That's 500 there. 400, 500, not too bad. And then how much did we spend yesterday? We spent 280. So if you get so if you sell 3M and Procter Gamble, you'll make all your money back. I do like 3M for the long term. DHI and then Logitech too, if we want to hold that. So 3M might go in the money, and we'll see how that one plays out. They're down 8. Procter Gamble's still going. Logitech kind of bouncing. SMCI, big cheat clay. And then NASDAQ down, and then Russell's killing it again. So thank you. And then RTX, man, that one sucked. And then GE, we almost got lucky on GE. That's what sucks about that one. The RTX, the calls want to go up, but they're still kind of tripping out there. And then 3M, you are now in the money. So that's good. They're down 8% right there. All right. Bro, these spreads are messed up. QQQ, Peach Nation. Oh, we got Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, my gosh. I just saw peaches all around. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I almost missed it. Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. We have been blessed. We have been blessed, bro. Are you serious? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wait, why isn't that not working? Oh, wait, that's for the next week. I was like, how come these things don't have a value? I'm tripping out. I am tripping out. Let's see. Oh, my goodness. That's glorious. That's glorious. RTX starting to run up. I feel like they're going to scam me on these. Let's see. All right. 3M, yeah, 3M's killing again. We have a week of time and the PG. Yo, PG is in the money as well, too. So we got multiple hits on these. So, again, you could either sell one or sell all of them, but we are doing pretty decent on them. But I don't know. The 3M, they might scam on that. That's the only issue. Which one? Oh, I'm on the wrong expiration. Again, the Procter Gamble, that one's 30 cents to $2 as well. So it could get pretty decent there. And then if RTX, I don't know where the Logis are at. I got to double check those. J&J, they're trying to come back up. RTX is up 130. Really? All right, hold on. I'm looking at a couple of these. There's so many plays. Yeah, RTX is up. You got 68, $20 to 68. I like the Procter Gambles. Where's Young Logi? I guess Verizon is the only one that didn't hit. Verizon and GE. And GE we spent the most amount of money on. And then the Logitechs, no, those came back down, unfortunately. Bro, that 3M, though. That one was just at like $3. That's why I was liking that. And then those ON contracts are weird from the other day. And then Procter & Gamble, you have $1 in the money. So let's see how this one plays out. And NVIDIA saved straight up. And NVIDIA Chicle. Were these all earnings? Yeah, we did all of these live on stream. So you have at least like 300 or 400%ers or something. Bro, what is up with this? Yeah, bro, those 3Ms, they like want to die, but they also want to hold up there. That bid is tightening up a lot. So we'll find out how it plays out here. When do they have ex-dividend? All right, I don't want those to fall out. Tesla looking for 215. Did Logi come back up? RTX, okay, we might get lucky on that one too. Baba, is it still going up there? Oh, yeah, we're back green on Baba after that. After that whole little mess. I guess we'll take it, man. We will take it. And then, again, Procter & Gamble, I'm really liking that one for now. And then ON, with the ask is just up, but nothing else is moving. And then the Tesla plays went back up, too. I forgot about that. Tesla has earnings. So Tesla's up 2.5, finally. Pinduoduo dumping. Yeah, they're only up by 0.7. Baidu finally rocketed up, so thank God on that. Again, Baba is going crazy. Archer Daniels on the high. Remember, they had bad news there yesterday, so they're still kind of holding up. PayPal's going up there. Microsoft, Neo. Did the Verizon hit? Oh, I guess Verizon, you got double. No shit. Dude, did all of these hit? Am I tripping out right now? So Verizon, we're a little bit away. But Verizon, 11 cents to 20. These all kind of hit, I think. Holy shit. Not bad, bro. I think GE was the only one, and GE was in the money, and then it tripped out on us. Unfortunately. You did what? We did all of these plays on stream. So again, I made a video on it yesterday. We explained the process, but we did 6 different option trades for $280. And now I think we have like 400 to 600 back on all of them, depending on when we exit. And then honestly, I mean, these all have another week. That's the crazy part. So if there is more continuation, we might get a little lucky here. Alrighty. UAL up 9. Yeah, that was one we didn't play. That one ended up killing it. And then where is PG? PG's in the money by a decent amount. If we could get a breakout on that, actually, that could be nice. I'd say it's just a matter of when this all stops. Then where's the market? We've just been edging down here. Edging down to start the morning. And then RTX working its way up. All right. I'm going for 1080. Let's see. So many of these contracts. Okay. Bob, I still got to put up Bob. I'm trying to get out of these options. I'm trying to see, but it's kind of, oh damn, Bob is at 222 or $74. All right, they scam me on the 3M. I got out of the 3M for 220. We bought that one for $30, so just under 1,000%. But I want to make sure we get our money back from yesterday. But we've literally one play recouped most of that money there. But I sold out early. You could give it some time. You guys might get a little more lucky now that I'm out. Well, that's one gone. Let's see. Baba's hitting another high right there. RTX even starting to break out. So let's see. Didn't RTX, they didn't do that good. Ironically enough, damn it, RTX, they still got a little bit of upside. We're not in the money yet on that. We'll see. Save running. Which one else is there? Procter & Gamble chilled out. Again, we have Tesla doing good. We got 220. Verizon's trying to chill out there. Which one's that? Okay, I sold the Verizon for $27. So that's getting us a little bit more back. But no more Verizon, even though that one's $1 from the money. And again, you still have one more week, but we're just getting our money back. And then everything else will be profit whenever we sell it. But I got 27. PG call at the top is good, man. I like the Procter & Gamble one. I kind of like, but I think that one's already chilling out. And then we still have what? The RTX. What do we pay? We paid 20 cents for the RTX, almost at $1. And then the Verizon's kind of coming down. Okay, I sold out of the RTX. I got $85 for that. So now we've recouped all the money from yesterday and a little bit of profit, and then you have the PG and the Logi still. And then the PG's worth like $150 right now. PayPal 65. The Rock on CNBC? No way. He's on TKO board now. Oh, man. Those RTXs keep going up, though. So it's good. So took a couple of the plays. You don't have to do them in this order. Honestly, what you should be doing right now is pick the plays that you want to hold. Pick the ones that you like. Try to get your money back if that's the case. Otherwise, you could even keep pushing all of them. Remember, it's all up to you. But it's in terms of pricing, I hope you guys see that one we did very good on all of these. Procter & Gamble's coming down. That's the one I'm holding. So maybe I made my mistake by holding there. We'll find out. But in general, hopefully you guys are already seeing the price points and every 3M was almost 1,000%, just under. I don't know if it's going to keep coming down. And then again, Procter & Gamble, that one's like, we got a lot of 500 percenters essentially. That's what it seems. Even RTX was like 400 or 500%. How aren't you in the money? I got a 92. So we went further out of the money on there. But those are coming up there. I sold out of 85. You could get 86 on the bid to 95. It's totally up to you now at that point. But like I said, it's whenever you want to sell it. And sometimes one little sell in time could get you a lot. But at the very least, I just wanted to make sure we got our money back. So remember, yesterday we spent for every play, we spent $280. And now I've gotten back 320, 330 back already. And then we still have all the value of the other plays. So maybe something turns around, but we have the Procter & Gamble and the Logi left. So maybe we get lucky on there. Logitech, you could just get your money back, honestly. That's the crazy part. Baba coming down. So Logitech dropped 11, but literally your contract is break even. It moved as expected. Save is above 9? Oh? No way. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Nice. Yeah, we have 55 on the shit. I think our covered calls are still up. No shit. This one is crazy. Wow, just a wide spread. Yeah, save is going nuts. Why the delta on Logi was super misleading. That's why I don't really need the what's it called? The Greeks. That one you should have just known Logi was going to be like that just because at the money it was pricing in a 10% move. So that's why I was saying that, like yesterday, I was saying that was my least favorite, but I liked it in a way just because I know the stock could move, but we knew that one was going to be expensive, right? And then RTX still going. Maybe I did sell out too early. 3M is dying. So, again, I cut out early. I wanted to get my money back. I'm putting it all on PG for the most part. So, we'll see how that one ends up. And then we have a Verizon put. I forgot about that one, too. 3M. And the options are February 20th. Yeah, and it was. Logitech, you did have a couple 100% at open. But I would have liked to hold it for a little. But even in general, I wasn't expecting much out of that one. RTX is going up now. Oof. Leaving some. Left already a couple $100, I think, on the table. Or at least maybe another 50. Because I don't know where the 3M, because the PG dropped. And then the other ones went up. Save going back to 15. RTX 9130. USO on the high. For that 3M, I banked on it. It was a good play, bro. It was, and then that one, thankfully, we only went one direction on 3M. So that was just $30 to a couple of hundred. Again, even RTX was a low-key sleeper right there. Ghetto play for the Tesla play is in the green now too. So Tesla pre-earnings, you have 130 to 170. It's like 30%. RTX keeps running up here. Where's GE? That's the one we need. I forgot. I still have value on the GE. No, that's the other play where those just died. You could get back $20, but those 118s were in the money and like briefly in the morning. But no. And then PG still chilling out there. Where's Pfizer and Baba? Pfizer came down. I'm surprised Pfizer's not having the ex-dividend move. And then Baba is coming down as well, too. I don't know about the rest of the China plays. Baidu's finally back up. I needed that one. I didn't even look at the dollar. It's all good. No worries. I'm excited, though, man. That, again, all of these earnings plays, 2 standard deviations has been doing awesome, bro. So, again, as long as you get your money back, hopefully you guys see it, man. We played 3 weeks of earnings, and it's all paid for at the at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then if you hit one, like, again, TSM really puts you over the hump. The Nikes, the FedEx, a couple of those, man, they just start adding up. So, at the end of the day, as long as we're able to get a lot of exposure in this environment, I hope you guys are learning, and I hope you're keeping it cheap, too. That's the best part about all of it. So, yalla. And then bonds trying to go up. Intel dropping. Again, that's another earnings play that we got to keep in mind. I'm liking that one a lot. So we'll see how that one plays out. There's Boeing. RTX, bro. Oh, my goodness. They got me on that one. $19 to 225. I'll take it, right? Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I don't think 3M's earnings were that bad, but like we talked about yesterday, they were kind of in like a weird spot, outpacing. They went up a little bit. All other material, they were outpacing materials. So I think they kind of came back there. Definitely think I butchered RTX. That one could end up being really fire. I hate RTX. I have RTX trauma from the past. What was it? February 2nd, 92.5. Yeah, those went up to 130, 140 now. Those are for, I sold at 80. So left almost another 100% there. But not bad. RTX computers? No, that's AMD I think you're thinking about. RTX like missiles. Which one was it? Got 27 on Visa, 85 on RTX. I got to write these down. Yeah, RTX, those are now up another 100% from the sell. My goodness. Those are 400. A lot of 400, 500%ers on all day today on all of those plays. We will take Procter & Gamble trying to work its way back up. And then I think we're done for now. That's it. I think we now write out the Teslas for today. Those are coming back. ON is coming up. And then SPY above VWAP. I haven't even taken a look yet. Let's see where we're holding levels-wise. Oh, wait, I don't have any levels. It's just all-time high. Again, I do think 48.68 or 48.70. That could be another one. Save is still running. We have a good gain, honestly. We have almost $1,000 on save. So, again, that's almost our full investment there. And then with the covered calls, we do have $1,000, I believe, if we get a profit. But those are starting to turn. So now RTX is in the money. And then 3M going lower, so maybe a little holding would have been there. Abivi up today? I don't know. They're 0.39. They're just holding. I'm surprised Pfizer's getting knocked on XDivvy. AMD's on the high now. SMCI. Very small range. Small range, and then a lot of these earnings are just all over the place. I do hope GE comes back down. That one, I hope we get lucky on that. RTX. That one's a killer, bro. That's it. You're in the money now on those plays by 30 cents. I sold out way too early on that. Hopefully the Verizon, that one, that just did its thing. And then 3M, you're even getting more money back on that. So like I said, if you optimize these, they go crazy. I'm trying to just get my money back and then keep one to push. It's kind of the way I'm looking at it. And so far, even holding a little bit longer here in the morning, you would have made an extra 100, 200%. You're holding the 3M. Well, good luck, man. Good. I'm glad all of these hit. That's very rare. I was only expecting to hit one of them. So in this case, you had 4 out of 6 hit. The 5th one you could have got back 100% in the morning, like in the first minute or two of Logi, but I won't count that. And then GE hit in the money, but then bounced up. But 4 out of 6 is insane. We shouldn't have hit that many. So even though you didn't get 1,000%, you got 4 out of 6 500%ers, which is nuts. But then again, we have all the rest of the plays now till next week. So we'll see where they take us. Yeah, Verizon's killing it as well. And then SPY above VWAP. Where's Big Tech? Even Apple's up again. Microsoft's still in the red. And Tesla just gave up those gains. We had that for a little bit. Russell gave up 0.5. Yeah, damn, that shit was up by 0.9 earlier. Indeed. It did give up some. AMD is just all over the place. Just running up there. It was red at like 2%, I think, and now it's almost in the green. Same thing with NVIDIA, I guess. And then again, ON, the one that we hate, is still holding up. I don't know. Will this thing pay out? Ex-dividend for Save. I don't know. Save, I really didn't think they have a dividend. I figured it was coming from a... Isn't that like part of the dividend from the JetBlue deal? So I have no idea what's going on with the Save dividend, but in general, you could sell out now too. I mean, if the covered calls still have a profit, you're going to walk away with like $730. But I do kind of want to wait till 15 or the 12.50, whatever we're at. But I'm shocked Save is already at 9. That's nuts. Uber going up. Where's BNB? Airbnb 2 days in a row. AMD is now in the green now. Snap coming down. Where's China? China's still holding up. So not too bad. Again, even Baidu. J&J dropping. PG holding. GE, you could dive for me, please. Thank you. PayPal's coming back up. Remember, PayPal's up 4 yesterday and then sold off. Microsoft, their earnings is next week, right? So we're going to look at all of them. Again, we're going to go through all the earnings today, too. So if you guys want to stick around for that, it'll probably be later. I might have to make you hear the good word of the Lord first. But either way, we're going to have some more earnings today on the schedule. But I don't know if there's going to be as much. I think tomorrow morning you'll get some. And then today, after hours, is going to be all about Netflix and everybody else. AMD. Yeah, Netflix up 1.3. So again, they're running off of that TKO deal. Meta, watch your boy if he wants to go all-time highs. Again, I just be watching China, watch some of the small caps too, see if those are like your real leaders for the day. Can you go over options in Fidelity? Oh no, man. I've even doing the covered calls on Fidelity. I hate it, but I don't like use it for options. So unfortunately, I would it's easy to find the chain, but like it's easy to make the purchase, but I just watch on stream if you're not willing to download TD Ameritrade, because you could get TD Ameritrade for free. So I don't know, like if you just go download Thinkorswim, you could get this all for free and then ask them for real-time quotes, and then you could just use the option chain. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use Fidelity, but Fidelity's options are hard. So anytime I do the covered calls, I hate it. So like using Fidelity, it's kind of been a bitch, bro, in terms of options. Oh, Alibaba, he come back for us. But like I'm saying, though, too, at the end of the day, we're doing all of this live on stream. So whatever info you need, even down to the damn play itself, I mean, if you are watching and you are in tune, either come here or get the stream alerts. It's up to you. But, I mean, if you are watching live, you should be able to get all of it, whatever you're lacking there. But just go get Thinkorswim. That's the easiest answer, because I hate fucking Fidelity options. Yeah, it's very confused. It's like you have to like click it and then like refresh it, and then it shows you like a bunch of them. I'm like, what is happening, man? None of this make any damn sense. RTX chilling out there. Procter Gamble. Amazon. All right, Procter Gambling, not as much. Amazon starting to run up. Low G die. GE is the one, though. I'm so mad that one's not working, because that one was dead in the morning. I need him to die, and I will be a happy camper, but I'm still pretty chilling with it all. Verizon, AMD, Johnson & Johnson on the low. Again, their earnings wasn't too hot. Who was the other one? Oh, DH Horton, DHI. Would DHI have hit? I didn't like those plays. I thought they were a little too expensive. Remember we talked about those? What would it have been? Was it like a 141 put? I don't think, would the DHIs have hit? Disney dying. It's funny because if the market starts dying, I feel like Disney's going to come up. But yeah, they're kind of doing the PayPal from yesterday. The PayPal's coming up. Richmond Manufacturing in 2 minutes. Redbook came in at 5.2. Interesting. See if bonds actually move, and we'll keep an eye on the dollar. Premiums drop. Well, everything was kind of just juiced up there, bro. I didn't think a lot of these plays were going to move, and then literally right at open, they just made crazy candles. So about 1 minute. Yeah, Redbook came out 2 minutes ago. 5.2, I think a little hotter than last month, and then just below the last couple of months. You'd think Redbook would... I feel like Redbook would have had a bigger reaction than Richmond Fed, but let's see. Okay, 45 seconds. I don't know if Richmond Fed will move us. We're looking for -15 and -20. On shipments, -20. The actual index. Whoa. Did I say 4? United States Richmond Fed services at 4, previously at 0. And it came in at -15. So it came in line, and then services did very good. Interesting. That was the first, in the last year, you've only had 4 positive service prints, including today. Manufacturing was negative, but services popped up. So, again, maybe bonds might catch a bid on that one, because then that could just mean, again, services is more inflationary. But then, again, I didn't think we're going to really react too much to this data. And then dollar is up by another quarter. But everything in line, and then services, surprise to the upside. Hot services, manufacturing, weak. And Amazon still up there by 0.10. Tesla. Come on, Tesla. You can do it. Intel down 1.1. VIX dying now. VIX barely up or barely down 0.3. SMCI waking up. What's going on with this? My goodness. And then AMD, SMCI, and AMD. Both of those are on the high right now. Yeah, what was it? Or TKO? They did very good on the Netflix deal. Dude, they're getting paid $5 billion. I feel like Netflix could have bought a lot of things for $5 billion, but they're like, nah, we need the fake wrestling. We definitely think it's, like, that's where we have to start. And then ON, those ON options are going up, even though I didn't really like them. And then Tesla, we're still green on the Tesla options, believe it or not, but those ones keep whipsawing as well. It's the viewers, their audience is loyal. I guess so. That's a great deal for them, bro. Oh yeah, it's not even Wednesday, it's Tuesday. Whipsaw Tuesday. Top Tick Tuesday. And then RTX, watch if that one comes back up again. PG still holding. 3M still dying. So everything's just holding. And then VZ. Yeah, I sold out early on that one, but that one's starting to work up. VZ breaking out. Yeah, TLT, I feel like the services is affecting it. Baba's even working its way back up. So watch the China plays and watch the small caps. Those are two leaders here. RTX came down. It's still doing great, though. I just sold out early on that one. But that's it now. The ball has been passed. Whatever you do with it now, y'all got to put points on the board. I said, I'm going for the 2. I went for the 2-pointers. Went for the 2-pointers, and I got 1 3-pointer left in Procter Gamble. That's it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta hit the 2. I gotta hit my 2-pointers. I'm gonna pull up on Procter Gamble, and then maybe if we could get a turnover on GE or a turnover on Logi, and bring that one back, that'd be nice. That one would be nice. PayPal still going up. Watch Disney, too, if that one could flip. SPY getting red candles down. PayPal, that one's starting to go back up there. Verizon. RTX shares for the long term. I would, but you should have bought them last time we flipped them. I do think RTX is kind of, again, if they turn around at any moment, you're going to suffer on that one. But it is a good company. But, like, the time to buy them was even before the earnings, too. Because, again, what are they up right now? Another 7. That's a big amount. And last earnings, they had a move like that, too. PayPal breaking out again. SPY doing nothing, man. Just right below VWAP. Save going up. PayPal's going up. Save is just right at that $9. It's either going to flush from here or it's going to fucking break through that 9 and get it. Because $9 is a pretty big level, all things considered. I want to say, isn't that, yeah, that's the low. $9 is the low from, like, right before the run-up and drop. But remember, when we bought it and it died, it flushed below 9. It fell, 30-40% below there. So very interesting. And then SPY just trying to dance around. Bonds up since Richmond Services. There is PayPalian. Procter. Intel calls came down. I forgot about those. And then 3M hitting another low, 9% down. Yeah, dollar is up by that one. I don't understand how the market this is making the dollar even more strong on the year. Dollar is literally the strongest asset on the year. Yeah, 3M was a bad earnings. It wasn't the best, but it was definitely below expectations that people, because again, remember we were talking about it yesterday. Analysts were on the high end of 3M. And then at 3M was outpacing materials and then just moving with the SPY. So 3M, another flush there, 97.15. PayPal, Baba at 74. Dude, this is higher. So again, remember last time we bought Baba and it went up. It didn't even get this high. So a break of 74 will be good. 3M. I can't believe Pfizer, though. Pfizer, no love on X again. You have one more day till X Divi? Interestingly enough, maybe because the earnings? You think it's worth this sell-off on what? On 3M? No. But I do think it's kind of coming back. That's like, I think 3M trailed with the market. Don't forget, 3M was kind of guttered, and then 3M kind of like outsized benefited off of all of the upside. So I think it'll eventually recover, but like I was saying there, it's still, I think they're just kind of matching up with other names in the sector. Logi is so illiquid. I think it's because it's European, but other than that, so just hold that play and ride it out or get out for break even if you want. But I wouldn't trip on it too much. Remember, this was pricing in. What happened on Logitech was literally priced in. Logitech is the perfect example of Wall Street watching a car accident and being like, yeah, it's priced in. Because literally those contracts were just up by so much, and they were, again, 2 standard deviations was 20%. Like, they were expecting a 10%, this 10%, 11%. It unfortunately did not shock the computers. Again, 3M, we killed it. All the other plays, I mean, they were all pricing in a smaller amount of money. Remember, we were going over 3M on the watch list yesterday. They were pricing in 8%, would have been 2 standard deviations. You got your 10 there. That's why it's sitting right under 1,000%. $3M, I don't know. Let's see. No, it held that 100 pretty good to the downside. DWalk dying. Oh, young DWalk. Why didn't you hold Verizon? I just wanted to get my money back on that one and then make sure I'm walking away with a profit, and then I could ride out Procter Gamble. So it's one thing about the plays, but then I'm also playing everything else. So that's how you guys got to do. This time we have 4 plays that hit. So realistically, what I did was I wanted to get all my money back, and then I wanted to see which one I wanted to gamble on and push. So in this case, I got rid of 3M at just under 1,000 there, maybe like 500 to 600%. Verizon was a slow mover, and we were out of the money. I said, hey, let's add to the stats, and then sold out of RTX with a good 400 or 500%. It's making sure I'm walking away with money. So I walked away with like $300-something. We spent $280. I can't lose on anything. I'm not walking away a loser. So if I play more plays today, I'm not going to be on a deficit. And then now I have the Procter Gamble, and that one's doing good. I think Procter Gamble, we're right below $200 on that. That one just keeps dancing around. So at this, I suggest you do the same. Not a recommendation, but you literally got to pick which ones you want to hold, or you gamble and hold all of them. But then from there, you determine it. So in my mind, I was going after the ones that were gaining because, again, even Verizon, that was up a couple of 100%. So I said, hey, we'll just take this slow mover, this small mover, get a little bit of money. I should have held RTX for a little bit. That could have got me literally another $100, which would have been good. So it's just like, at this point, what I would be doing is making sure that you don't lose. Why? Because we're already winning, and if we don't lose, we can now play the other plays and make sure that we keep getting exposure without exposing ourselves to risk. So at the end of the day, this will be the next week in a row. We're not going to walk away with a loss, at least up till Tuesday. It depends on what we play tomorrow or today, but I'm making sure I'm walking away with a guaranteed amount of money. So, and then again, I'm gambling on Procter Gamble, and that play is up to 179 to 180 if we really wanted to take something out of that. We might be able to ghetto spread that. Never really thought about that. I don't know how big of a gain it'll be. I don't think it's worth it. Big money, big money, big money. Gambling on Procter and Gamble. Funny how that works. It's like the name has encouraged it. Again, remember, Procter Gamble that's the one that only moves 3%. So to get the 5% is kind of funny. Yeah, PCE on Friday. Even GDP on Thursday, though. I do think some people are kind of giving a outsized focus to GDP because the last GDP was hot. So depending on how that plays out, it'll be interesting. TDY, 3M still at the bottom. Where's Bank America? And then Discover, remember, that was one that we had gains on and we gambled and didn't really do good. Thanks for the calls. Today was very good. I'm glad, man. I hope yesterday's work was profitable, and I hope you guys learned from it. That's why you guys liked the video. So now today I want 2,000 likes or some shit. Otherwise, I'm going to just do all of these earnings plays in my head. Yeah, what now, son? You better like the video, man. It's free 99, bro. I told you, they going to try to sell this shit to you. It's all free 99. Oh, man. The earnings plays, we're going to do them after I talk about Jesus. Which, again, if this was like a church, they would talk about Jesus, then ask you for money. So in this case, I'm going to make you listen to a PHILO, and then we're probably going to get into it after PHILO, because then I'll play, what's her name? Jan Psaki's replacement, Corinne, and then I'll queue them up like yesterday, and then we'll go through all of them. Kind of want to do both ways on Tesla. I'm only on calls for Tesla, but again, I hope the number one thing though, I really hope you guys can think. I really hope that as we go over these, let me know your ideas and plays too at the same time, but you have to make a determination on your own. That's the thing. You have to make your own determination above all else. So just because I go one way doesn't mean you can't play both. But you see it. The one I played both ways on, the one I spent the most money on, GE, that's the one that didn't fucking move. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's one thing about what you want to play, but also keep in mind your budget. That's the thing I could tell you, because playing both ways is going to cost you more money. And when you spend more money now, you're going to have to make more money back to break even. SMCI is on the high. Saw that one just running there. And then GE's trying to break out a little bit. Baba, ball on the high. Ball in. Baba. Snow ripping. A lot of people like snow. Snowflake. Yeah, Snowflake is up by 1.7 going into the highs. ON is running. The play I fucking hate is up. I didn't like that play at first, but it's honestly not doing too bad. Bond sales top 293 billion in Europe's busiest January ever. Yeah, dollar looks hideous. Dollar, the number one asset of the year, man. Still unbelievable. Oh no, where's Airbnb? But we're doing nothing today, man. SPY barely up, NASDAQ barely up. Russell's still the outperformer, and then the Dow is down. Save it. Went over 9 for a little bit. Now it's coming back down. Yeah, Outlook, they got I'm kind of worried, though. They got a private placement, and I think I read something about it I think it might require a reverse split, but then they got a 90-day trial from the FDA that kind of speeds up the timeline. Remember, we were wait until the end of the year, so it's good news above all else. They raised money, and they don't need the money will be for the trial, and then they got a sped up trial, but I think that's the only issue there. Yeah, RTX, I think it fills its gap at 92. That's the other bottom gap from the other two earnings, I believe. Do you average down on options you're holding? Not usually, no. Rarely. Usually, if I ride them till they die. So if I make a play and it fails, you either ride it out, or if you are going to double dip on it, go for a better option. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't really like. Why would you want to double down on the same option when all that chain has changed? Go get a prettier option. Don't go out with your ex-girlfriend from 5 years ago. You want to get the option closer to the money or with more time and hopefully closer to the money. The dollar is 3% from all-time highs. I mean, it has a way to go to all-time highs, but I don't think I don't know if is it 3%? It might be. I don't know. I think it's like 10% off from the highs. I'll have to check the DXY. DraftKings breaking out. SPY waking up there. And then GE is now about to go green. I don't know if we're going to get anything on that. That's the unfortunate part. Yeah, your GE calls and puts are wrecked. DraftKings big rip. SE on the high. DraftKings up too. I mean, again, $38, $40 will be big. McDonald's down by a quarter. USO, oil's on the high again. GE keeps running now. Procter & Gamble wants to go. Premium burn. All just depends which ones. Everything is. They made good moves off the morning, though. Cannot complain about that. PayPal still up. Disney still getting clapped. Or is it TKO? Snowflake's just running. Again, a lot of Chads love Snowflake. I feel like a lot of Wall Street likes Snowflake. I mean, they are breaking out here. So, again, isn't there earnings next week? Baba at 74 is really good. I'm telling you, that one, I didn't really realize it. But remember, last time we made the move, it couldn't get above 74. So I do think 74 opens up to like $75. That gets, and then again, 75 holding could hopefully get us up to higher levels. But 74 leading into 75 is what you want to see. I love snow. Yeah, look I say Snowflake, y'all go crazy. Everybody loves Snowflake. I don't really like the snow anymore, so I'm even more deterred from it, but I just don't know what they do. My average on Baba is like 73.60. So remember, I bought in. I thought I bought in low, and then it came down. Oh no, 74? No. Why did I think I got in at 73? That's bullshit. So I guess I'm still down on it. I guess that was me. I was at 74.60. Oh, I'm an idiot. I thought I was high. I thought I was lower. No, so I still got a ways to go. But I bought that the other day on one of its previous lows, and then it just flushed with all the bad China news. Baba pays a dividend, but it's small. It's only like 1%. The other day it was at 2%, I think. No updates on New Hampshire primary. It will have an effect, though. That could affect the dollar, though, today. So, now that kind of makes sense. Again, I think it's kind of a weird analysis. I don't know if I believe it 100%, but there has been a correlation. It's hard to tell if that's the reason, but like anytime the dollar has been coming up, it's Iowa and New Hampshire. Like this Trump I think is affecting the dollar a little bit. It's hard to ignore, but it's also hard to say that's the only factor when every other currency around the world is making way bigger moves. So, but the dollar is going up. But that's the only thing I'm looking for out of New Hampshire. And then again, I'm sure everyone's going to get hyped up on Trump and whether or not he will be if he crushes Nikki Haley or not. People are even talking about Biden too. I don't even think Biden's on the list. People want to see if how many like write-ins Biden gets. Very interesting. Why would Trump be affecting the dollar? Because the odds of a Trump presidency increasing, that could have a weight on the dollar into next year. So again, just like the bonds, the dollar, you're looking a little bit ahead in terms of the future. But if your boy Trump comes back into office, I mean, there's a higher chance of a stronger dollar. Gold, at least gold is holding up with the dollar. That's the interesting part. Yep, Netflix is today. We have no plays on it. I don't think I'm going to play Netflix. Or if I am, I don't know. Dude, it's pricing in so much. I hate it. I feel like Netflix is going to play out like Logitech. So again, remember I was telling you the reason Logitech reminded me of Netflix. So Netflix is today, but like, dude, it's a $80 move for 2 standard deviations. That's insanity. So you're paying $100 for a 20% move. Somebody brought it up. Was it Patrick yesterday? He said a debit spread. Maybe you could do a debit spread on it. That I could maybe get behind. But even like you could sell a 420, buy the 400, still give yourself $2,000 gain potential if it goes 20%, but then you're still spending $100 on that. Only for a week. This is all for a 1 week play. It's expensive as shit. That's the only thing. The only maybe if they do really bad and surprise to the downside, it moves more than 20%. But you could play, but it's just expensive. I'm not saying like I think Netflix is gonna move a lot. It's not like I'm saying Netflix isn't gonna move. I'm saying Netflix can move 10%. Netflix can even move 15%, and some of those options will be break even tomorrow morning. Does that make sense? Just like Logitech. Our Logitech is break even right now. And that stock is down 10%, 11%. You can do a credit spread, but then again, it's like, do you really want to do a credit spread and then it has a crazy earnings? Like, I don't really do credit spreads for it. Actually, I have done it on Netflix before. That was like a couple of years ago. I think we made like $2,000 on a credit spread on Netflix, but it was scary. But maybe. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, I think the easy answer is just don't play it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You guys are getting creative. You're like a calendar spread, a credit spread. We could do this, we could do that. But I think if you really want to take the risk, you sell the premium. Otherwise, the answer is just don't play it. You play it afterwards. That's it. It's expensive. The computer is already accounting for every sort of outcome when it's all said and done, and like you're not getting anything cheap. That's at least in my opinion. I hope I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, I don't know if I want to really risk it in any way, shape, or form on there. We're going to have a lot of earnings plays today, or at least I'm going to go through them. NTNX, AI on the high, RTX at 92. Money. 3M coming back down. Money. What's the other one? VZ. That one's still holding up. And then Procter & Gamble, too. We're 189 to 178. You don't seem that enthused about the Chinese stimulus package. Would you say that changes the ABC sentiment? I think it helps in the short term, but unfortunately, it's like, I guess, it's like when you're like, it's like your crackhead friend telling you he's not going to do drugs. Of course, you're happy for him, but you just don't know how long it's going to last. So I don't think it changes the ABC sentiment, but it's just like, it's not a big enough change. It's like Hunter is, I feel like we'll still find Hunter in rehab, unfortunately. Oh, SPY, decent candle. U.S. issues fresh sanction. Nope, I don't think that's it. Decent Raul. I mean, we just haven't moved much. That did bring down the Russell as well, too, and that has been your leader. But that was 4 points. I mean, you're right back to, I guess you're filling. We gapped up. I didn't know there was a gap to even fill. No cause on that candle. I think we're just moving around. I do have earnings for Tesla. We have one for the upside. Are we holding 3M? I mean, I sold out of the put that we made money on, but for the long term, once again, I mean, asking me if I'm selling out something in the long term, that's like asking whose cocaine was in the White House. You already know the answer. What maybe I could have gave a better analogy, but you know. But long term isn't going to change for 3M. But we made, again, just under 1,000% there, or whatever, however many hundred on the puts. buy more 3M for your divvy goal. I could, but there's only one problem. I already spent the money, so I have to wait a month. So I would want to buy. That's why let's give it a month. Let this play flush out. Let it do its thing. But it is a higher yield. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But unfortunately, I bought, what's it called yesterday? Pfizer. So that's that's the only issue with the divvy goal. I have to be mad patient. And then there, finally, Pfizer's coming up, asshole. I was like, why is this thing even dumping today? I was like, X divvy. Usually Pfizer runs like right before divvy, like heavy. Phase up over 100. Yeah, Jack Ma bought 50 million of BABA. That's what let it up there. 3M's about to flush. Bonds are flushing now. BABA's still trying to make the 74 move. I'm holding the Tesla call till after earnings, yes. Any of these option plays, and we've put this out, multiple tutorials even yesterday. I did make this aspect very clear. By balancing the budget and not spending a lot of money, that is why I am holding these plays. Does that make sense? So by making sure that I'm not spending a lot of money, the reason is so I can take the risk on the earnings. So a lot of people are asking, are you going to sell out before? Are you going to do this and that? It's like, dude, most of these plays are cheaper. Now, Tesla, granted, is more money, but because it's a bigger stock, but I am only spending in an amount that I'd be willing to lose completely by waking up and finding out that it cucked and did nothing. So the general idea is that all of these, you should be willing to spend a little bit amount of money, but I'm trying to play the actual earnings, and I'm trying to do so with a small amount, but keeping it small is the reason for it's kind of an acknowledgement of the risk. You sell your earnings so fast and it goes up after 1,000. Well, I sold plays early. Like, look at 3M dumping. I could have made more money on that. I think you would be at 1,000% right now on 3M. I sold that one early. I sold RTX early. But what's your goal, right? So, like, I did sell early, but I completed my goal. I got all my money back with profit, and now I have one play that I could even push. So that was my goal, right? So what is your goal when you're selling out of these plays? You have to ask yourself that. So it's like, are you just selling out for what reason? Are you trying to recoup money? Are you putting an emphasis on getting your money back? Are you putting an emphasis on high gains, right? It's like, if your goal is I want the highest gain possible, don't sell shit. You know what I'm saying? If your objective is I don't want to lose money and I want to make sure I minimum get my money back, or I want half of my money back, or you know what I'm saying? You have to kind of space out your objective and then go after that. But if you go after the goal, I mean, who cares? Like I'm saying, I got all my money back. I'm in the game there. I don't really mind, because now I still have another week to push a play that is literally already in the money. Tesla just be running 50% in the morning and coming down. And then you bounced off of that random cheek lay. BABA is a play for the long term. Yeah, we added that at the beginning of the month. I'm still technically down on it. I really thought I was in at 73, but I guess it was 74. Scammers. And then we added Pfizer yesterday. I took an early deposit to get in Pfizer in the ex-dividend. GE's running now. Assholes. VZ hit 42. Yalla. Good luck if you still holding, baby. That's beautiful. I think ours are 42.50, but those should be going up a little more. Likelihood of Pfizer cutting dividend. That would be awful if I just keep getting into dividend cuts. But then again, that has been the theme of this year. And then Pfizer has a way more I feel like they're more willing to cut their dividend than not. They don't even have like a crazy, like in '08, any sign of trouble, they've cut their divvy. But then again, I don't know if that would admit more trouble for them when they're trying to, I feel like they're trying to be like, hey, we're not that bad. Ronald is hard to fight. Oh, dude, McDonald's, dude, it's the worst. I literally hate shorting McDonald's, and it's like the best short too, because when you actually short it, it goes down and like you love it, but nah, man, it's not there. Oh, dude, yeah, dude, McDonald, dude. Oh no, dude, definitely different. That's the thing. McDonald's, when it hits, it works very good. But if not, you're going to just regret it. I'm speaking from experience. A lifelong of regret shorting McDonald's. IWM slippery. It is coming down. Again, the Dow is down. Even the bonds. Again, the dollar is up today. So with earnings, it's, again, dollar's up by 0.4, bro. Dollar's hitting a new high on the year. Absolutely hideous. Where are the rate cut odds? We haven't really talked about that. Rate cut odds, they came down. So more rate cuts are being priced out for December. IWM on the low. Unusual activity. DWALK 100 calls. Wouldn't be surprised. Again, I do think, I don't know how DWALK will play out today, but literally if that mother effer wins the primaries. Wait, how is there I don't even see DWALK options. Are they just, oh, there you go. I was like, what is this? Oh my gosh, these things are insane. Yeah, someone just bought 5,000 DWALK 100s. Or I guess that's just all day today. People are piling into those. Bro, those DWALK plays are insane, actually. Kid on 3M, thank you so much. Good morning. Oh, if you just woke up now, too, and you didn't touch any of the plays, you're loving it. Those should be 1,000% though. $3, I'm assuming, on the 3Ms, or just under 1,000 because you bought them at 35. Yeah, but if you just woke up on that, you're loving it. 288, actually 250 to 288. They're kind of cucking those. Those should be up a lot more. $3M, just the earnings wasn't as good, and then like we talked about yesterday, they were kind of outpacing things, and then analysts had a high expectation. So if anything, analysts thought 3M was going to beat. Remember we were talking about that yesterday. I pointed it out to you. I was like, analysts are on the higher end. So the company gave a range. Analysts thought they'd do better, and then they ended up doing worse. And then, they were moving with the S&P in terms of recovery, but they were outpacing materials by like 6-7%. And Logi's going back up. GE still running. Procter Gambling holding. SPY hit a new low there. I think we filled the gap. Yeah, again, I didn't realize there was like a baby gap up, but yeah, you kind of just filled it, or you wicked into it. I mean, still at 48.50. My goodness. Yeah, dollar's killing it. Dollar's the problem. Small caps went red. I see Russell's still up, but I think they're about to. I mean, SPY's red, NASDAQ's about to go red, and then Dow's just holding, but they were red earlier. The Intels are coming back down. The puts are still down, and then the calls are barely up. Yeah, the calls, I see you got like what? Almost 20 cents on those, 15. So you still got like 30% on the calls. We were previously up 100, and then the puts are washed. Was that dollar up at 0.41? And then 3M, another flush there. That's going lower. Netflix running up here. Yo, Netflix, big pop. Again, they have earnings, but that's popping like something's coming out on there. You love making money, but get sad when you sell early. I sold my 3M. Wish I held. It's okay. We're going to move on from it. We'll have more plays. But like I said, what was your objective? What is your goal when you sold? That is the best advice I could give anybody. DWAC, the warrants were halted. But as long as you meet your objective, that I really wouldn't trip about it. Because like I'm saying, as long as we, like in my case, the way I'm looking at it, as long as I get my money and I put myself in a position to keep winning, I'm going to be able to play every other play. You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of earnings. This is the early part of earnings season. Let me say that to you again. This week is only 70 companies. Next week will be 150. The week after that will be 180. And then there's going to be even Powell too. So as long as we're not losing, and as long as you're having an objective, and then again, you need to determine, are you trying to make the most money as possible and you don't mind the losing money, or are you trying to get yourself in a position where you want to recoup your money or not? Netflix partnership is old news. That was in the morning. Yeah, it's confirmed, but that's from like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now at this point. That was like bright and early. And then The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, joined the board of TKO. Yeah, the 3M put, I think it's hitting $1 or $3 now. Again, $96. So I sold out at $220. So I left my money on the table once again, but that's money there. I think you're going to be at 1,000%. The spreads are fucked up though on it. Yeah, 99s are at 320 on the ask. That's right around 1,000%. Mm-hmm. Coca-Cola on the high. McDonald's. Ronald is fighting back. Procter Gambling. $1 because of Japan. It was down at first, though. That's the crazy part. So Japan was, Japan was surprisingly hawkish. And then everyone's like, nah, we don't believe him. And then it flipped, as always. All right, there you go. Baba. We're coming back up there. 74 on Baba. That's good. It's priced in. Kev Dog here on Tuesday. We thank the silent service. Welcome to the doghouse, baby. Tell him, Kev Dog, how you living, man? Good morning. Toll drop in, spy at the low. And now I need to go to the potty. Follow me on Instagram, baby, at the Trading Fraternity. I love you all. I hope you're doing good. Shout out all the option trades. And I will be right back. Show some love. Like the video, man. Don't be shy.
Of copper. What's the point of trying to mine copper to green the world economy?
Remind me.
We have to destroy
I need to
the
show you
environment
Biden
to find
in a
that
second.
copper.
Remind me.
So the problem is there aren't very many places where you can build a green new copper mine to put into your Tesla or your microwave oven or your washing machine.
Well, the thinking is that, of course, as we think about that backdrop, that mines are going to increasingly need to be developed in really tough jurisdictions. Of course, you do have a successful track record there. You think about Mongolia, the Democratic Republic of Congo. How does that differ, building a mine there versus Australia or the United States, for example?
Australia and the United States are very difficult jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. There's no easy mining project anywhere in the world. You take the Pebble project in the United States, it's been legislated out of existence by the U.S. government. The Resolution project in Arizona has been delayed for 30 years in a permitting dispute with the San Juan Apache Nation. So even in developed societies, it's very difficult to build a mine. From our point of view, we go anywhere on the planet where we see the best ore and the opportunity to produce metal in the greenest possible way. 99% of the electricity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is hydroelectricity, which enables us to produce the metal with the lowest amount of global warming gas per unit of copper produced. And soon, we'll have differential pricing in metals. The greener the production of the metal, the more the premium, and the dirtier the production of the metal, the greater we'll have a discount. ABAX Technologies is now starting such a market in Singapore, giving you differential pricing on the ESG characteristics of the metal produced.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about your project in Congo, because that produced almost 400,000 tons of copper in 2023. You're also still expanding the mine as well. How could it get? How big could it get, rather?
We're scheduled to be the third largest copper complex in the world in 2025. And we have our sights set for sure on number 2 with new discoveries. And God willing, it's possible to be number 1. There's an enormous endowment of copper metal. The Congo was the world's largest historical producer of copper until the low-grade copper mines of Chile were invented in the 1960s. And the Congo is now the second largest.
But, all right, it reminded me. Okay, have you guys ever seen the show Young Sheldon? Some of you may have. I talked about it the other day. But there is a character in the show Young Sheldon, and his name is Dale. And it's literally the epitome. It reminds me of Biden. It trips me. I laugh every time he talks. He sounds like Biden. I feel like that's how Biden would act. Everything. Have you ever seen Dale? Bro, Dale, I know, but Dale is Biden. I can't stop. That's it. I can't it's crazy. It's crazy. I love that show. I really do. I've never really liked Big Bang Theory. My girlfriend did. She liked that show. That's why she showed me Young Sheldon. But I was like, I tried to watch Big Bang Theory. I wasn't as into it. But Young Sheldon, that one, I love it. I love it. But Dale, if you ever get the chance to stumble across him, Bond's going lower, man. And then Beto on the high. So is Bitcoin coming up here? And then Google, Baba hit that high, came down. Young 3M is killing it now to the downside. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And then Procter Gambling, not gambling. Microsoft, Nvidia. They're all kind of chilling there, but some more than others. Let's see the breakdown. What are we looking at right now? I'm gone for a while, finding myself, but I'm back. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you, man. You know, you always got a home here. That's it, but get a long term. Always get a long term. So what are we looking at? S&P 500, 282 red, 219 in the green. Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 green. And then NASDAQ 100, 48 red, 51 green. Today's 50-50. Meta's rocketing for some reason. It hit 389 the other day. But Meta's trying to climb up right now. Yeah, I've seen Suits. Suits is one of the best. Again, Google going up, Meta, couple of tech names. Netflix was running earlier, but it came back down. Tesla is still in the gutter. Again, 3M dying. RTX selling off a little bit, but still elevated. And then Procter Gamble, we're just holding there. Where's Verizon? That's the other play. Verizon's still kind of holding great. Dollar's disgusting, dude. I'm surprised gold is barely up. So dollar is not stable at all, and then gold is still kind of holding, and then bonds are kind of getting shit on right now. Any reason for the bond sell-off? No, not the. I think Japan dollar and yields moving around. That would be the only culprit. I just set off Google to look for Netflix. Oh, my bad. Well, Google was going up, and then Netflix started moving. UAL giving back the gains. Yeah, UAL, they kind of surprised there. They said even with the 737 stuff, they're going to do decent. What would you rate the 100? I love the 100. It's one of my favorite shows, too. My girlfriend doesn't like it, but I'm like, you're insane. I think it's because she knew I had a crush on, what was her name? Olivia? What was the girl? Octavia? I told you, bro, I'm not going to lie to you. Back in the day, I DM'd Octavia. I was in love with Octavia. And then she kind of a little crazy, but that's a good show, man. That's a good show. Microsoftian dollar, dude, a dollar on the high. Let's check the DXY out. Commodity Forex DXY. I'm taking a look at the dollar right now. So again, can I overlay it? you guys should see it. So again, if you're wondering, like with the bonds too, like they look kind of the same. So like that's why when I see the dollar coming up to 104, that reminds me of the bonds at like 4.25, or like getting back up here to the lower end or the higher end. So it's like, if anything, they're kind of moving in tandem. That's just with the dollar moving, and then also too the other currencies. It's getting a little trippy, but dollar's back at what? Right below 104. So again, even from the beginning of the year, the dollar's up almost 4%, around 3 now maybe at this point, which is crazy. Again, dollar is outperforming crypto on the year. Dollar's outperforming stocks, even though we went up and we're hitting all-time highs. Dollar is the number one asset, which is actually insane. So even as everybody's buying equities, your cash is kind of getting you a gain, which doesn't make any sense, because if you wanted to buy equities, you're getting less, but it's only in 7 names. So that's what kind of speaks to the point where, like, some of these cheap names, your dollar is strong, right? When you look at the underperformers right now, your dollar gets you a lot more stock, unless you're trying to buy NVIDIA, AMD, or SMCI, or, you know, go down the list of culprits. Market realizing the dollar is up more. Everybody knows it, but it's just going to be kind of where it settles. Does that make sense? So, again, we know the dollar's a problem. Rate cut odds going the other way. We know it's a problem, but it's where things are going to settle. And, I mean, what's the theme of today? Let me ask you that. So there's another theme of today. Anybody know what it is? It should be obvious. You made money off of it. What happened? Think about it. Take a second. Down, 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 down. Earnings, baby. Not the Republicans. Earnings. You know, your earnings weren't really, they weren't as hot as SMCI, right? The last time the dollar was going up and you're like, what the fuck is happening? You know, you had SMCI, TSM, they were going back to back to back to back. But now today, if anything, you've kind of had lackluster earnings from the middle of the market. Even RTX went up, but that wasn't a good earnings, believe it or not. You know, again, 3M, that's not really good for the general, you know, materials and other things. Again, UAL was decent, but, you know, they just shocked with the other stuff good. And then Verizon, they were in line, but it's not, you didn't get any stellar beats. You didn't have anything go too crazy. China's stimulus is not inflationary, no. If anything, China's stimulus is deflationary. You got to think about it. What's happening in China right now? Their Chinese yuan is getting stronger. They're going through deflation. So if they get strong, what would happen to the US dollar? Our dollar would get weak, right? If anything, you want China to stimulate, because if China could get economic production up, it's going to make your items cheaper. So in a weird, when we have problems, if we could get cheap China shit, it helps us. That's how we got out of 2008. So in this case, I wouldn't even worry about China. If anything, China is a drag on global growth right now. China is in the group project, and they are not doing shit right now. That's the problem. We want China to pick up the slack so that we can start doing what we want to do. Even Japan and other places, we could get back to handling stuff if China was actually doing better. So in a weird way, China's stimulus isn't going to inflate anything. If anything, it'll be inflation for China, but they are in deflation right now. Their real estate is crashing. Their production is not going as up. Their growth rate is the lowest in a while. Well, China, that's the thing, though. And China's not, even though it's stimulus, they're not stimulus like they used to. You guys got to realize, like, in 2010, 2012, 2015, China was fucking pumping. They're like, so if you think this is stimulus, I don't even think this is a record. But, like, they used to throw the kitchen sink. They would ban stuff. They would ban short selling like they just did, but they would make it where they were throwing in hundreds of billions of dollars. They were facilitating government programs. They were creating cheap credit. The government would build cities. They were just going left and right, pumping the shit out of their economy. Whereas now they're just taking money out of state-owned enterprises and then putting it into stocks. Like, it's $300 billion may sound like a lot, but it's really nothing if you think about it in comparison to how big they are. No, it's 280 billion, not million. It's still a lot of money, but comparatively to their size and everything else and where the money's coming from, it's not in the form of credit. It's not in the form of they're just buying stocks that are worth whatever the paper is worth. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like in 2020, they did 500 billion in COVID fiscal stimulus, but that wasn't even all in. Where was it? In 2015, how much did they do? Yeah, bro. At one point in 2015, they put 185 billion just for the internet. Where was it? And that was when they slowed down, and their growth was at 6.9. Maybe it was 2016. Yeah, and they did 4 trillion renminbi at 2016. So again, bro, they've dumped a lot of money. Yeah, 280 billion. It's enough to like show they're doing something, but it's not like too impressive if you're like, yes, the government's coming to save us. Like, that would be, again, it's kind of like them coming out with a bank term funding program. Kind of like what we did for the regional banks. It's around the same size. It's a little bigger. Mm. 3M CEO on CNBC. No shit. Let's take a listen. Let's take a listen. And SPY just selling off. Top tick Tuesday in effect.
That's how we're looking at the year. There is an expectation that the macro improves as we go through the year and that certain end markets will improve. But I would say we're starting out the year with a view of Q1 similar to Q4.
But Mike, as you said earlier, and it's David, you expect 2024 to be a good year. Your investors seem to have a different view of what good means. I'm kind of curious as to how you would explain the deviation here. I mean, you got more than a 10% loss in your market value this morning. That being said, the stock had moved up sharply into this earnings, but still, your good and their good don't seem to be the same thing.
Yeah, I would say the focus, David, as we've been talking about, is on the guide for 24, and growth is part of that, and that impacts what
Russell
you
matched
deliver
up with
in,
it. Russell gave up all the
Russell gave up
EPS,
1%, and EPS was certainly a topic
only
as
gave
well.
Up by 0.3.
So I believe that we are, we'll grow those, we'll drive that execution, we'll grow as we go into 2024, and as the markets improve, we'll take advantage of it and deliver and leverage that for greater growth into our results. So I do believe we'll continue to make progress and build off that momentum, deliver growth. The market's reacting to the overall outlook for 2024, and we'll see how it plays out through the year.
Now.
Again, we're starting with confidence in our ability to execute and drive that improving there. Bottom line.
But again, it's the same problem you dealt with last week.
To your
that
point, the
you
guidance perhaps below what many investors had anticipated.
NVO on the high.
You do seem to be more positive, perhaps in the second half of the year. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I basically heard you say that, and I'm curious as to why.
Well, I would say the macro projections that we look at show improving as you go through the year. I would say end markets more than the macro. That said, we were in the same place a year ago. We expected the first half to be cautious, some of the challenges in the end markets that I've been talking about, and the second half was going to get stronger. We didn't see it play out that way. So we have been, I would say, as we come into the new year, we've been really focused on what we control, that execution, focused on what we know we can do. We do.
I think there is a
we
2-year
do
bond auction today.
Continue to invest in our growth. We invest in growth, productivity, sustainability as priorities. As we drive that execution improvement, we leverage some of that improvement into those investments. We are driving.
I think the dollar's killing the
very
bonds.
healthy pipeline for innovation.
I think
and
the
that will
dollar,
help us
because the
grow
dollar's
in the
running
most
now.
attractive
Dollar's
markets
recovering
that we're
back to
facing.
previous levels.
As the end
It's
markets
hard to
improve,
keep the
as
bond
the macro
yields,
improves, we'll take advantage
lower.
of that as well.
I think they're trying to
Yeah,
catch
I was
up.
going to ask how you grow, how you can get top line growth if we don't get the kind of GDP improvement that we need, or whether it's just that's what we should track.
Yeah, and that's an important. We talk about what we do. We use science, our technologies to make a difference in the world, and we prioritize investments in the most attractive markets. And we've talked about a number of areas that are emerging, like automotive electrification, climate technology, industrial automation. These are all investments for us where we see opportunity in our driving growth. Our automotive electrification portfolio is now a $650 million business, growing 30% in 2023. We also grow close to our customers. Our innovation starts with them, and so we're always building what's next for them.
Sandpaper.
We look, our relationship with them allows us to see new applications, new penetration. Highlighted one of those in our call this morning, where we are a leader in workplace safety, and we announced and actually introduced at CES a headset that was leverage solar technology to reduce the use of batteries and still enable that hands-free communications that's so important in the workplace in difficult environments. We also talked about the progress we're making in the specifications that we're winning in our thermal barrier technology for electric vehicle batteries, helping to improve performance, range, charging cycles, and safety. And that's an example of where we are close to customers and we identify new areas for penetration. So our pipeline, that's what is prioritized there, what we can win close to customers, new penetration, and those emerging businesses that we can build, those new businesses that we can build.
Well, Mike, we certainly thank you for coming on and talking through the results and the reaction. Appreciate the time.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, David.
All right, Mike Roman, CEO of 3M, down 10%.
Yeah.
I do wonder how much of an overhang the legal issues are, just until, I mean, I know they have settlements, but
have the PFAS,
there's no actual number of size and scope.
And the PFAS litigation, other negotiated solutions are in addition to.
They just wait till he gets off and they start, we don't know about that. Yeah, no size and scope. Thank you. UP up 48. You like in Netflix? Do you think Netflix will go up or down? I think Netflix is just too expensive for an earnings play. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I would hate to talk anybody out of it, and then it hits, and then you're like, I hate you, Josh. But I think Netflix, in my opinion, I'm just going to stay away from it for earnings. I've kind of had that idea a couple of weeks ago. A week ago when we've been, I was looking at the premiums for a while. I wanted the $500 move. Remember we talked about that, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I maybe sell premium. That would be one play that I could consider. Selling premium would be I've done it before on Netflix and it's paid off. That's the only thing I could think of. But even then, if they blow it out or they do good or bad, it's like, do I really want to take the risk there? I don't really know. And that's where it kind of gets into an issue. So I do think there's just a lot with the pricing of everything. There's a lot of risk behind it where I really think playing afterwards might have a better opportunity. iRobot, are they going to get another deal? Remember, they fell like 70% or something after Amazon backed out of the deal. Kind of looks like Save. Disney could be an alternative play, but then I was just looking at it, and I was just thinking, I was like, man, Disney, because if Netflix does bad, they'll go down, but then if Netflix does good, they could also go up. But then I've been clapped on Disney sympathies before, and then when I'm looking at it, I'm like, Disney kind of already made the pre-run-up, as weird as that may sound. Oh, the flooding in San Diego is crazy, bro. Dude, it's nuts. I didn't go outside, so I didn't have to deal with it, but like, dude, I didn't even realize San Diego got clapped, bro. Boeing is dying. I'm seeing some red candles. I think it's just flushing with everything else. It's not like one of the, I don't know if like a news candle came out, But it is breaking, even is coming near the lows of yesterday. Is there Boeing news? I don't see anything. I'll check. You're saying reduced orders? United sees reduction in Boeing orders delivery in 2025. So, yeah, that's coming out now. Yeah, Boeing, United weighs fleet plans, tells CNBC. But there's a report of that even yesterday. Yeah, United weighs fleet plans without Boeing 737 MAX. That was like 15 minutes ago. I see the same report. Any of your properties flood? Not that I know of. Nobody has reached out of any tenants in San Diego. My Airbnb is doing good. My personal house, my family, and then any other properties, they're all fine. But I kind of wish I parked my car at Fashion Valley, or my girlfriend's car. Could have just totaled it, made my life easier. And then we could have got her a Hummer. I'm trying to get her to buy a Hummer H2. All right. Things kind of chilling, but what time is it? 11? You got 30 more minutes? 30 more minutes. Why not an H1? It's too big. I don't think she could drive an H1. Because, H1s are wider. They are, they're harder to park. And then I don't even think I don't know if you could get Bluetooth. The H3. No, I still like the H2, bro. I'm a big fan of the H2. I still want an H2. I don't know. I see that car and I still love it. I think an H2 Hummer is the coolest car. H1s are cooler, but like H2's still up there. Still up there. I'm not an H2 fan. Oh man, I've always loved it. It's a beautiful one. All about the H2O. Yeah, water's great. Can't go wrong with water. Preloaded with country grammar on the MP3. It's a Midwest swing. Yeah. Ain't got a trip. Ain't got why we think a dip. I'm trolling about the H2? Nah. No. I like it. My girlfriend doesn't like it, though. She don't like any of them. Amazon's breaking out here a little bit. Apple, too, getting a green candle. Dollar did come down from those highs there. So we'll see. And then bonds also coming back up. Snowflake been ripping all day. Add MO, Pfizer, or 3M to the long term. That's a tough one. What's the rest of your portfolio look like? So somebody asked me the other day, I think it was Randy. He was asking me, should he get MO or should he get O? And I said that depends on what other stuff you're holding. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you have, clearly it seems like you're going for dividends, but what's your other exposure looking like in terms of like growth and all of that? But I added Pfizer just because you get to lock in the dividend, so they might even move around a little bit more. But MO is always going to be a little bit stable, and then 3M is kind of like Pfizer. They have the 6% yield. You're now recovering some of the lower end prices, again, sub 100. Not too bad. So it's really up to you on there, but I would let your portfolio speak to you. What other positions and growth do you have, and which makes more sense? Or one, can you build a position too? So that's something too. Like I like MO, even Pfizer, because I already have money in them. So I want to like build up the position so I could get a big position in there. Like now I think it still needs to settle. But now I have like $10,000 worth of Pfizer. Again, MO I like because I already have a big amount. And if I could get even more, It's like I get to stack up and build something out. But then again, too, just balancing it out with other names that I'm holding and then meeting my objective of growing the dividend. You don't have any Pfizer. Average on 3M is 101. But what about everything? Like, what's your growth in dividend? BABA was my last addition before. RVSN. Yo, what's this? Rail Vision. Up 117. Kind of looks like a liquid biotech. What do you mean by locking in dividend? Well, in this case, by getting it before ex-dividend. So if I bought it at a later time, I'll only be getting 3 dividend payments on the year instead of 4. So I'm making sure that I get this dividend there. That's why I went a little early. But in terms of what other growth and dividends do you have? And then what percentage of your account is 3M? What percentage of your account is MO? And then what percentage would be growth? That's what I'd be looking at. RVSN, Israel Train Sensors uses AI and chips. I do like Starbucks, but then again, Pfizer was pretty cheap there and paid a higher yield. So until Pfizer and other names come out of the question, I wouldn't be looking at Starbucks or Nike or Hershey's or Target. That was the other one. Target's another one that the Chad brought up that I like. Apple, Microsoft, Airbnb, growth about half, dividend, Abivide, JP Morgan, and 3M and MO. So what percentage is 3M and MO? Again, this is, if you watch the dividend video, does it show it here? I think I got to log into Fidelity. But this is just a good way to look at it. Just know your percentages because you don't want anything to be more than 10% of your portfolio. But then at the same time, like I said, you can start stacking up on certain names. But it seems like you might have more on MO. But if you build either MO or, again, Pfizer, you'd be adding a new position, so it'd be smaller. Where is it? See, so, look at this. So, this is why, in the case of other ones, I do want to build up MO, but it is a big portion. It's 8% of the account right there. So, even then, Pfizer now, I think we've brought it up to, 6%, and then 3M's 3. So, maybe next deposit, I'm probably going to go with 3M, or I'll keep building out with Altria if I really want to. But it's just look at the percentages if you could get that or calculate it yourself. So MMM is 6, MO is 9. Nice. So I might want to go with 3M instead, but maybe wait till the earnings kind of chills out. Because then that way, if you put a deposit towards 3M, you could balance it out with MO. Or if you really want to stack up MO, you could get more yield, and then it'll start weighing a little more heavy. Are you up or down on MO? If you're up on MO, I would go for 3M. If you're down on MO, you could, if you want to stack, go with MO. Otherwise, if you want to balance out, I would go with 3M. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. United says considering Airbus A350 for possible use in 2030. You could do more than 10%, but just what you have to understand is once you start going over 10%, that company can start to affect your portfolio more. So there's nothing wrong with it, but eventually once you start creeping above 10%, that one company will move your long term more than everything else. Would it make sense to fade deer and cat after the dump? I don't know. I'm not what's giving you that idea? Are you just pure momentum, or I haven't really been looking at that. And then bonds came back up. Zim, I don't know. It could just be the Red Sea shit. Zim is rocketing up though right now, 4%. Xperia holder Rubrik said to push for cost cuts. XPER AI unit. This one looks a liquid. I think DWAC can go up after New Hampshire, but everybody's already loading up on calls already. Yeah, LMT, a little cheek light. Again, they had earnings. It was kind of in the middle. Nothing too hot. Nothing too good. Maybe they're giving an earnings update right now. I feel like their conference call would be later. Lockheed eases, RTX surges on results, views mixed for defense contracts. The auctions are at 1 p.m. or at least the 2-year bond auction should be at 1 p.m. Ain't got a trip, ain't got a... Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern time. You think if we drop, Netflix and Tesla come in worse than expected? I think we could come down a little bit, but, you know, we have seen days where Netflix and Tesla did bad, and the market kind of brushes it off. LMT getting 2 big candles now. That one's starting to go a little bit lower, 2.6, 2.8. Oil on the high now, too, and again, a couple of those shipping plays on the high. Well, Netflix, I think the options are overpriced, so I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of want to sell premium, but then I'm like, I just don't want to deal with it. I feel like it's going to be a fiasco. Tesla puts, I think, are expensive, so I only have the calls for now. Two standard deviation, a gamble on DWAC. If New Hampshire goes to Nikki. On the downside, maybe. I think that'll definitely be cheaper, but I do think the puts are expensive too. Again, when stocks go nuts like this, it's not there. I mean, honestly, there's only one way to play DWAC. Let me double check. Wow, they kind of already know. There's only one way to go about DWAC. How would you do it? Anybody? Because the puts are still kind of up there, bro. You're not buying these puts for cheap. Not calls. Yeah, there you go. No, not shares. You guys see? I've been putting out these videos. I've been giving you the lessons, baby. Covered calls. That'd be the only way to where it kind of makes sense. You buy the shares and then you sell the covered calls, just like Mara. Because then you could just lower your cost basis off of the recent move. Because, again, it's already rocketed up. But even then, the covered calls will give you $12 back. You're still at 30-something bucks. It's kind of all fucked. I don't know if I'd really play it. But then again, Nikki could surprise. I don't know if you guys heard it, but Nikki Haley can surprise without winning. So let's be real. Everybody knows Donald Trump is going to win the New Hampshire primary. However, if Nikki Haley brings in a certain amount of votes, then pretty much I think it's like if Donald Trump doesn't get 65% of the vote, it could be seen as a failure. Or again, the media will spin it that way. Because, again, he's expected to win now with everybody else dropping out. So Nikki Haley could surprise by getting more than 15 or 20% of the vote, I think. I bet you another Trump upside surprise. How about that? That would be very good for DWAC. Lockheed delivered 18 older F-35s in fourth quarter, 98 and 23. Are they having their earnings call right now? Oil, probably the war stuff. And again, Israel's military had the most amount of deaths since October yesterday. I think 26 soldiers were killed. So that's kind of part of it. Oil's running up there still. Again, it was running up even yesterday. You started your portfolio going way too hard in MO. It's like 25%. All positions are between 5 and 9. Anything else I could do? Yeah, Jiggly Bun said it. You could just let it balance out over time. Just don't buy MO. You know what I'm saying? At one point, Snapchat and a lot of names were big portions of our portfolio. You just balance it out over time. So with your other deposits, just go for other things. Now you could buy cheap growth, or if you still need dividends, depending on the other balances, you'll just buy them out, and then as the portfolio grows, that 20% will be lower. MMM below 96? Ay. That one has to be 1,000%er now. Money. GG if y'all keep held in, baby. Told you. I said I'll get out early. I'll leave you guys some meat on the bone. Yeah, 3M starting to flush. Covered calls, if I get exercise, I still make money. Well, yeah. I mean, my idea would be buy a DWAC, and then it depends on which ones you want to sell. But I would sell like the January 2600 calls. You'd lower your cost basis by like $12, and then you're guaranteed a $100 price. But just like Mara, you could still get clapped. It's not like it saves you. And honestly, I don't think the covered calls are even that good on DWAC. So remember, Mara, I showed you guys that you would have been break even by now. So even if you bought the stock at $30 and you sold the covered calls, it dropped your cost basis to like 16 or 15. So you would have lost on the shares, but you would have made a lot of money back on the covered call. Remove drip on MO and those divvies elsewhere in option 2. Nah, drip it, baby. I'm not a fan of selling, and I'm always, again, if you really plan to hold for 10 years, just invest. And that way too, as you're buying other stocks, your drip on MO is still keeping that position active. So again, it's going to go up, 8-9% a year, which will be like it'll increase like 1% of your portfolio, maybe a quarter if you're at 20% exposure. But I would keep dripping it. That's my opinion, though, not a recommendation. But again, as we've built all of our long terms, we have kept all drip and not sold anything else. Most since March 2020 on 3M. Oh my goodness. LMT, I'm glad LMT would have hit? Really? I feel like LMT sucked. Ain't got a trip, ain't got it. What would have been the LMTs? Wasn't it like 437? I remember this from yesterday. It was like 430. I don't think these would have hit. I guess $80 you would have made 100% because they were expensive. But then you would have lost on the, what's it called? What would have been, was it like 470s? Or 475s? I think you still would have got clapped. No, even 490? It was 430? 430, yeah, you would have made maybe 100%. I thought it was the 437s. But no, those were $1.50. 435s. 130, maybe it was the 430s. So yeah, I don't think that LMT would have cucked you. You would have paid for the play, maybe, but I don't think it would have been the best one. 3M earnings bad. It's just kind of getting back to their underperformance from earlier. I mean, if 3M is still down by the time I get my next deposit, which unfortunately will be at the beginning of March, since I already used my preload on Pfizer, I'd be down to buy it. So I'm just going to let it dance around there a little bit, but I'm not too against it. Really, your question is, do you want Pfizer or do you want 3M? Because now they're both yielding around the same amount. But yeah, I do like it in the long term still. I'm not really opposed to it. Clifford, again, bonds came back down. I don't know if the dollar did, but bonds, yeah, dollar just starting to tick back up. You need to sell your house? Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Am I against penny stocks in the long term? I think you know the answer, but it depends. I won't be too close-minded because I do have a couple of small caps, but like when I bought Redfin, that was a small one. So we'll see. You did email? I didn't get one. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. What's your name or your email? Because all I see is me. But email me right now. I could take a look. But otherwise, I don't recall an email from you or anybody with the name me. Ain't got a trip. Ain't got it. But yeah, I mean, when we bought, what's it called? It was Redfin was a small cap, but that was like the only one, and that worked out. I hold some psilocybin penny stocks. Ain't nothing wrong with some penny action. Like I'm saying, I'll keep an open mind towards it, but it's not gonna be the success of your account usually. But the way I look at it, once you have balanced out your portfolio, like once you get growth and dividends and you've built out some solid names and you have a good anchor, if you want to speculate with a very small amount in other names, if they're cheap enough, it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's exactly what we did with Redfin. And one deposit, half a deposit on Redfin turned into like 3 or 4. So, I'm not against it, but at the same time, I wouldn't rely on it. Or if you're shooting for penny stocks and lower quality growth names ahead of time before getting what you need, if you're trying to find, if you're trying to build out your gaming room before you build out your foundation, that's not really a good strategy. Is Rumble gonna beat YouTube? Well, that's been the talk for a couple of years now. I mean, they've definitely been holding down the freedom of speech demographic. Disney, I don't know, man. I think even Disney can move with Netflix, but I also think Disney moved a lot. I got your email now. That's the first email I've gotten from you. So I don't know. Were you putting the or something? But I have it. Let me see. I'll forward this to Colt Real Estate. I think. Oh wait. I think you DM me on Instagram. What are you looking to do with it? You need to sell it as soon as possible. If you could wait, you'll get more money than what I would offer you on cash for sure. And then it depends on the condition too. I'll get you an email back though. I could comp it out real quick. And then if anything, worst case, we'll have a Colt agent sell it for you. Sell it ASAP. Is there email? I'll email you back if you don't want to talk about it on stream. ASML, we're going to go over the earnings a little bit later. Got diagnosed with autoimmune and can't work. Well, I'm sorry to hear. I mean, are you maybe, I don't know, but maybe keeping it, maybe you could pull money out of it. You don't have to sell, but like if you want to, don't sell it too fast then. Honestly, like if you could, can you wait a month or two? Because you'll get way more than just selling it ASAP to like a cash buyer like me. Like my offer would be a lot lower, but if you could, like, I have a comp already, but I'll type it out to the email. I'll get back to you though. But now I got you in the email finally. RTX puts are saving you. That'd be cool if those came back down. RDX chilled out, though. We had a little bit of extra juice to squeeze. 3M, though. That one you held to the... Oh, my gosh, dude. 3M still dying? You held that one to the end. You would have been great. And then Procter & Gamble came down a little bit, but still up. Could have got the Tesla call cheaper. Dude, that one's crazy. It was up again 50% in the morning. It is crazy. Yeah, IWM swung 1.5% today. Down by 0.4, is up by 1%, 0.9 in the morning. MMM trending down on stock twits. Yeah, they're getting murked there. That's it. That play is well above 1,000% now. Has to be. Got a chip, ain't got it. Why we swinging? Why did you have to say country grammar today, bro? Yeah, those are at $4.15 to $4.30. We bought those at $35. I sold out at $2.22. That play hit though well over 1,000. So even though I didn't realize it there, I'm adding that to the 5 or 6 weeks in a row now. Shout out to your boy. Shout out your boy Standard Deviations, baby. My goodness. I mean, you're getting greedy. You could ghetto spread it for a decent amount. But then, I mean, you could ghetto spread it for the 90. You'll get like $100 back. It's your boy. You sold that 3. You took the nice 1,000%. That's a good sell. That's a good sell. I keep going, though, man. Again, they're murdering it. Where's your boy, Baba? 73.15. Why not buy MMM for the long term? So the reason I can't buy it for the long term is that my long term has a budget. And unfortunately, I've used all my budget. So sometimes it's bad, but sometimes it's really good. Because that's why I like spacing it out. And, you know, I only operate within the budget. You know, keep the discipline of the long term. We can only use what we have. We're not selling stuff up. I would if I had funds, but I would still, I don't know, I might even grab Pfizer, those still too. They're yielding around the same amount of money. And then I'm getting the dividend as well, but it would be on my list. It would either be them or Pfizer. Because it was right before, it was them or MO, right? And then Baba maybe, but I wasn't really too tempted to grab Baba since we just got it. But I would say either Pfizer or 3M, but I don't know, I might have still gone with Pfizer. 3M has more growth? Not really. I think they're both kind of the same. Logitech ripping now. Look at Logitech. I mean, you bring it out here. I guess 3M could go up to like 130, 30%, maybe 40%. It gets back to some of those other levels, but don't forget, I mean, same thing with Pfizer. Pfizer gets back up here. It's almost up 100%. That's the crazy part. You know, we get to 60, our average is around 30. We'll be just under 100%, but they both have that, and they both pay the yield. But I think Pfizer is more stable than 3M right now. But again, I like both of them. But like I said, I'd rather, I want to build out, but both of them I already have positions in, but I do think I would have gone with Pfizer. Do we know why the sellout? I think earnings just weren't a hot ticket today. Right, you didn't really have, again, dollar up, bonds up, and, you know, how everything's playing out. You were getting ready for earnings, but it's not like you had anything, you know, to the level of chip earnings hyping you up and then rate cut odds going down. Other than that, there's not anything crazy. Still in those humanity shares. Yeah, those are getting murdered. But yeah. Humana, bro. That thing dropped $100. That's crazy. 3M, just bad earnings. December 1st, 1997, Pfizer was at this price. I think in 2022, so like 2020, 2015, 2014, and then this was their high of like 05 and 06. But same thing, 3M, I mean, they've been guttered as well. It's not like, again, when we bought 3M, this was like one of the only value. Pfizer was still up when we bought 3M. That's the crazy part. Pfizer was up at what? So when we bought 3M for the first time, Pfizer was at $44. That's crazy to think about. So that Pfizer was up 50% from where we bought it the first time we bought 3M. So in a weird way, 3M's kind of been more stable, but now Pfizer I think has more of a deeper discount. So if they do come down, I mean, we could do our thing with it, but this is also, I think last time 3M was at this price, it was 2013, so kind of like Pfizer. Do you trim gains of your long term when it goes up? No. I'll sell covered calls if I have the ability. Otherwise, I'm not ready to harvest until at least minimum 10 years. So the idea is give it time to grow, because that way, I have a lot of big winners. We have stuff we didn't do good on, stuff that stayed the same kind of, and we're getting our dividends all the while. But, I'm glad I never trimmed the gains, because some stuff went crazy and it built out our portfolio quite nice. But the long term, if it is a long-term play, I don't plan on selling for a minimum 10 years. So around 2030, we could talk about selling stuff. And even then, I don't even think I will. God willing, I hope that we could build some things out, let it do what it needs to do, and then, keep stacking up, because once you get 10 years in the books, it's able to do crazy. I don't really do dividend covered calls on the dividend stocks, because usually they don't pay out good enough, but if there's a good enough yield, like I could do it on AbiVi. I don't know. I've never sold covered call. I've sold covered calls on AbiVi once before. There's no stop losses. Why would I set a stop loss? If I just don't buy it if it starts failing, and then we buy other stuff. But again, the whole don't sell, it means it on both ways, up and down. That's a long term. I mean, that's the idea. It's like I pretty much, in my opinion, and a lot of people in Wall Street might agree, or at least maybe Warren Buffett, you can't determine the efficacy of an investment until it has 10 years. You do not determine an investment success by going up or down. You determine it by longevity. So I can't say something worked or failed until 10 years. Some people, that sounds wild to you, but I think it's a fair way to look at investments, because money moves, a lot of things happen. There's massive growth, there's declines, there's good and bad, but it's hard to say something worked out for 10 years. How many times have you seen stocks in the gutter, and then they go up, and then stocks rip up 100, 500% and then come down? But I do think 10 years is the minimum for you to look at your investments and say, okay, I've given it enough time. This is a good investment. This is a bad investment. My 10-year mark would be 2030. Where did AbiVi go that one time? Went up $40. That would be $200. I'm kind of down to sell AbiVi covered calls. Those 200s are tempting. Why don't you sell weeklies? We went over this one yesterday because somebody sold shorter-term calls, and then they got in some trouble with it. But the general idea is you don't get enough guarantee. I only sell covered calls if there's like a super solid return on it. So I like to guarantee me a shit ton of money. So like even then, if I wanted to sell a covered call on AbiVi right now, like the stock's at 166, I would do either the 200 or this 220 doesn't look that bad. Because then that means I'd be getting what? Let's see. What is it? 220 minus 166. $54 divided by 166. I'd be getting 32% gain on the stock this year. And then with my average, that's like, again, I think we're at $90 or something. That would guarantee us a lot more. The save covered calls, I think they went down, or I think they're back to break even. It says I'm up 8%, but it depends on where I get filled at. I could, if I filled on the ask, I'd lose. But if I got filled in between, I could win. When you current is lower, yeah. The idea is I only sell covered calls higher than the average of what I paid for it. The strategy of not getting assigned is selling them far out of the money. And then once they go in the money, usually if they have enough time, you won't get assigned, and then I roll them over. So I did it. I sold covered calls on Uber. I sold covered calls all the way up, and I'm still getting more premium. So I sold calls at like 55 or something, and then they got, or 45, and then I had to roll over, and I rolled over to 60s. Then the stock went over to 60, and I just rolled over to the 70s. And all the while, I'm getting more premium than I close out for. So if it ever comes down, it's there. But then even as the stock rips up, I'm still locking in more and more money to the upside. So regardless, even if it goes in the money, if you could roll over, get a little bit more, it's good. I'm up 100% on Uber stock, and then my covered call is $7 out of the money. And then I rolled over from being in the money. But then I got more money for the out of the money when I rolled over, and then now I unlocked, instead of giving up my shares at 60, I get more money on there, and then that's it. I know 3M, I wish I held it, but not so bad. I didn't hold it. No, I sold out for 222. Well, that one's up. Probably going to be a 2,000%er if you go down another dollar. Yeah, it's 1,400% right now. GG, baby. GG. I held the Procter Gamble. That one went 30 cents to $1 now. It was up at 200. Well, that's the one I wanted to gamble on. Positives in PayPal. I think it's a good growth name. I think it's at a multi-year low. It's probably going to be around forever. And it's at the time, I think the PE ratio is pretty low compared to other things. I know people are worried on some other factors, but yeah, I'm a big fan of PayPal. But I only have one deposit in it. Yeah, I really want to sell a Abivai covered call. I'm very tempted to, but then do I want to deal with it, or we just keep it naked and let it do its thing? I do like 3M for the ad. I think it's a good yield now. A little lower would be even better. Like, I like the 80s on 3M. RTX is your hodl. Yeah. That one did good too. RTX was a great play. So, that's it. But 3M, that would have blew everything out the water. My goodness. If you got to deal with rolling later, it's going to suck. It will. I mean, even though it'll guarantee me profit, just like the Uber, it's like you still got to deal with it. I don't think it'll prevent anything, but at the end of the day, I'd rather wait till it goes up near 200 and then sell the covered calls. Then I'll sell the 300 covered calls for like $1,000. How do you roll over the call if you become in the money? You go to a longer time frame. So, like, that's what I did on the Uber. So, I think it even went down a little bit more, but where is the Uber? What did I get for it? 1088. So, at the time, I think I closed out my covered call for $900 on the January 60 for Uber. And then I rolled over to a January 26 70 for $100 more than what the other covered call was for. So as long as if the stock is running up and there's momentum and premium, you should be able to. Eventually, you'll run out of room. You won't be able to keep refinancing it. That's all it is. When you roll over a play, you're just refinancing it. So assuming the environment will allow you to refinance, the stock is ripping, the premiums there. But in my case, the way I looked at it was even if I only got like an extra $100, I wanted to guarantee that I didn't commit my shares at a lower price. So then that way I'm unlocking more of the intrinsic value. Yeah, I closed out the 3M early, but if you're still holding that, you should have 1,500% now. The dollar got a bid all day. Is that another way of double dipping? No, just rolling over the contract. It's getting yield from something you own, and then if it runs up and goes past it, you don't want to sell your shares for less than what you bought. You know what I'm saying? So you're able to do your thing. You just woke up. Oh man, bro! Anybody who bought 3M and slept in, that was the best decision you could have made. And then if you have any of the other plays, they're all up too. Good work, baby. GG. What do you trade? You work in McDonald's, so what's the truth? Take 10% of your income and apply it towards long-term stocks, and over the next couple of years, you'll have enough money to put towards a down payment on a house, and maybe you'll find something else to do, but it'll make sure that all money, whatever money you make, you have something in the background, and before you know it, it'll be more than what you make in a year just sitting there, and it has the ability to work while you work or while you sleep. What level are we at? We're still at 48, 46. My goodness. Why is it impossible to sell off with yields and dollar where they're at? Because there's a lot of things people are anticipating, whether it's rates and policy and data all the way down to earnings. So, again, I think today just a lack of earnings keeping us hyped, but we are still pretty high. I think Rumble's up on the Barstool Sports stuff and all the Trump stuff as well. Legend on the high. Yeah, dollar's up almost 0.5%. Do you lose money when rolling over? It depends. It depends what the stock is, where you roll over to. It's possible you can, but at that point I wouldn't. But so far, we were down on some of these, and then I was able to roll over to with a profit. Oh, we need to do push-ups. 15 minutes late again today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, oh, I hope you're feeling good. I hope 3M and the other options hooked you up, man. It was a great lesson. Good to see it come to life. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist's recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Get some good posture, baby. Get some good posture. Sit in your chair. Don't mangle your spine. Legs in front, baby. Come on. And relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Feeling good, man? Feeling good? I hope you're feeling good. Mandalese on the high. Mandalese. Oh, wow. That was good. Oh, did I tell you guys I got a workout in yesterday? That's it. I got my first workout in of the year. I don't know if I should brag about that. That sounds awful when I say it out loud. So I'm a little sore already, too. So it's good, man. But we out here. We out here. So hopefully you guys are ready to move around. Yeah, bro. I took my vacation. I would get sick. That was the beginning. And I didn't want to go to the gym. I was getting nervous. I am going to go again today, man. I worked out at my house. I didn't even go to the gym. That's why I was like, fuck this, man. I ain't trying to get sick. I can't deal with this. I don't think I could bench 225. Not anymore. I mean, I've been out. I took like a month off, bro. And then I was getting hurt. I wasn't rock climbing. My back is great though, honestly. I was doing some dumbbell flies and I was doing some rows, bro. I was pretty impressed, honestly. And then my biceps still good, so it felt easier. I don't know. I think I needed a little bit of a break because that's it. I wasn't getting like what's it called? I wasn't getting the same like shoulder and bicep pain. So I was like, all right, man, I'm down. All right, man, but get the workouts in, bro, and then we're gonna do some foot balances. I think that stabilization, dude, it has helped, honestly. Oh, man. Oh, man, it's good. Hey, Conrad, man, I know you said you work at McDonald's and want to learn about the long term. But if you ain't doing push-ups, man, and you getting weird in the chat already, we going to have to ban you. What are you saying? Get the long term, buddy. Get the long term. That's a Twitch chat. It's a Twitch comment. Trying to help him out. Conrad. Comrade. Oh, there it is. All right, let's get a foot balance in here. I'm telling you, that foot balance has been getting me hyped, man. They've been getting me hyped. All right. Let's go. We out here. Coin on the high. MSTR, they're all moving. Not bad. I was doing like dumbbell or what are they called? RDLs? That's what I was doing yesterday. So I kind of did some of those. I already banned Conrad. Yeah, he couldn't hang. It already got weird. He asked me if I swing trade because I'm a swinger or something like that. I said, all right, man. We're going to just... Good luck with your long term. I hope you have a wonderful day, man. I'll be praying for you. You can still come back and listen in. It's okay. We'll do earnings plays a little later, but get the long term, man. It's up to you. Toning. I'm getting my feet, bro. It's good, though. Look, I'm doing over a minute right now. I've been on this one on my bad foot for more than a minute now, and it's actually kind of easy. I see how some of y'all do it, man. I see how some of y'all could balance like that. It's kind of crazy. I'm going to see if I could do a minute and a half. Maybe I'll go 2 minutes. It's good, though. I'm telling you, I needed this. I needed the foot balancing. I don't think I'm going to play Netflix, not even shares. Honestly, if I was going to do anything, I would go with sell premium. I would just take advantage of the premium being high and sell plays. Sell the premium rather than going for it. All right, there you go. Did a minute and a half, man. Did a minute and a half, or 2 minutes, right? No, I think it was 2 minutes. Okay, we'll switch legs now. We'll switch legs. Am I balancing on something? No. I'm just putting one foot up and then stand on the other foot for a minute. In this case, I think I'm getting a 2. You don't go jogging anymore. Man, when did I ever fucking jog? Like, I go on the treadmill, but like, even then, I never fucking jog. I ain't never run, bro. I just I'll walk on incline, heavy incline. I'll go on a walk. You know, even then, I'll go on a walk with my mom. But like, I ain't never like went on a jog. That's crazy. Yeah, I had an old walking video. That's about it. Oh yeah, I did in 2020. I went on that morning jog when there was, and then I got the piss mask. That was awful. That was awful. I haven't had a Netflix subscription 6 months. Shows to catch up on. There's a lot. I can't even remember. There's too many. Young Sheldon, though. That's one I've been liking recently. It's been a good Netflix hit. And he said, never again. I didn't do anything to my foot. Just like, I got bad hips and everything else, you know. I don't my legs are a lot weaker than my upper body. And then bad posture over the years. So, like, one thing somebody told me, remember this was Rolo. He hooked me up with it. He told me like 2 years ago to do the foot balancing and the stretches. So I started I just recently, the beginning of this year, I've been doing with the push-ups, bro. I've been doing the 1 foot balance, bro, and it's good, man. It's good. Oh, I need to do one more stretch. One more stretch, wall stretch. That's it. I already did the balancing though, bro. That's it. Oh. Echo. Can you hear me still? I love you, Chad. Get the long term. Long term. There it is. I need one more stretch with the resistance. You know, I got to move the body around a little bit. Oh, there it is. All right, we good. We good, bro. We good. We really out here. MMM thoughts? Potential long-term play now to add there. But if I already got Pfizer, it's pretty much what we've been talking about all day. And then everyone like, did we sell out? It already sold. Oh my God, I sold out early. That's kind of where we're at with the 3M. 30M. Oh. Playing IBM, calls, puts look decently priced. I haven't looked yet, so I'm going to go over them a little later. That's kind of the beauty. Yesterday, the RTXs, we overpaid, but they ended up still working out. But I kind of like the time when we do them, like around either like 10 to 11 o'clock, maybe sometimes a little later. I like looking before, but I'm not looking at any of them. I'm going to look at all of them fresh. I have an idea of the names that I like, but at the end of the day, I haven't looked yet. So you guys are free to go before, after. It's up to you. I hope I've taught you enough to where you could see it. But today we will be going over Netflix, ISRG, Texas Instruments, STLD, Baker Hughes, Stride. I don't know. Should we do C? I don't think we'll do any of the banks. And then AT&T, ASML, Abbott, Progressive, the ones in the morning. So we've got a couple to go over today, but we're going to do them a little later. I haven't done any yet. Soxcell. And then Intel's on Thursday. ASML should be decent, but that one's going to be expensive, I assume. Yeah, $700 stock. You won't play this one for cheap, habibi. Nothing big. Netflix is going to be the big one, and then tomorrow morning, is Intel finally running up? Assholes. And Pfizer down. Where's Baba? The Suez Canal carries 12 to 15 of goods and 25 to 30 of shipping containers. For the EU, 23 of all imports come by ship from Asia. The vast majority is traveling through canals. Wife started watching This Is Us on Netflix. 6 seasons, 18 shows a season. I just go to sleep when she clicks play. What's This Is Us? That sounds familiar. That's it, man. Just be happy she doesn't watch Grey's Anatomy. That's it. That's the shit my girlfriend watches. I'm like, you are weird. I'm like, are you like a 70-year-old woman? What's wrong with you? This Is Us. Some sad family shit. What? It's a drama? No, I don't think I've seen this. Max drama. Here's watches Grey's Anatomy too. Grey's is very depressing. But then it's like even worse. My girlfriend thinks she's a doctor now. She's like, well, what are your symptoms? Let me see. You might have a clogged artery. I'm like, what? That doesn't make, all I have is a cough. This makes no sense. She's like, no, you got to really look into it. Hold on. I'm like, this is awful. The girl watches Criminal Minds. I think a lot of girls like murder shows for some reason. My girlfriend likes that too. She'd be watching weird murder dramas. Her girlfriend won't watch it, and she's a doctor. I mean, amen. That's good. At least she's doing the real thing there. This Is Us is a show about sad stuff. So instead of watching TV to escape reality, you watch more sad stuff on TV. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't. I don't know, man. This show sounds very depressing. So far, everyone's like, yeah, it's a very sad show. Your old lady likes 90 Day Fiancé. You hate it. I know. I had a phase. I used to love 90 Day Fiancé. Like in 2018, 2019, I loved 90 Day Fiancé. That was the most toxic, funniest show when it first came out. That got me back into reality TV, bro. I'm telling you, that show is hilarious. And then sure enough, now I'm dating a foreign girl. I mean, I was going to apply for the show, but anyways. Nah, but it's like that show is hilarious. That show is so bad. I'm like, who does this? And then it's such like Americans are hella weird too, bro. Like that, dude, there's nothing worse than a relationship on TV. And then anytime something bad happens, they're like, I'm going to deport you. You're like, whoa. And they go crazy. And then they're just like, no, I really love him. Give me your money. They're like, what the fuck? It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It was. I loved it. I loved it, man. I couldn't stop watching. I watched a couple of seasons of it. How did me and my lady meet? So it's called a K1 visa. Never mind. It's hard to explain. Positive 1-2 trial for investigational gene therapy for hearing loss to be presented at Eli Lilly. That's the one with Big Ed, yeah. Did I tell you I've seen him in San Diego? It's so funny seeing him in real life. It was a trip. And he acts like a celebrity. Like people hella be coming up to him. They take pictures with him, and he just like, he mean mugs everybody. And then he just goes up and talks to girls. I'm like, man, I'm like, this is real. I'm like, it's real. I was like, wow, good for him, man. I was proud of him. How tall? I was taller than him. It was crazy. I was the first dude I was taller than in a long time. RVSN. That was the one from earlier, Rail Vision. On the trading fraternity, we drop on like 4 p.m., 4 to 5. Depends how long I make the video. So those tutorials take me a little longer. But other than that, around 4 p.m., good time to shoot for. Yeah, it's no facade. It's real. It's really reality, bro. It's really reality TV. It blew my mind. I love you so personable because I'm talking about 90 Day Fiance. Is that what got you to? He's like, I'm going to watch the watch list now, Josh. You watch 90 Day Fiance, you got my vote. I will subscribe. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Amen. A guild on the high. I don't know if Eli Lilly moved off of that. 30M, oh, making its move downtown, walking fast. What are your plays tomorrow for earnings? I don't know yet. And I'm not saying that to like build suspense, but like I legitimately have no idea which ones I'm going to play yet. I haven't gone through the option chains. We're going to let today play out. I mean, it's still kind of early. We just had Euro close, 30 minutes ago? So we're going to go through the options a little later, or all the earnings list, just like we did, just like I showed on the video. I go down the list. I'm going to go for the ones tonight. And then for tomorrow morning, we'll run the option chains, and then we'll be good to go. So maybe try to come here around 11. It may happen earlier or later. I don't know. Or again, if you got the stream alerts, you won't miss any of it. But besides that, try to shoot. I'm shooting for like after PHILO. And I think we'll have a shorter PHILO if not. But yeah, so try to give it some time there, and then we'll go. We'll do what we got to do. But we're going to do it every day. Here's the best part. In a weird way, if we already hit big off of 3M in any of the other plays, we don't even have to do anything too crazy because, like I said, this week has a couple of big earnings, but next week has even more. So we will be doing this every single day until the earnings run out. So pretty much for like another 3 weeks. After the next 3 weeks, everything dies down in terms of like the big companies. So, I mean, you have a lot of time. I hope you don't rush it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you don't rush it. And, just because if you're like, oh, we hit the 3M, like, dude, we've hit 6 in a row now. In the last 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there's been a 1,000% play every week. So we're getting our own little streak started up here. You're going to have opportunity, but like, just don't force it. Don't rush it. Watch the tutorials. You could do it yourself as well. And yalla. So let's get it. Let's get it. Yeah, Netflix. Netflix is the devil. Some of you are like very conservative. You're like, amen, Josh, amen. But I mean the option chain. I'm still kind of, I don't know, because like it's tempting me. I don't want to play it, but I want to sell the premium. In this case, by noticing how high the premium is, I really just want to sell it. I want to just short a contract and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? We could just sell some of these. Like, what would it be? You can sell both ways, 485, get back $4,000 as long as it does $40 both ways. But then I'm like, I don't know. I feel like it's going to cause a nightmare. The 3M play went from 30 cents to 480. Now it's at 405, and I sold out at 222 bright and early because I wanted to keep the PG. And then the RTX went from 30 cents to $1.80. I sold out at 85. And then Verizon went up from like 10 cents to 30 cents or maybe 40. Don't do it. But I know, but even if I sell the premium, I think it's going to be risky. That's the only issue. I don't even want to do it, man. But I want to do it because I'm like, that premium is juicy. Just it. But I don't want to do it because I'm like, I just would hate to know that it's all messed up. And then I show up tomorrow and then I have to deal with the loss if it hurts and if I sell it naked. And I'm more likely to sell it naked. Some of you are like, okay, Josh, you're weird, but that's a type of option play. So I don't know. We hit 4 out of 6 of the plays yesterday. GE and what was the other one? GE and Logi didn't hit. Logi hit 100% in the morning, but it only lasted for 5 minutes. So you could have gotten out if you were quick. And then GE was the only. I'm shocked. I was just telling you yesterday. I said it on the video. I'm like, none of these plays are a lock. There is no guarantee. And like we literally hit more plays than lost. That doesn't happen all the time. So I think that's why maybe you guys are getting hyped up. You're like, when's the next? Hey guys, you got any more of the? Hey guys, how many DVA you got? Any of the earnings? What time do you want? Do you have to earn? So it's because that wasn't supposed to happen, but I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? But usually, I was expecting to hit one of them. I thought we were gonna go 1 for 6, make our money back. Again, even if you just hit the 3M, you would have doubled up. You know what I'm saying? But to hit 4 out of 6, that's insane. So that's a W there, finger to the sky, baby. But no, that's other than that, we'll see what we get into. The 3M strike price was 99. Hit one to at least pay the rest. Yeah, but 4 out of 6, man. Finger to the sky. Lunchtime likable for you. I appreciate it. Y'all hit the 1,000 likes today. Y'all got almost 1,100. Y'all ready to go. Maybe sell premium both ways. That's what I wanted to do. I low-key wanted to sell a strangle. Just at the money, get $4,000. If it moves $40 either way, you make money. So then if it moves one standard deviation, which is 10%, you'll bank. But then if you're wrong, you're fucked. If it moves 20%, you're going to have to pay $4,000. I really want to do it, but I really don't want to do it. Because I do like the premium, and I don't think, again, even if you sell like a far out the money strangle, my goodness, you could still get like $1,000 selling like 512s all the way down to like 465. So you can knock off extra 20. Get you like right in the middle of 2 standard deviations, but it's still if it moves out, it's going to be painful if it does make a big move. So I am kind of feeling like Netflix may disappoint, but even then, I don't, like, again, it's still pricing in so much. It's not like it's a cheap play. What if we flip the gold coin? No. That was a good one. That was a good one. Don't do it. Not worth it. Well, it kind of is worth it. That's the irony. You see what I'm saying? How do you determine if it's worth it? How much money are they paying? So, like I'm saying, if you think it'll move within $40, if you think it'll stay within this range, or even to the upside, what would that be? $5.20. So if you think it'll fill this gap or stay right at the in between these little boxes, you'll make $4,000, which is kind of worth it, because I feel like that may happen. But then again, if they, like, dude, the last couple of Netflix earnings, these guys have been, they're like, we're only going to sign up 1 million. We signed up 20. 25 million ad members. So it's kind of crazy. So I don't know. I just think it's either going to come in very underwhelming or at the margin, or they're just going to blow it out the water again. So I don't know. That's why. But I do think the premium is enticing, but that's why I'm saying it's the devil, because, like, you should just walk away, because like, that's it. There's no other personality traits. She's just pretty. You should walk away, especially if she's gonna ruin your life. That's what I feel with Netflix right now. But it's very attractive. It's hard, man. It's hard. Sandbag, but guide up and crush and guide down. Yeah, maybe they'll kill it, then guide down. But who knows? But that's what I'm saying. The range, and then it'll move around a lot, and then it'll stay. That's why. But I do think 2 standard deviations. That's 20%. It's giving me Logi vibes. I think Logi's done. That's the crazy. Again, Logi moved 10, 12%, and you didn't even get a gain on it. Because that's just like Netflix. That was pricing in 10% at the money. So you doubled it up. I mean, it would take a lot to surprise the option chain. That's what I'm trying to say with Netflix. It would take a pretty decently big move to surprise what the market makers have priced in. Cutting my loss. That's not a recommendation, sir. I thought we were having a conversation. You're like, Josh, do you think it's gonna rain tomorrow? I don't think so. Okay, I'm selling my umbrellas. What? I didn't. You should have told me what was gonna happen next, sir. I didn't think that was gonna happen. So not a recommendation. Do you think of Rumble? Does it have more room? I don't really think about it too much. I don't know. Barstool Ports. I mean, I don't know. What's his name? Dave Portnoy? I think he's an industry plant. I don't know any other way to put it, man, but, like, I don't know. He kind of freaks me out. Like, I don't know how I feel if that's going to, like, draw it up again. I've always said Rumble, whenever they are able to stop funding the growth off of shareholders, then I think it'll do its thing. It'll be able to do it. He's industry-ish. No, I don't know. He gives me industry plant vibes for some reason. Like, I don't, again, especially, like, the deal. He pulls off big deals, too, with these guys. They're all friends. That's why I'm like, I don't know. And then, again, but I do think Rumble, excluding the Dan Portnoy stuff, or Dave Portnoy, it has, like, they need to stop funding the growth off of shareholders, but other than that, I mean, I'm keeping an eye on it for the future, but I'm not really ready to invest in it. Yeah, the $1 deal for Barstool. Yeah, Intel, they killed the contracts, though. At least the puts were dead. I don't know if the calls came back. Yeah, calls are coming back up. I think you got 50% on that. I hear that getting employed in tech is hard right now. I think a lot of places it's tightening up, but it just all depends on your level of category. I do think like if you do high level software shit, you get a job easy right now. It just depends on what it is. Sales jobs are getting a little more difficult. Sales for some of the tech companies. Starbucks options. When do they have earnings? Again, we've talked about Starbucks for the long term. I did get my workout in yesterday. It was nice. I'm doing the pec flex right now, even though I didn't work out chest. I could still do that, so that's good. I work for AXP. The most difficult to get into coveted job is machine learning. Go figure. Rumble. Abby Vibe, 52-week high. And then another high on Rumble, up 30. That's it, man. Abby Vi, let's get the breakout. We need like one more dollar, but this is already a good sign. Oh, the 3 unit? I need to take a look at that. Wait, where'd it go? You sent it from a different email? I saw it yesterday. Yeah. Are these in LA? Oh, and then wait, are these new builds? I see one says 200 units, but only 5% complete. What does that mean? Are they not? Are these not built out? Not fully. I'd only be in. I'll look at these. I'm only interested in the ones that are built, though. But 220 units, bro. Very nice. No, you did not miss PHILO yet. Still got some time. I'll have to go through because unless you can send me some links to these, like where I can look it up, because one of them's loading up, the other two. But send me more infos on the ones that are 100% completed. Unless, are they trying to sell this whole entire portfolio? Very interesting. Because one of them, I don't know, one of them just showed up as a pre-foreclosure. NASDAQ, look, NASDAQ finally went red. And then again, Russell got clapped. We did not go over Netflix yet. We've talked about it a little bit, but I don't think I'm gonna play Netflix. I think we got to walk away from it. iRobot's still going up. You're buying 2 standard deviation upside. Well, yeah. Even we talked about Netflix though. I think Netflix is expensive for 2 standard deviations. Again, isn't it like $400 to play it both ways, or $200? Thessalonian selling. Again, that play was up 50% 2 days in a row and then came back down. All right, Tintin. I'm going over your chat facts, and this shit makes no sense. We're going to have to clean you out, bro. I'm sorry. I love you, though, but I just don't understand any of it for the last, like, month. I've been saying that for months. I know. I would usually time him out, but, like, I finally pulled up the chat facts, and, like, that shit made no sense. Like, none of it. You're going into chat closure. What if bro is kidnapped and he's using code? What kidnapper is letting him use a computer and letting him type all of that? You know, you could just 4 letters, help. He ain't even say help once. I don't know. Like, you could have said a lot of things, man. He's using the wrong code then. He's like, I kidnapped you. You're only allowed to watch Josh's stream. No funny business. Okay. I don't know, man. The world's a weird place. I feel like kidnappers are weird nowadays. I feel like they've always been weird, but I don't know, man. People just get, like, eviler and stupider by the day. So I feel like a kidnapper might be down. I don't know. We were doing the voice all week. Surprisingly, I didn't. Even though I was going off with the, oh, yeah, wait, the dollar. Oh, can I come? I don't know. I'm not doing it as good. Maybe I need the caffeine. Okay, bye. Yeah, I don't know. It comes and goes. It comes and goes. Can you make volatility great again? I think it kind of is. It's a weird volatility. We only go up, but, you know, like we said on the video yesterday, and, you know, a lot of these plays, it's just, you know, when things move 20, 30%, there is some volatility available. I think T-Mobile could be really good. My only problem with T-Mobile, it's at all-time highs. I think T-Mobile is the only good telecom company right now. I don't think there's any other telecom doing this good. Is any other telecom near a damn all-time high? Like Verizon, no. AT&T, Charter Communications, like Cricket. I don't know, man. RVSN, that was like the rail play. Dude, damn, that just shot up there again. I have no idea. I looked at liquid as shit, and I'm not. Someone said it's like a Israeli AI train part. I'm like, I don't know if I could play that one. That's too political. And then there's like, I've never been on a train, and let alone like an AI train in Israel, and like, I don't know. It's a micro cap. There's a lot going on, though. There's a lot going on. How much would Tesla drop if Elon announced he's leaving? I think 30%. And it would only drop because he was just talking about taking AI stuff elsewhere. But it would probably drop and then bounce back up. Because then, do you know how many people would buy into Tesla, though, if he left? Just because they would be like, yes, we love this company now. I think it would drop and then it would pop eventually. And then a lot of Wall Street, then the Wall Street Journal would start investing in them again. And they'd be like, yeah. Expedia on the high. Morgan Stanley. Lots of travel names start coming up. Bullish or bearish for Netflix? I don't know. Y'all need to start giving me $1. You got to give me $1 to answer Netflix because I feel like that would highlight my point. Netflix has so many eyes on it. The premium's out of control. Everybody paying to like get in on it. And that's why I'm like, just let me get $1 for every time we go over it. And then that would be the way you make money. It's too expensive. I think it's just too expensive, man. Oh, there you go. I got my $1. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, man. It's just it's just a lot. But hopefully that makes sense because I'm like, dude, you could make more money talking about Netflix now because everybody wants it. So, and I don't say that as something negative. I hope you know my joke that I'm saying is that like it's so popular right now and there's so many eyes and then the expectations are so wide. I really do think that it's like, yeah, it's charging a premium, bro. Like, so I'm going to charge a premium. I might as well. Everybody wants in on it. So I don't know. I'm not playing Netflix though. We'll go over the earnings in a few hours. Actually, how much? We have 30 minutes till we get into some PHILO. My goodness. My goodness. Wouldn't the wealth gap get wider if interest rates go down? Well, it depends on why the interest rates go down, but then again, it's not like, I mean, did the wealth gap tighten when interest rates went up? You know, that's kind of the issue there. So right now, I think there's other things that affect the wealth gap way more than the interest rates. I think continuation for Netflix. I feel you on that, 100%. You made $6 talking about Netflix. Well, yeah, bro. Which probably should have made more. I'm sure if I really like stuck to charging for the question, it would definitely. Because again, there's premium all around there. So I'm not a fan of Netflix for today. I love the company. We have it in our long term. Where's it at in the long term, bro? You got a nice 104%, bro. Shout out to long term, but like we're just gonna ride it out. We don't need to. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. I'm gonna not trade Netflix tonight. But wouldn't homes get more expensive for those who want to get in and waiting on interest rates? Well, again, did interest rates going up make homes go down? Kind of, but like I'm saying, there's other factors. I think there's way more important factors to the wealth gap than interest rates. It plays a role, but it's not the set-all, be-all. Why is Warner Bros. HBO 1/8 the market cap of Netflix? Oh, you gave me some yen? Hell yeah. Because it's not as good. That's it. I mean, those like HBO Max, Disney Plus, like these companies don't sign up people like Netflix when it's all said and done. Netflix is making good money now. They always have been, but like when you see all of the war over streaming and everybody else getting involved in it, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody has really done what Netflix has, and Netflix has emerged as the king. I don't know. Is it fair to say Netflix is the king of streaming? They were the first one, and even after the rush of everybody doing it, they still walked away on top. Oh, Brian, here's 20 to not trade Netflix. Wow. He said to not trade it. Oh, no. Damn, son. But on that note, we'll start off the bidding. $20 to not trade Netflix. Do I have 25 to trade Netflix? Looking for 25 to not to trade Netflix. 25 to trade Netflix. Okay, we're gonna start off the bidding right there. We'll see what we get into. Oh, what? No, is that what we were supposed to do? No? Oh, okay, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. Some of y'all were actually. I'm not gonna trade or not trade it based on your donation. So fuck off, okay? I mean that respectfully, but no, because you're like, yeah, Josh, gamble, go against what you decided. Brian at least supported me. He's like, yeah, you know, he's sticking with me on not trade it. I'ma be alright tonight. Tesla should trade near Ford's valuation, says analyst Barron's. That's insanity. I mean, Ford does sell a lot of cars, but like Tesla really is like number one automaker in the United States. It's crazy. You agree that they should be? No, that's crazy. You either really like Ford or you really hate Tesla. It's not. There's no in between on that one. Because then it's either you think Ford is really good or not. I don't like Tesla. Yeah, I don't. But I'm not going to deny they're one of the best. They are probably the best automaker. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to buy their stock, but I can't deny that, like, they are growing faster than any U.S. automaker right now in the United. And then they dominate in EV. Oh, here's another 20. Now the chat has to pay 50. All right, man. He's bidding against himself now. He's at 50 to not to trade it. Oh, my God. God bless you, Brian. He's showing love day in, day out. He don't even care. Brian's showing love even without a 3M and 1,000%. Y'all don't feel me, baby. God bless you, bro. I love you. That's my guy. Stop playing with me. I think there's limitations to AI automakers and EVs. I could agree with that, but for now, and even like the last couple years, I don't think it changes. They are literally the best automaker in terms of growth and then dominating AI. But like even a non-AI realm, I mean, they're doing great. Which is, again, I'm not the biggest fan of Tesla. I wouldn't own them, but I think I think you're ignoring reality to say what Elon has not accomplished. I have the lawn tire. That's what makes me hype, baby. Amen. Amen. Instructions unclear. 20 to give early PHILO. Oh, man. You acting like you want the PHILO. You just want the plays afterwards, huh? Hard. Come on, man. I know you try to hide behind the PHILO. I hide behind the PHILO. I make y'all listen to the PHILO. Pixelated in the house, baby. My chain isn't even juiced, bro. Have y'all not seen Netflix? Y'all telling me, look at, even all of those donations are still less than playing. That's the exact amount of playing Netflix one way for a 20% move. Y'all don't feel, I'm teaching y'all. They don't feel me. God bless you, Pixelated. Oh, man. They don't feel me. 5 donos is Netflix One Direction. And it's still for a 20% move. Couldn't move 20, but still, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Low volume we'd be running. Are things changing? Just think earnings weren't that hot. You know, we didn't wake up with the little TSM and SMCI fizzling off, you know. That's it. Are you saying 17% of Tesla is too much? It depends how you got there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you bought X amount, like, again, I think we have, like, maybe 4 or 5% of Meta in our portfolio, but I didn't buy 5%. So, like, a lot of people bought Tesla and it grew and it became a large portion. You could have, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could have You could have bought it at a low price, let it run up, and then if it's a big portion, I would just buy other things. So if it makes up a big portion of your portfolio and you bought it at a low price and it grew, I would just go and buy other stuff. I'm like your wife. Tells me she doesn't want something and she'll never talk about it. Then that's all she says. So your wife know how to do 2 standard deviation Netflix plays? Should be asking her then, man. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to explain it. I'm not going to do Netflix, though, today. I'm not. That's it. I almost got you guys to pay me to play it, but I don't think that's appropriate. But, nah, man. Nah, man. Y'all hyped on it. Y'all really want it. I'm telling you. It's like once every 5 minutes. Hey, you going to play Netflix? Did we go over the Netflix earnings yet? Disney, I thought about it, but Disney kind of already moved. Disney might be the only one I'd want to play, but again, Disney's options or earnings are what, February 7th? It's kind of already moved around. I don't know. I think after the continuation, yeah, after they report for the continuation, I'm down to play Netflix. Is Baba still up? Baba came down a little. Rumble halted again? No, it's still going up. Did it get halted at all? No, it was D-Walk that got halted earlier. Best Netflix sympathies, probably Disney. I have Netflix in the long term. Yeah, I think we just showed it. But I do like Netflix for the long term for sure. Not at these prices, but in general. Test the call, I feel good, but I still just, the general idea of it being cheaper, that's what I like, but, yeah, oh, man. You didn't know I was playing Netflix? I'm going to stab you. Okay, man? That's it. I'm just kidding, but, like, that's how I feel. Because you know damn well I'm not playing Netflix. Can we call LT? No, because LT is going to be like, play it for me. I'll give you money. And then, no, I'm going to avoid calling him. Don't mess with Josh. He's been watching Jack Reacher. Fuck yeah, I have, bro. Fuck yeah, I have. And I told you my fighting style has already changed. Would I go back for seconds on 3M? If I was, I'd grab a call. But I don't know about playing the downside again. I'm surprised he hasn't called you. I think LT just be gambling on his own little Robin Hood. I remember randomly he'll always be like, I bought this. I played this. And we're like, what? Where did this come from? Remember last time he showed me like a crypto? I was up like 300% or something. I was like, dude, what? He full port. Did he full port Salon? I don't know. He does a lot of stuff, man. The guy crazy, man. I didn't watch Dumb Money yet, no. I'll have to wait for the weekend for a movie to sit down and get involved in it. You don't have to call. So many classic songs stuck in my head today. 3M, Another Flushy, and The Spy, and then Microsoft on the high. Again, last couple of days, they were the ones selling off. No, it's on Netflix now. Yeah, that's why I was saying I saw it on Netflix the other day. New high on the dollar. Yeah, man, it's hovering near. It hasn't hit a new one of the day, but it's right there. Again, even bonds coming down too. Ted on Peacock. It's a prequel to the Ted movies. Bro, Peacock got good shows, but like I don't have Peacock. It's so annoying. I remember I had Peacock for 7 days because I wanted to watch The Fresh Prince. And I had it for 7 days, and then I was like, wow, they got good shows. And then I don't want to get Peacock because then, or is it Hulu? Because then my girlfriends start watching fucking the Kardashians. I'm like, nah, man. Send me your login. I'm down, bro. But I'm like, that's the one. I'm like, I can't be going and buying all these. I'm like, I got it like that, but I have to have a limit on my appetite. I said I can't be watching I can't be signing up for no Peacock and Hulu. It's like Netflix, free Disney Plus. And then HBO Max. I don't know how I have HBO Max. I have somebody else's. But that's other than that, man, I can't be. Can't be playing around. You would like Yellowstone? I've heard of Yellowstone. I saw a video clip of it, and then I saw a comedian making jokes about it. This was pretty funny. Yeah, that's the Jack Preacher is a joke. Yeah. I still like the concept, bro. I don't know, man. Do you think there's an industry there? If we just like made like faith-based films that were just parodies of like pop culture movies and shows? Because I love the idea. I just don't know if everybody would like it the same way. Like, what if we actually made Jack Preacher? You know what I'm saying? And then he did just go around. He's like, turn the other cheek. And he just let people beat him up. And then would try to preach to them to do the right thing. It's called Pure Flicks. No. But like we made them all parodies though. So at the end of the day, it's just comedy. But like it's just making fun of the original movies, but with a Bible twist. So instead of making fun of the Bible, you know what I'm saying? It's reversed. And then you're like, wow. Oscar, do you have a Series 7 or did you just learn everything through exposure? I do not have a Series 7, no. A Series 7 is just to be a broker. So like to broker an asset and broker a trade, like you could be a real estate broker without getting a Series 7, but a Series 7 just means you could buy and sell stocks on behalf of people, right? So like that means like for some of you, you could just tell me, Josh, I want this, and I could go under your name and buy you stocks and buy you stuff, and then pretty much manage a portfolio for you. So I don't have a Series 7. I'm not a registered financial advisor. I don't have a CFA. No Series 6, 63, 7, none of those. I'm a private citizen. So yeah. But that's if you want to if you want to work at a job, you want to work at, or you want to make your own brokerage and you want to, have people give you money and you buy stuff for them and do the actual exchange of securities, you would need a Series 7. Otherwise, if you're not working in an industry, even then, if you want to do life insurance, you need a Series 7, believe it or not. So that's a way, like I always tell people, you could get a Series 7 by going and working for AAA. Or working for like Farmers Insurance, you could get a Series 7. They'll even sponsor you because like that's brokering a security, believe it or not. Well, it's not more. It's just regulation, but it's just like I don't want to fucking buy shit for people. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to like go and handle, like if I wanted to make a fund and raise money and collect fees and then buy stuff on behalf of people. But like I'm saying, I could just make a long term and show you what's in there, but like I'm not doing it for you, let alone am I even recommending it and saying this is my top recommendation or whatnot. You know, that's it. For Colt's sister, I think it's a little bit more lenient for family, but that's why like I could log into her account because we share some same networks, but I just tell her to buy it. So I text her when I'm going to buy something. Like the other day, I told her to go buy Alibaba, or excuse me, Pfizer, but she said the money's not there. And then she was like, how do I get more money? And I said, you have to deposit early. And she was like, I don't want to deposit early. I'm like, okay, fuck you. Yeah. So, but again, I think you could do it for like your family. There is like a little bit more leniency, but for the most part, you know, that's if you're buying on behalf of that's the irony though. Are you ready? Hypothetically, or not even hypothetically, if I go into TD Ameritrade and I buy a stock for my sister, did I broker this security? Yes or true or false? Let's see. Let's see if you guys know the answer. Think about it. Take a second. Well, it has one thing to do with the fee. You're right on that, but the answer is false, regardless of if I got paid or not. Why? Because TD Ameritrade is the brokerage. I'm not the one who actually took her money and then went and got the equity and then gave her the equity and exchanged it. The brokerage is TD Ameritrade. That's why literally you sign up for a brokerage account. So if you're using any of these retail platforms, the broker is TD Ameritrade. That's why, again, if you do give permissions for people in the account, you could have people log in and do all of that. Like I said, I want her to do it. I just tell her to fucking buy it. But it's your broker technically, who's doing the brokerage of it is the actual broker, the brokerage. I'm not actually going and finding and sourcing securities and buying them and then giving them to somebody and doing all that. That would require a Series 7. So we're coming up to VWAP. Oh shit, isn't the bond 10, 11, 12? Bond auction 10 minutes? Or is it 11? Bond auction at 1. Yeah, bond auction's in 10 minutes. 2-year bond auction. Interesting. What was I thinking of Netflix? You got 99 cents, dog? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. If the TV schedule will let me. It's a great song, though.
Your analysis. Does this? Here's what you should expect in big picture terms.
That's not him.
All relatively favorable financial conditions, supportive of risk, all that stuff. But I think you have to overlay that with we never really got oversold before this breakout. The market didn't really wind the spring very tight. And so here we are kind of in dispersion season during the earnings flood. We have a lot of offsetting company by company moves. And I think that's what you're seeing mostly now. So I don't think there's anything alarming going on, but you want to see how the Treasury auctions go and you want to see how the market, handles it. Again, I don't think we're kind of tripping any important thresholds on yields, but given the fact that the market didn't get way oversold and we're just sort of figuring out which stocks are going to work. I know some people are focused on this arrhythmic action in the NASDAQ, lots more lows than highs over the past week, even as you broke out on the headline index. But I don't think it's necessarily time to really, wave the yellow flag, but you have to be aware of it.
We have, as Rick Santelli's pointing out, literally just now, we have $60 billion in 2-year notes up for auction at 1 o'clock.
So we'll know
in 10 minutes.
A little while.
And he says they've never auctioned off more than $60 billion 2 years. So it could be a good test.
Yeah.
Be a good test. I'll see you on closing bell. That's Mike Santoli. Thank you, Rick Santelli, for the email on that. Coming up, DR Horton down big on earnings. Joe's in on that one, too. We trade it next.
Don't worry, I'm back. I was midway. I couldn't stop, bro. My bad. Yeah, dead air. Usually I don't like the dead air. Some of y'all freak out. You're like, where did he go? Did he die? My stream's not working. Blame Donald Trump, Biden, Nikki Haley. Hey, Nikki, you're so fine. No, okay. Just old songs. No. The bond auction in 10 minutes. Well, 8 minutes, 7 minutes now. It's the 2-year, so I think it's going to be a bad auction. Why? Because rate cut odds have dropped pretty dramatically here in the last week, so it should reflect that, but could move bonds around a little bit. I don't know if it'll have too big of an impact, but we'll see. Again, there has been a record week of dumping bond supply on everybody. Dollar's insanity. Dollar is just hugging that new high of the day right there if it breaks out a little bit. SPY's going up, though, this time. We'll see how long that lasts. Again, Rail Vision, I think it's a Israeli AI train thingy. I'm just going off of what Wild Style told me. I looked it up. I couldn't even find anything. I actually have it on, what is it? Rail Vision mainline system secures approval. That was a couple days ago, yesterday. Certifications and for EU railway standards. Let me read the company description. RVSN. This isn't the largest bond auction ever, no. But we've had one of the largest amount of bond sales. So, like, the supply of bonds in, like, America, especially in Europe, it's been the largest, I think, in 10 years or ever. I have to double check. But that just means, like, governments in Europe have never sold this amount of bonds. And then even in America, we hit a record last week. So there's just, like, a lot of, like, Janet Yellen is funding shit right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're saying we have $300 billion of bond for sale. So think about that. What were we just talking about? We were talking about China stimulus, right? And I was telling you it's really not that big. That's why some people are kind of wary of it. China's stimulus was less money than the EU sold in bonds last week. Let me say that again. They sold the European Union, which is way smaller than China, raised more money by selling government bonds in 1 week than China's stimulus that they unleashed here today. That got everybody a little bit hyped. SPY's running now again. Even bonds trying to move up. Is this anticipation into the bond auction? I don't know. Intel's going up. I don't know if this is chips or whatnot bringing it up here. Very wild. Well, TLT has gone down, but not as much. You would think bonds would drop more. Surprisingly, like global bond supply, like we absorbed it pretty good. I don't know how, even with the quantitative tightening that people are starting to talk about, but we absorbed it. And maybe that's why too. They're trying to just dump as much bonds as they can before the Fed stops QT, but then that still doesn't make sense because then the Fed could keep buying, but maybe the Fed will show up when nobody wants to buy. Okay, Real Vision engages in the design and development and manufacture of technology that focuses on cognitive vision and safety system for the railway industries. It operates through the following segments: locomotives for shunting yards, locomotives for passenger freight trains and light rail vehicles. The locomotives for shunting yard segment focuses on the sale of the RV200 system to shunting yard operators. I don't know what a shunting yard is. The locomotives and passengers freight train segment promotes sales to passenger and freight train operations. Light rail vehicle segment is in the process of developing an LRV system that will be designed for light rail market segment. The company was founded by Ellen Katz, Shahar Hanya, and Noam Taik and Yuval Isbi in 2015 and is headquartered in Ra'anama, Israel. So it is an Israel train company. And then I don't know where AI got involved. Doesn't it leave bond buyers holding the bag? Well, yeah, but they're getting 5%. So if you wanted to lock in, let's say you magically, I don't know, you got billions of dollars of free money floating around in the last couple of years and you wanted to lock it away for 10, 20 years, getting 10% guaranteed or 5% guaranteed, yeah, it locks you away, but you're making a lot of money. Treasury bonds compounded if you roll them over, yeah. So if you reinvest at maturity, or if you take the coupons and reinvest, they do have a compounding effect. Are you shunting me? What is a shunting? I think I'm sure I could Google this, but shunting yard. It's a cool word. It's computer science, an algorithm for parsing arithmetical or logical expressions, or a combination of both. Oh, no shit. It's a math thing? Something about math? No shit. That's a good idea. Brazil bonds are like 15. Well, if you put it into a foreign country, a 15% bond is kind of sketchy, That's why I like people doing it in the EU and America. They're operating off the assumption that, you could trust the EU or America. But again, some of the other high yield bonds are kind of crazy. Just because, again, if that country has problems or whatnot, the risk is a little higher. That's why you're getting paid 15%. Dude, what just happened to the SPY? Microsoft's taking off. I don't know what is contributing to this. But, bro, you just took off out of nowhere. What is this? It's low volume. Amazon and Microsoft and now AMD, ASML, again, they report in the morning. They said, hi. Are we going to hit another all-time high? That'd be 3 days in a row. We'd have to go up another 14 points from here. And again, you have earnings. Again, ServiceNow, AMD, high ticker is gassing on the short term. Again, Chad saying volume's still low, and I think it is. I mean, we're at what? Hour number 4 almost? And you only have 21 million in volume? So, yeah, volume is pretty low. Oh, bond auction. Let's see. Tell me when you see the when issued. Wait for it. Again, it'll take a minute or two. What do you think of EM excluding China bet? I'd like that. I think that's a safer way, but I'm not really opposed to China. I do think China is in the process of dying right now, but I'm looking ahead to the future where I do think we're going to need them, and they have a lot of upside there. But I think EM excluding China is safer, and there's a lot of upside there depending on how the future plays out, unless our rate cuts fuck with everybody else. But for the most part, I'm a fan of China here to a degree. I think the risk to reward is great, but there's high risk, high reward. Treasury when issued 4.365 before 60 billion auction. And again, you want to watch shy in this case. Again, TLT might move off of it, but the one you're really looking for is shy. 4.365. Get ready. 4.365. It's been almost 2 minutes. It'll come up here on the wire. The actual numbers. All right. 4.365. Right at the screws. So it came in exactly of the rate. A little higher than the coupon being offered. But yeah. That literally bond auction came in exactly at the when issued. No change. At the screws is what they call it. Exactly in line. Indeed. Status quo, some would say. Bullish? Yes and no, because it's still higher than the coupon itself. But then again, I do think it's still lower or around the same of last time. So it just kind of worked itself. It's literally no change. Excuse me. Exactly. Well, well, well. Snow here for the long term. I don't know about snow. I know a lot of Chads like it, and they bought it cheaper. I was like kind of one of the last year plays, but other than that, man, I have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, GE, that would have been our fifth play. That one hit. Oh, my phone went off. I wonder what that could be. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I have a PHILO for you. I do. Some of you are waiting for this. And I don't know if this one's as good as a PHILO as some of the other ones, but I think it's a good reminder. I have two little things. It's going to be a little shorter. This one should be very, very simple. But I do have a couple of things I need to remind you. Okay, I'm just going to get right into it. I am going to get right into it. My friend, you were born with a purpose. Okay? Can I tell you that? Can you believe it? I know you don't want to believe it. I understand. I get it. You know, you're not the only one, too. You know, the one of the books of references, you know, have you ever heard of the crying, what do they call him, the crying prophet? I think it was the depressed prophet. His name was Jeremiah. You know, he had a conversation with God once. I don't know, man. The weeping prophet. There it is. Thank you. The weeping. That's the name. Mm-hmm. He had a conversation with God once, man. And he said something. I don't know. Have you ever had this conversation? I don't know, man, because in a weird way, I got kind of, I thought about it a little bit. And I was like, you know, I've approached God with a lot of questions before. But I don't know if and this is why I love the book sometimes, man. And I should have gave you guys the disclaimer. I should have told you. This one, I'm getting very, very biblical with this one. And maybe not biblical, but, oh, man, you're going to hear a lot of God on this one. So, but I love you, okay? But, man, this is why I like reading the book sometimes, because I don't know if you've read the Psalms. If you've read some of the Psalms, you even read a little bit of Jeremiah. The stuff they say to God is kind of like, or it's kind of real, bro. Let me ask you this. Have you ever asked God why he's mocking you? Because that's what Jeremiah said. Jeremiah literally said, God, why are you mocking me? That's pretty heavy. Damn. Do you know what that means, though? Like, think about it. Have you ever asked that? I don't know. Maybe you've never asked it like that, but you might have felt it. You know what I'm saying? Or you're like, man, I thought I was supposed to do this. Oh, I thought this was supposed to happen. Oh, and I did all of this. Some of you may have gave your life to something, and then it turned out the complete opposite. And you're like, man, like it's kind of like, you're like, are you mocking me at this point? You know, sometimes the difficult questions of life you got to answer, you know, the stuff you can't really answer, you know, and you have an idea and you know, but then you got feelings and other things, but then you're like, man, are you mocking me? That's what Jeremiah said to him. And what did he say back? He said, I formed you in the womb. He said, I already knew your purpose. That's why I said this one's going to be a short philo. I got one more point I'm going to give you. But it was a good reminder, man. I kept hearing stuff about this. It's something my mom would always tell me. Even my dad would tell me. I see people talk about it a lot. You hear it. You'll hear preachers bring it up. But it's very easy to kind of like view it as, okay, yeah, like, okay, Jesus loves me. This I know, you know. And again, I told you this the other day. Don't forget, love is a great motivation. Love is motivation. You lack in motivation, you lack in love. Whether it's love for things in your life or you don't feel the love. Oh, come on, Chad. You know that? If you felt the love, you would get motivated. That's why, honestly, man, I really hope with whether it's the jokes I give, sometimes, I don't know, you know, I wish I could be there for everybody and be right next to you and be there all the time for you. You know what I'm saying? But, like, for real, this is why I'm telling you, I hope you got love. I hope you spread it. I hope you don't discount other people. Because think about it, man. Bro, if you got love, it's a different level of motivation. But, like, it's stuff when you hear that, man. Like, seriously, sometimes you hear that and, like, it's easy to write it off. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very easy to write off some of these things. But, like, I just really hope I can remind you today that you have a purpose. I don't know what you believe or not, but this is what I believe. I believe every single person in here has a purpose, and your purpose was predestined. And you're like, so it doesn't matter what I do? No, it does matter. That's because every day it gets revealed to you. That's the whole point. Otherwise, this life would be very boring. That's why when you go through things and without going through that good or bad thing, it wouldn't have led up to where you are, right? If I took away some of your past experiences, if I took away some of your biggest trauma, it really you wouldn't be the same. Some of you are like, I wish it was like that. But nah, for real, think about it. It all gets revealed to you. So what you do actually does matter. I believe you have a purpose. I believe all of you got something predestined. And honestly, that's what's crazy, though. Because if you don't believe it, you don't want to live up to it. That's it. You do. Do you know the easiest way to get around this? You have a purpose. I tell you, you have a purpose. Man, the Bible tell you got a purpose. Man, go read. Man, your horoscope tell you got a Y'all don't feel me, man. And the easiest way to write off anything in that nature is you don't believe it. That's it. Because if you were made for a purpose, you are going to live to that purpose. Everything in your life will revolve around living up to the purpose. I don't know what your purpose is. I don't know what my purpose is. Every day, my own purpose is revealed to me. You think just because I could get up here every single day, just because I invested in stocks and real estate, I know my purpose? No, come on. Be real. You think just because there's an old-ass boomer out there, just because he's lived 50, 60 years, 70 years, like, Josh, I'm a boomer because I'm 50? No, calm down. Well, they don't know their purpose. You think the 19-year-old, the 18-year-old, oh, well, I figured this. I know the internet and AI. I know. No. It doesn't change that you're not built for a purpose. And everything revolves around it, but every day it gets revealed to you. This is what we talked about with Revelation, man. So I hope I could remind you about Revelation, but like at the end of the day, man, when the weeping prophet asked God something as critical as saying, "Are you mocking me?" His response is like, "Bro, I have a purpose for you. Before you were even created." He says, "I had a purpose." He didn't bring up the parents of Jeremiah. You know, isn't that weird? Your parents, they may have had a purpose for you, but there's a purpose bigger than that. That's why you don't live for, you should respect your parents. You should respect people in your life, but you weren't made for their purpose. You were made for something bigger. All of us, every single one of us. That's why some of us do something very different than people in our families and other things. But the whole point is you have a purpose. And every day it will be revealed to you. But I hope, I don't know, man, the next time you feel a certain way, maybe you should think a little bit about your purpose. And instead of going back and feeling bad about it, understand that whatever you're going through right now is showing you it's just a little bit of dust getting cleaned off of something where you're able to see a little bit more of what's under it. So, with that being said, I hope that's a good description. I'm going to give you a great description. And right now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about another story. You should know the story, but I'm going to give it to you very simply. And here's the deal. It's an Old Testament story. Some of you like the Old Testament. I think the Old Testament get very political nowadays with certain things going on. But do you know the difference between like the Old Testament and not? The Old Testament is less Greek. The New Testament has more Greek and Roman Empire. The Old Testament is very descriptive, right? It tells stories. Have you ever read the Old Testament? It's stories. Again, the story of Joshua, the story of Moses, the story Adam and Eve, Jonah. There's stories. Whereas, like, you go to the Greek in the New Testament, there's a lot of distinction. Oh, Abraham, we forgot the OG. And that's where it's explaining very specific stuff. The New Testament starts just explaining things, while one is more of a description. So, depending on what it is, that's why I hope you could use it appropriately. But that's why sometimes I like the stories. I like the description. I like things to be described. And then at times, too, I like the distinction. So this is why I hope I could give you an image of something, so I hope you understand the description. Again, as part of purpose. Moses, this guy, from day one was sent off, put in a basket, and part of his purpose was to go live like an Egyptian for 40 years. If I tell you 40 years in Moses A lot of people think the 40 years in the desert, right? That's if you know the story. Here's the deal. He spent as much time in the desert as he did living in the palace. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So that means it took 40 years to work up everything that led him to the point for him to make a certain move. And then it took another 40 years afterwards to practically unlearn it or find out how that fit into his final purpose. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, man. You get what I'm saying? It took 40 years of an unwind. Everything you go through now, you may not, bro, you may be doing 10 years of something today you'll unwind half of it in the next 10 years, and the other half is going to reveal something to you. Are you following? That's a crazy concept to me. Because we like to look at the 40 years of waiting in the desert and the miracle. What about 40 years in the palace? Raised as an Egyptian, raised as something different. It took him 40 years to get to the point where even his mind started changing a little bit. And whatever he learned in that 40 years, some of it applied to the next 40. But it all worked within, but just as much time in as time out. Kind of crazy. Well, yeah, it's one thing on don't give up. It's another thing of think about all the things you have gone through. What are you expecting? Do you feel me? Seriously, what are you expecting? You want to do 5, 10, 15 years of not caring about yourself, not making a good decision, doing this and that, and you think you're going to just automatically understand it next year? Oh, come on. I'm not saying it's for a waste. I'm not saying, oh, you should feel bad. No. But I am saying the truth always gets slowly revealed. So, Chad, that's your purpose. Let it sink in. Learn from it. Understand where it's leading you, but you're not going to understand all of it today. You may not even understand it by the end of the year, next year, 5 years. And think about it, man. What you're putting in today, you are planting the seeds for the stuff that's going to be there down the road. And you're going to learn about how those plants played out. And the habits you put in today is going to come out at one end. Good or bad, it doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to tell you this. I want you to keep your eyes open for how it reveals something to you. But 40 years in the palace, it took 40 years to get it out. And then within that 40 to 80 years, it led to something even bigger. So Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. And I hope none of you ever forget you have a purpose. And get ready for it to be revealed, baby. Little by little, though. Don't let me hype you up too much because it's going to take some time. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press out chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly Watchlist in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate. God bless you all. Bless you all. That's it, man. That's it. Where's it at? Where's it at, man? Oh, they ended it? No. KJP already left? How am I gonna queue up all of these things for you, man? Oh, that's crazy. There's no White House briefing, bro. Oh man. No new gen. That's crazy. Tesla break even. I'll give you some post Uncle PHILO. This one comes out next Wednesday, so you gotta wait a little bit.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that.
I was trying to get closed out.
Eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Oh man. Oh man. Alrighty. 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 All right, maybe I need to get them all. I need to pull them all up. So we're going to go over Netflix, ISRG, Texas Instruments, Steel Dynamics, Baker Hughes, Stride, CNI, and then I'm going to skip the banks. Or again, maybe some of these I can't get a preview. Then I'll do AT&T, ASML, Abbott, Progressive, Amphenol. What the fuck is Amphenol? And then Kimberly-Clark, and then Elevance and SAP, and maybe TXT. We'll see. I feel like some of these I might not even be able to get. But here's the deal. I'm going to just make you listen to the press briefing, even though it's not live anymore, while I get all of this info for you, because I need to get focused, and I could do it all. I let her play in the background, and then I'm going to pull all these up, and then we are going to go into a speed run just like yesterday. Does that sound good? Tesla we're going to do tomorrow. So if you haven't figured it out, again, we didn't do Netflix yesterday. If it's after hours, we're going to do it the day of. If it reports in the morning, we're going to do it right now, today. So we're going to do Netflix and the ones that report after close today, and then we're going to do the ones that report in the morning. And then tomorrow we'll do IBM, Tesla, ServiceNow, Lam, United, all that good stuff. Sound good? Sound good. Very good, Chadadonia. Very, very good. Good, okay? So give me a second, and let's listen to some politics, huh?
And you should check the question.
Where does she come on?
Just on the flow with their southern to those in crisis.
We'll give you some
root cause, real.
What place in Joliet, Illinois, just outside of Chicago. Our thoughts are with the families of the victims of the senseless act of violence. Federal officials are supporting the local law enforcement investigation, and we will know more as they complete their work. As law enforcement has stated, the shooter appears to have died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds. This recent tragedy underscores the needs for Congress to act and to take action to end this epidemic of gun violence that we're seeing across the country. Our administration is taking aggressive steps to keep guns off our streets and out of those who mean to do harm by cracking down on gun trafficking, stolen firearms, and enhancing background checks to stop sales to those in crisis, and all thanks to key provisions of the President's bipartisan Safer Communities Act that we were able to do about almost 2 years ago now. But we need Congress to do more: universal background checks, red flag laws to provide further protections and tools to prevent such tragedies. The longer they wait, the more communities like Joliet will continue to be torn apart by gun violence. So we are certainly tracking this, and so we're going to see what the local law enforcement say about the more specifics of this horrific gun violence.
Thanks. On a different topic, it's election day, primary election day in New Hampshire. The president's name is not on the ballot, but many of his supporters are trying to write his name onto that ballot there. Without speaking to 2024 at all, how does the president plan to spend this evening? Does he plan to watch those results? How does he plan to monitor the outcomes of the race?
So I appreciate the question. So look, as you know, the president is going to be heading out in a couple of hours to head to Virginia. He's going to be doing a dual, obviously a dual event with the vice president. Can't go too much further into that, but obviously you all know they're going to be speaking about reproductive health care, the importance of that. Yesterday would have been the 51st anniversary of Roe v. Wade before the Supreme Court overturned Roe, and we have seen the devastating effects that overturning of Roe have had across the country, with women obviously not being able to, many of them not being able to make decisions on their own health care. So you'll hear from the vice president, obviously, you'll hear from the president. So that's what he's going to be doing later on today. I have not spoken to him on how he's going to be taking in the results tonight, so I don't have anything specifics to share on how that's going to how the president's going to be spending his evening, but certainly he is always focused on the American people.
I don't have one for Steel Dynamics either.
And do you have any concerns that he might lose that writing campaign?
I think the president's concern right now is making sure that we continue to deliver for the American people. That's his focus.
I'm going to try a couple on the border negotiations.
Oh, sure.
Now that it seems there's a semblance of optimism on the Hill, that this is inching
We've always
closer.
been optimistic.
No, on the Hill. On the Hill.
Okay.
A semblance. So, that it's inching closer to the finish line. Has the president spoken to negotiators this week? Will he meet with any of the Senate leaders on this to get it across the finish line?
So we don't have anything to preview on any conversations that the president has had specifically with the negotiators. And I'm assuming you're speaking about the senators, both Republicans and Democrats. Obviously, he gets regularly updated from his team, who have been in close part of these negotiations and obviously in close contacts with members in the Senate, and they've been doing this for months now. So he's getting regular updates every day, daily updates. And the president said last week, I think someone asked him how he felt about it, and he thought it was basically a deal was soon to come. So, look, we continue to be optimistic. This is an important negotiation to try to figure out how do we address a broken system, the immigration system. How do we deal with border security? It is a bipartisan negotiation, which we really truly appreciate, to get to that agreement, and we are going to continue to be optimistic. If there are any conversations that the president is going to have that we feel, that we will that is necessary to share, we certainly will do that. But as you know, the president, because he has relationships with many of those Senate members, tends to have regular communications with some of those senators on the Hill.
Arlette had asked Kirby, so we touched on this somewhat, but I think more specifically for you, because of politics of this, if the border policy changes come in at a higher number, the total cost of that compared to what the administration had asked for in the supplemental for border security, is there wiggle room
in the appropriations process?
Is there wiggle room from the administration on the number that is put for the Ukraine funding? Would that come down from the administration side to keep this still in that ballpark range of $106 billion?
So I want to be really mindful and really careful here. I'm not going to say what we would accept or not accept. What I will say is that national security supplemental that the president put forth back in the fall is incredibly important. We want Congress to move forward with it. We want Congress to act on this supplemental. It is an emergency request. That's why presidents usually put forward supplementals. And it's about our national security, not just abroad, but obviously here in the U.S. And it includes Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. It also includes, obviously, the border security. So there are different parts and pieces to this that are very important. And it was a thoughtful process. I'm not going to get into the appropriations part of it. I'm not going to get into anything else beyond letting the negotiators as it is focused, as they are focused on border security, to allow them to do their negotiations. Again, the negotiations that they're talking about is also obviously policy and funding as well. What are we going to do to give the resources that are needed to deal with what's going on at the border? I'm just going to keep it to there. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. On the razor wire case, now that the Supreme Court has decided in favor of the administration, what is the plan? How quickly does the administration intend to remove all the razor wire that has been set up?
So I don't have the specifics on what the border security is going to do and how they're going to do it. Look, we are certainly glad that the Supreme Court made the decision to vacate the injunction that prevented border security to actually do their jobs, to do humanitarian work, to actually enforce laws, and it got in the way. And what was put forward, that what Texas was doing, the governor was doing, was actually ineffective. And that's something that we have to remember. It was ineffective. And so now it's going to allow border security to do their jobs. It's going to allow border security to actually act if there is an issue or a dangerous situation happening and they need to act and save lives. It's going to allow them to do that and actually do their jobs and enact law. Look, the bottom line here is that we need changes in policy, we need funding, and that's what the conversations are happening in the Senate, and so that's incredibly important. We do not need political stunts. We do not need political stunts that we're seeing that we're seeing from the Texas governor. But look, we're glad that it happened, and now Border Patrol will be able to do their jobs.
My colleague who is down at the border has new video of the Texas National Guard setting up razor wire right now, today, even in the wake of this decision. How does the administration plan to deal with that without getting into some kind of direct conflict with the Texas National Guard?
So what was decided on was the ability for the Border Patrol agents to cut through the wire, right? The kind of the initial reason, as the wire is being being laid out there, that still has to go to the Fifth Circuit, right? They still have to go through that process. Maybe it goes to the Supreme Court. I'm going to be careful and not talk about that legal process. But what we know that we are able to do, that the Border Patrol is able to do, is cut through the border wire so they can actually do their jobs. There's a whole nother process that has to go through the legal system, so we're going to let DOJ and others continue that process. But now, Border Patrol has the ability to do their jobs because now they can cut through the wire.
You started the briefing talking about some of these positive economic indicators and how the mood of consumers is changing as you're seeing some of these positive signs of the economy, but so far it really hasn't changed in their perception of how President Biden has contributed to this and helped them. Are there discussions about different ways that you can try to communicate this message, given the fact that so far it just hasn't sunk in with the American psyche that Biden should be getting credit, in your belief?
I mean, look, we're going to just continue to have the conversation. We're going to continue to have the president speak directly to the American people. You saw him do that in many different ways in the past 2 weeks, where he's been able to address Americans at their home, right? Where he's been able to go to a business and talk to folks at a business. And so, look, we're going to try. Obviously, we're always trying to find ways to communicate with folks on the ground, and we understand. Look, polls don't vote; people vote. That's really important to remember as well. But I think the data still matters. The fact that consumer sentiment is high in a way that we hadn't seen it in some time, right? The numbers show that, and the fact that the economy is indeed stronger than it was since the president walked into this administration. He's been able to create more than 14 million jobs. All of that matters. We're going to do our job. We're going to continue to have those conversations with the American people, and you'll see that. And you'll see continue. The president's been doing that for the last 3 years, and he's not going to stop. And we're going to make sure that the American people hear directly from him as often as we can.
And is the president frustrated that Americans are feeling better about the economy, but they're not feeling better about his role in it?
I think what the president is proud to see is that the data is showing that consumer confidence is up, is that we're able to see gas prices under $3 in more than in 27 states. That's important. That's what the president is happy to see. The president is happy to see that we've created more than 14 million jobs. That's what we're going to continue to work on, an economy that makes sure that we build it from the bottom up, middle out. And let's not forget, we're going to continue to lower costs for the American people. And so as long as we do that, as long as we do our job, the president does his job, then that's what matters.
Thank you so much. So you said at the beginning of the briefing that 19 states have experienced the lowest unemployment rate on record. What do they have in common? Are they geographically clustered in one area? And to what do you attribute this?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't have specifically which 19 states. Certainly, we can get that number. It's in the data, so it's in the state unemployment data, so you can actually pull it directly from there. I think we attribute that to the president's plans and policies and what he's been able to do for the past 3 years, right? Whether it's legislation, historic piece of legislation, whether it's the bipartisan infrastructure act, or whether it is the CHIPS and Science Act. I mean, there are we believe multiple reasons, multiple policy changes that the president has been able to do to get the economy going. And we see that in the data. And so we believe that what the president has done is working. Now we have more work to do in lowering costs, and we'll continue to do that. But certainly, this is the president and this administration's work at hand, along with some of the work that we've been able to do with Congress.
Thanks, Kareem. The president, you alluded to, speaking about abortion at the event tonight in Virginia. He has often said he would like Congress to codify Roe. Are there talks between the White House and legislators in Congress about doing that? I know they don't have the votes for it, but is there a effort right now to prepare for that underway?
So I can't speak of a conversation specifically on that we've had with legislators. We talk to legislators on an array of issues and certainly different agendas. I know that legislators in Congress have tried to introduce pieces of legislation to codify, to do just that, to codify Roe. And so, look, here's where we are. Majority of Americans want to make sure that their rights are protected, that their freedoms are protected. That's where majority of Americans are. They want to make sure that women have the right, the ability to make decisions on their reproductive health care. That is something that we know. And Republicans do not stand with majority of Americans. You have about, I believe, 3 national bans that were introduced by congressional Republicans. And so that is a problem. And so we have to be very clear. This is why the president, the vice president, and his entire administration is going to continue to speak loud and clear and stand on the side of majority of Americans. And so until we have Republicans that are willing to stand with majority of Americans on this and do something and make sure that our freedoms and rights, women's freedoms and rights, are protected, then we're not going to be able to make this happen. But doesn't mean.
All right, we're going to end it with abortion. There it is. So Chattadonia. It is now time for earnings. Are you ready? How do I know you're ready? How do you let me know you are ready? There's one way to let me know you are ready. It is hit the like button, baby. Oh, come on. Let's see it move a little bit. Are you ready? We're going to be going over Netflix, Texas Instruments. Let me see which ones I have, because some of them I couldn't get. Netflix, Texas Instruments, Baker Hughes, CNI, AT&T, ASML, Abbott, KMB, ELV, SAP, and TXT. Those are the ones I have previews for. I will price in all of the other ones, but for the most part, we will be missing some info, so we're going to have to see how it plays out. Oh, there you go. We need like 150 more likes. I need 100. Who wants 150? We're going to spend $150 if we make plays, but it'll get us like 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? We keep it cheap, bro. I got Netflix. I have Netflix. Don't worry. I got Netflix on there, but I'm not going to play Netflix. I've already made up my mind. That'll be our first one, but there you go. Oh, there you go. We need like 80 more likes. Oh, they're here, Chattadonia. They're here. That's what I'm talking about. So like the video. Let me know you're ready. Otherwise, I'm going to keep waiting. I got to give the stream alerts a little bit of a head start, you know? So you let me know. If you got a like in there, we could begin. I got to get you woken up, man. We're going to do what we did yesterday. Yesterday, we spent $281 for 6 plays. 4 of them hit with 1,000%er, and 3 of them were 500%. My goodness. So we have a lot. Apple now plans for 2028 with less ambitious autonomy goals. Plans car for 2028. There it is. 30 more likes. 30 people will kick this off. This is like the New Hampshire primary right now. Oh, my goodness. Those 30 people could dictate the rest of this earnings election. Where are you, 30 people? If you hear my voice, like the video. Twitch, you might need to come over, Twitch. Why are you being lazy, Twitch? Yeah, they may need your help, Twitch. Come on, now we need 5 more people. The final 5 votes, baby. There it is. There it is. We did it. All right, man. So let's get into it. Same exact strategy as yesterday. We're going to go down the list, and then we're going to price them all in and then see what we're working with. So first play, I'll keep D-Walk up because that one keeps going crazy. We'll move everything up here. Let's pull up a daily so we can really see what's good. And again, some of these I will not have information on, unfortunately, but Netflix is a big one. So I have the basic data here. What is expected? You're going to be getting revenue of $8.72 billion versus guidance of $8.69. That means, what does that mean? Analysts are higher than the company guidance. Are you following? So even EPS is expected to come in higher. Analysts are expecting a better report out of Netflix. Total streaming membership is expected to be 256 million, 8.8 million paid additions versus guidance of 8.76, and paid monthly average per user 1157. Here's all the Latin America stuff. Next quarter guidance expected to be 9.27 billion, operating of 2.23 billion, operating margin of 24 cents, and $4.10 of EPS. Let me get you the rest of the info. Full year guidance. This one was a long one. I'm skipping a little bit of it. Full year assume no material swing in Forex. Expects an operating margin of 22 to 23%. Price history since last close. Netflix is up 38%. S&P is up 10.8. XLK is up 18.2. Near-term options imply a 8% move. So double would be about 16 to 20%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 16, loss of 8, loss of 3, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten consensus 9 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 5 of the last 20 with 1 in line. And forward quarter EPS has beaten consensus 8 of the last 19. So by looking at this, if I was going to make a play, which way would you lean? There's just after everything we've gone over, what do you get out of this? Anybody? Anybody got anything for me? Anybody? You let me know. Which way would you, where do you think I'd be leaning on this one? Up neither. I don't know. After looking at this info, though, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna play with the options a little bit. I don't want to play it, though. That's it. I would actually be leaning to the downside. Again, none of this is a recommendation. This is all my opinion. But why? Because, one, analysts are pricing in higher than the company has guided. So analysts are already factoring in a better response. And then 2, Netflix is up 38% in the quarter, while the S&P is up only 10%, and technology is up 18%. The only thing I don't like, if you look at it, if you exclude last earnings, they haven't moved more than 10% in any of these quarters. So keep that in mind. But now let's go to the option chain, see what we're working with. So Netflix pricing in about $40. I think that's about accurate. $487.50 right there. 1985s, 20s, about $40.85. Yeah. So if you double that up, that would be $80. $80 to the high side would be like what, $567. So if we go to next week contracts, where are the 567s? 24. Oh, that's January. Oh my gosh. I was about to be like, yo, y'all are high. Where are the 560s? So 560s are going to cost you $3.40. Fuck out of here. That's really expensive. Let's go $80 to the downside. That'd be 408. 410s, you could get the 405s for $1. Almost 3 times less. The puts aren't bad. Here's the only thing I would take a look at. The only thing. Even the weeklies are 75 cents. I don't know, man. 420s for $1, but you don't get that much time. I don't know how I still think it's shit. %38. $3.90, that's another what? $20? 410, yeah, $20. That's another 5%. Yeah, so maybe we come back to Netflix, but puts are cheaper. Otherwise, I still don't think it's I don't think it's that good, but I don't know. If you want to push it, the only way we could play this one cheaper is if we go further out of the money. That's it. You would have to pretty much be looking for a 3 standard deviation reaction, maybe the 70s, maybe the 392s. I don't know where these have priced at. These are all new contracts. Yeah, some of them are going for a little bit more earlier. I would want to sell the premium, but yeah, I don't know. That's the puts are cheaper. The puts are again, the call 2 standard deviation is $300. 202 high 200s, and then you could get the put, the 410s for $1.30. And again, these ones are kind of getting a boost there, but it's still a little tough right there for the most part. Again, and that would require a 20% move, but analysts are looking good on it. But I do think it is pretty juiced up on that one. So that's Netflix. I don't think I'm going to be making a play on that one. We'll see if we come back to it, maybe if we don't find anything else. But next one, we're going to do ISRG. Unfortunately, I don't have a preview. So if any of you could get me the last earnings moves, that would be helpful so we could get an idea of how its moves. I think I could pull it up. It would just take me more time. Let me see. Give me a second. Guidance history. So I have their last earnings dates. Maybe we could just look at this ourselves. So ISRG, I like this one. It's an expensive play, and this thing gaps a lot. Sometimes, here's the thing. ISRG either gaps up or it gets absolutely killed. Oh, you got me, ISRG? Nice. It's not loaded up yet. I have the earnings dates on it. But the thing is, ISRG, I've played this a lot. I've hit 1,000%ers on this one. But the thing about this is that sometimes it moves, sometimes it doesn't. So you could very well get like a 10, 20% movement on ISRG, and then the next earnings, it won't do anything. I've definitely dealt with that, and it's a higher price name. So last earnings was September 23rd. I think you didn't really move too much. You moved like 301 to 280. Then it danced around. Then June 23rd. So this one, you fell off the top, I think. Or no, you ran into the high. We might have to zoom in a little bit better. Where is he? Yeah, June 23rd. You kind of went up. So, again, didn't move much. Then March 23rd. This one was at the bottom. It went from 244 to 255. $10 there. That's about, like, what, 5%? And then December 2022. They popped and then they dropped. So not bad. Not bad. They have ran up again, I do think, since what? Since their last quarter, was it September? So since September 23, I mean, they seem to be up a decent amount, I would say. Very expensive. They're probably 293 to 371. So they're up 20-something, 30% almost. So let's get an idea here now. Let's look at the option chain. ISRG, it's pricing in $19.67. Let's verify that. So it's at 370, 371, about 19 and 60. It's about right. Again, granted, one of them's in the money. Maybe like $19. So 19 times 2, we'll make it 20. We'll say about $40 either direction, which would be 411.20. 411. 410s would get you about $1.50, kind of expensive considering. And then if you went $40 lower, that'd be about $3.31. Puts are a little cheaper, so it's kind of expensive. You're not playing this one cheap. Maybe if you go for the 325s, if you get lucky on that one. Again, they've had some good earnings there. But that one's a little bit more expensive. If I would probably grab the puts too, since that one's higher. But I don't know. Are they at the breakout point? Yeah, this is like their all-time high though. So if they do good, they could really break out. So maybe that one's not too bad, but this one's going to cost a little bit more on the budget if you want to go for it. So again, you're not getting it too cheap. It's at the cusp on the puts, and then the calls are a little bit more expensive there. You're going to spend $1.50, but then if it does break out all-time highs, I mean, you can go for there, but the calls are definitely juiced. Let's take one more look. Oh, those puts were cheaper the other day. So those even still got some juice. And then the calls are still juiced as well. Okay, not too bad. Okay, what's our next one? So no plays on the first two for now. We could always come back to these. You know, if anything, saving our budget for a little bit. Next one is Texas Instruments. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. That one is ISRG. That's the one, Intuitive Surgical. That's the one we just went over. Now we're going to go over TXN. So they really haven't kind of moved that much. Revenue is expected to be 4.12. Guidance is 393 to 427. So they're right there in the middle. Gross margin expected to be 59.9. Operating 37.7. EPS 147 versus 135. Kind of in the middle, leaning towards the top end. Next quarter guidance expected to be 4.06 billion. Gross margin of 59.4%. Operating margin of 36.7. And EPS of $1.41. Price history since last close. Texas is up by 13.6. S&P is up by 12.6, and then technology is up by 18%. That one's interesting. Last four earnings, loss of 3, loss of 5, loss of 3, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten consensus 16 of the last 20 quarters. They're pricing in a 4.8% move. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter guidance has beaten 7 of the last 20, and forward quarter guidance has beaten consensus 10 of the last 20 quarters. So they don't really move a lot, and the last four earnings have all been a loss. So let's see what we're dealing with. But, yeah, some people aren't expecting too much. They're, like, right there in the middle. TXN. So pricing in, no, $7? Oh, I guess it's a $175 stock. So $760, we're looking at that. $175, you're right there. $330, $735, $740. So, yeah, about $14.80. We'll go with $15. So $15 up would be what? 180, 190, 190, 50. Those are 52 cents, not bad. And then what would be $15 lower? 160. Those are 50 cents to the downside. This one doesn't move a lot, though. Does not move a lot. Bubelek. Where would that be? 160. And then the 190s are kind of up there. Let's see where they went premium-wise. Bubelek. What's Bubelek? Or Michael Bubelek or Bubele? Oh, wait. Why'd I switch to that? Contracts are juiced on the calls. You could thank the AI boom. And then the puts are down. Damn, the puts are down a lot. All right. I'm down. I'm down with one both ways. Oh, they top ticked me at 51. But they're exactly the same price, but the calls are juiced. Oh, I put a $5 limit. Oops. All right, did I get one? They're going down in price. I got one at 49. All right, so I did not a recommendation. You'll lose money. 190 call for 49 cents, and then I did the 160 put at 51 cents because I got top ticked. But yeah, I don't know. I went with call and a put. I don't know. This one though, that's just cheap. That's all I like about it. That's all. It's not supposed to move. It hasn't moved. I mean, think about it. We're pricing in, how much is it? $7 on a $17 stock. That's like 3 or 4%. So it hasn't moved anywhere near that in a while. Then it's not really up a lot. That's the crazy part. If anything, it's underperforming tech, but it's just moving with the SPY. So we'll take it though. What was the call? I could make the money both ways, 190 and 160. Alrighty. So Texas Instruments, we made a move on that one. Again, played the exact 2 standard deviations, went both ways on them. It's like right there in the middle. I don't know though. This one, it doesn't move a lot. This stock it's a cuck. Just looking at it. I mean, we did get lucky on Procter & Gamble. That's another fellow cuck, but at the end of the day, that one is kind of big money. $100 is what we had to spend. So again, at least we burned the other plays, which was good, but we spent about, what, 50 and 49, so $91? $91 both ways. Oh, wait. I could buy the whole chain. Alrighty, where's our next one? Who's next up on the list? Who's next up on the list? BKR, Baker Hughes. I'm not probably going to, I don't like any of these energy plays, but we'll take a look at it. So Baker Hughes, they've kind of moved a decent amount here. Expected to do $6.8 billion versus guidance of $6.7 to $7.1. So analysts are on the lower end. EBITDA of 1.08 to 1.11. That's in the middle. EPS of 47 cents. Cash flow $791. Free cash flow $569. Next quarter guidance. Revenue of $6.49 billion. EBITDA $943.7 million. EPS of 40 cents. Cash from operations $606. And free cash flow of $307 million. Since last quarter, they are down 9.3%. S&P is up 14.2%, and oil is down 8.6%. They're pricing in a 6% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 0, gain of 4, loss of 2. Revenues beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 7 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. That one's interesting. They're pricing in a lot, but it just seems like it's moving exactly with oil. So literally pricing in 1.1. So that'd be like 220. Is that right? 56 and a half. Yeah, $1. We'll say 220 to be safe. So that'd be like 58.50. 38 cents and then $2.54.15. It's a low amount, but it's also not really a big mover. I don't know. If you think oil might have something, one of them could die. But yeah, that's about $2 on a $5 stock or on a $3 stock. That's almost 10%, just below. That's Oxy. Am I tripping? Oh shit! Why'd I do Oxy? Yeah, I'm dumb. My bad. Oh, and it's February. Womp womp womp. You don't even have a daily. That's why it's pricing in a little bit more. So $2 is what you got to be working with here. Yeah, $2, double it up, $4. That's over 10% for 2 standard deviations. 31 plus 4 would be 35. 10 cents. And then, what, 27? 10 cents? It's cheap, but not really. It's just you're buying the depths of it. I'm going to pass. Pass. No, thank you, Bob. Oh, wait. I might have been missing some on the list. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do Steel Dynamics. That's another one. I don't have the earnings on that one. Oh, I got Troy's email on ISRG. Where was it? They've moved 2%, 3%, 10%, 5%. ISRG moves a lot on the January earnings, though. Steel Dynamics, I don't know. I think that'll be the... Which ones am I missing? I don't have Steel Dynamics. LRN, I don't think I have. And then Progressive. I think I have ASML. I have that. AB. And then Freeport. So Freeport and LRN. I think those are the only ones I need. ISRG will come back to that one. I don't know. January earnings could get interesting. Fidelity, they've been decent. I don't like them for options trading, but long term they've been good. And then again, for the call and the put, you guys, we're doing the same thing we did yesterday and the same thing we did the week before that and the week before that and the week before that. So I've been trying to hammer it home so you guys could follow along while we do this live because I want y'all in the game. So I am calculating 2 standard deviations, and if I like the play, sometimes I'm going one way or the other, or if I'm saying I'm buying 2 standard deviations, I'm buying a call, buying a put, and trying to keep the plays very, very cheap and not spending too much. There is no stop losses. There's no anything too crazy. But again, please watch the videos so that you could actually take advantage of all this. Otherwise, you will be wasting your time asking questions where you could really get ahead right now instead of, there's nothing complex about what we're doing here. We're doing the basic calculations. I'm doing them all for you. And then we're striking if we like it. I'm giving you the numbers even if I don't like it. If you want to make a move, you can. But there should not be that much confusion. So I really suggest you go watch yesterday's watch list and then go watch the video that we have linked in it. It'll be 20 minutes of your time, but you will never have to worry about this ever again. That is the beauty of all of it. So let's go to Steel Dynamics, STLD. Okay. This one's interesting. This one kind of looks like it moves and hasn't. So STLD, I don't have the earnings preview. Let's just see. You only have February 16th. 115s. You're pricing in $8. So $16 to the high. That'd be like 131. And then 100. These ones aren't bad. They just don't move. It's near all-time highs. I don't know if they've had a big earnings. All right, we'll find out once Troy gets me. This one, it looks like a cuck, but that one, the options aren't that bad. Steel Dynamics would be, and again, it's on one of the February ones, but you would be paying $50 for the 130s and then $30 for the 100s. Those puts aren't too bad. I want to see how have they performed. They're not even up to, they're up from last quarter, but okay. Okay, Steel Dynamics, they've beaten, shares are up 5% in the past year. S&P's up 22. Implied one-day move 2.7. Let's see how many times they beat. Let me see their past earnings. Steel Dynamics, loss of 4, loss of 2, gain of 4, gain of 9, and then gain of 6, gain of 3, gain of 1. So they can move big if they surprise. That time that they surprised, it was 7% upside surprise. They are lagging behind the SPY, but not so much on the quarter. That one's it has the ability to move. So that's where that one gets a little bit more interesting. I don't know, though. Steel Dynamics. Last couple of earnings, though, It's within 4 to 5, and they're pricing in about 2. I have the Texas chain up, but I'm not using those numbers. I'm using the numbers from here, and then I'm reading off of somewhere else. So not too bad. Again, it'd be 110, 100 flat. That'd be 2 standard deviations, and then 130 to the upside. But that'd be $40. 70. Let's take a look. They lag behind the S&P on the year. They're up on the quarter, though. Those puts got clobber. That's good. Oh, these calls were cheap yesterday. Okay, I got an idea. We'll grab slightly out of the money cheap. And then I'll go we'll go with 1 put right at the standard deviation. So that one we're going to be spending $50 total, $55. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. 1 put for Steel Dynamics at 2 standard deviations, and then 1 just outside for $20. So $55 total for both ways. I went a little cheaper just to get it both ways. I'm bullish. I went bullish and bearish for the February 16th. So puts 2 standard deviation and then calls 1 right outside of it. Not bad. So that was STLD. What's the next one? So Baker Hughes. Oh, next one is Stride, LRN. This one could be interesting. I got the preview from Troy. Yeah, LRN. They had a big pop from. I know they're up. They're up 50% on the quarter. So let's see what we're working with on the preview. That is a Freeportation. Freeportation. Work so hard I had them. Okay. Their last earnings up 18, gain of 4, up 13, up 27, and then loss of 29. So this one moves a lot. What's going to happen? Any ideas? I already have an idea. This one, I know it's going to move a lot, but what's the problem? When you know it's going to move a lot, what happens? It's not. It's usually priced in. So right now, at $60, they're almost at 62. It's pricing in what? $5.27, $8, $8.10. So $8 on a $60 stock. That's like what? 15% priced in at the money. So 62.34 divided by $8. 7. No, I did it wrong. 8 divided by 62.38. Yeah, 12.8% priced in. So 2 standard deviations is going to be about 24%. So $16, that'll be 78. So $30 for a little bit outside, and then what? $18 lower would be 40, 16, 44, 45, 50 even. No, 15 would be 68. Yeah. So it's not bad, but you're paying 20%. And then again, this is a $60 stock, but they have moved a ton. The time, is it not a weekly? A lot of these February 16th. Yeah, that one. It's moved a lot, but it's the same one like Logi. Maybe we come back to that one. But that one, it's because it's cheap at the same time it moves. But again, cheap for 2 standard deviations. It's not the worst, but it's definitely not the best either. So we'll see how that one plays out. And then finally, I think CNI. That's the other one I have up here. These are all for today after hours. So that's kind of the good, the bad, the ugly with them all. So again, which ones will we come back to? We're going to come back to ISRG, and then I'll come back to LRN. Let's see, but they're not my first choice. And then CNI, Canadian Rail. Remember, PACCAR, they came out too. So if you want to see, PACCAR came out today. Did they go above 2 standard deviations? They moved 2.7, so they didn't break outside, but this is another railroad. CNI, let's get to the chart. They look like a cuck and staying pinned. Revenue expected to be $4.36 billion, freight 4.2, operating ratio 59.6, EPS of $1.97, volume loss of 1.5. Since last close, they're up 16.1, S&P up 12.6, XLI up 12.9, pricing in a 2.7% move last 4 quarters, gain of 1, loss of 0, loss of 4, and loss of 5. They've beaten 12 of the last 20, 2 in line, and then EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So not bad, but they're really moving with the market and their industry. Not anything crazy. And then another February 16th, 570, give or take, 5.4. We'll do 570. That'd be $10, $11 to the upside. That'd be 136. So the call's 30 cents. That's not bad for a $130 stock. That's a little better. And then $11 to the downside would be what? 114. So $30. $30 both ways. This one's a little bit more expensive in the sense of the stock. This might be able to, but I don't know if it's going to move or not. So that one's a good price if you think it's going to move. If you think they're going to move outside of 2%, that one's not really that bad. That one is not that bad. But I don't know if I believe in it. Yeah, that one, the options aren't that bad though. So again, it's not pricing in a lot. They have moved more than 2% in the short run. So that's up to you. That one is up to you, and the contracts aren't too bad. You could pay $60 both ways on a $135 stock, but it does stay a little bit more stable. So not bad. Yeah. Their price range is 185. Where? I guess CNI's been as high as 135, and then even from last quarter, they were at 100. But that's why I'm saying the puts work. Every play on it works. It's just the only risk is that it doesn't move. But that one, the options aren't bad. I think CNI probably one of the better ones we've seen today, just because again it's a higher price stock. You could play both ways for $60. It's just not really expected to move too much. And then again, you had PACCAR. I guess PCAR already went up too the day before. Maybe that's why it didn't go as crazy. That could be. It went up 5% on that. Maybe the run up. Did CNI run up? They've kind of stayed pinned. CNI's pricing in 3 to 6. That's why I'm saying it's kind of possible. It's not the worst. And then again, even from last quarter, I mean, they were at 105. So they have just made that move recently. Beatgar, Backer, Pecan. Or maybe I'll come back to that one too. I'll throw that on the list, but no play yet. And now that is all of the earnings for tonight. So we'll come back after we see what we get here. But so far, out of any of the plays for today, I'm walking away with Texas Instruments and Steel Dynamics. I spent about $141 for 2 plays both ways. So that's about all we're doing for today. No Netflix, nothing else on there. And now let's get into tomorrow morning. And let's start it off with AT&T. Yeah, TLT kind of working its way up there. SMCI moving up too. Again, AT&T reacting to Verizon as well today. So AT&T revenue expected to be $31.46 billion, EBITDA of $10.65, communications $11.16, EPS of $1 or 56 cents, capex $5.29 billion, free cash flow $6.07 billion, net adds 20,000, postpaid churn 1%, entertainment broadband net adds 30,000, loss. Full year guidance, capex inclusive to Ericsson, $21.2 billion. Since last quarter, they are up 17%. Since October, S&P is up 12.2, and XLC is up 12.0. Options imply a 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, gain of 1, loss of 10, gain of 7. My goodness. No alert? What do you mean? I didn't make a play. I did alert out on the other ones. You should have gotten alert on TXN and what's it called? Oh, did I not send one on STLD? Oh, shit. I didn't? Oh, my bad. Good call. I swear I typed that one out. Congratulations. So that's a February. What was that one? 100 put. $35. 135 call. 0.2. All right, we good. We good. My bad. Netflix is right after the bell. Or maybe it takes like 20 minutes. Your stream alerts are the first link in the description. And especially if you're like, when are you going to do this? When's this? If you ain't going to pay attention, you pay the premium, baby. See, there you go. That should have came out. My bad, though. I thought that one went out. Congratulations. They haven't moved. If anything, they probably got cheaper. No, same exact price. The beauty, they don't move. I went a little bit outside of the money on the call to make that cheap. So I liked STLD, but I don't. That one's kind of like CNI. It could get clapped. Oh shit! I didn't even put out the symbol. I'm just fucking with y'all now. Yeah, my bad. I got y'all, man. I got y'all. So AT&T, again, we did a pricing in 5.3 last quarters, gain of 7, gain of 1, loss of 10, gain of 7, beaten revenue 9 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 4 in line. So let's see what they're pricing in. Again, 5% is what that's telling us. Let's double check. 17, AT&T. So $1.70 would be 10%. They're at like $1, a little bit more than 5%. I think 17.19, 16.98. Yeah, we'll say $2 back and forth. So more than 10% would be double. So 17 would be $19 for 8 cents, and then 16 for 12 cents. It's kind of like the Verizon. So, again, even the Verizon, what was the max gain on the Verizon today? Oh, shit, I don't want that. Let's take a look. Because remember, the Verizon ones hit. They were a couple of 100%, but it was cheap. I guess I bought these for, what, 10 cents yesterday? What did we pay for Verizon yesterday? So this would be a similar return if it hit. Damn, we paid $10 for the Verizon, and now they're still holding 48. Or no, we got the 42.50s. Yeah. I sold out at like 32-ish, I think. They went up to 30. So you'd make like 200%, 300%. But again, it's smaller, so I don't know. I think AT&T, it's not a bad price. And again, AT&T has been moving. They're doing the whole recovery thing as well, but it's kind of small amount of money, may not have anything crazy. But if it does go crazy, you will go nuts. But then again, if you play it small, it's going to be small, if that makes sense. So that's AT&T. Next one is ASML, and these are all for tomorrow morning, FYI. ASML. This one I think is just going to be expensive as shit. So revenue expected to be $6.87 billion. Guidance was 6.7 to 7.1. Gross margin. So again, analysts are like right in the middle with that one. Gross margin 50.5. Guidance of 50 to 51. They're right there in the middle. Operating profit $2.18 billion. Net income $1.87 billion, and then EPS of $4.76. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 6.24, lower than this quarter. Gross margin of 50.7. Price history since last close. 22.4%. Europe stocks up 4.8, and again, I think S&P is up 18, and so is the chip makers. Last 4 quarters, loss of 3, loss of 2, loss of 4, gain of 0. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20, one in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. So not bad. And they are pricing in $36. It's like 5%. Just eyeballing it. If it is $36, let's see. $36? No, you're at $7.75. Yeah, $36.50. So $72 either direction. Jeez. So that'd be like what? $8.42 to the upside. We're talking 74. $3.80. Yeah, you're insane. And then what? $72 to the downside would be like $700. $1.85. Yeah, that's $400. That's still too standard. It can move 10% though, I think, but the last 4 earnings haven't done that. That one, if you just want to gamble on chip makers, that's your play. But even then, it's 10% could happen, but it seems like it doesn't move a lot on earnings and then has a bigger follow through. This could be a continuation. Yeah, I say we punt. I'm not doing that one. That one's expensive. Okay, next one, Abbott. Abivai's father. They birthed Abivai back in the day. Did you guys know that? Abivai, their father is Abbott. If you didn't know, revenue expected to be $10.19 billion. Adjusted gross margin 55.7, expenses SG&A $2.66 billion, R&D $632.7 million, EPS expected to be 119 versus 117 to 121, right smack dab in the middle. Price history since last close, Abbott is up 24%, S&P is up 10.7, XLV is up 6.5. Last 4 quarters or near-term options imply 3.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, gain of 4, gain of 8, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. So this one, they're outpacing, and then, again, double up 3.16%. They could fall somewhere in there. So I think 2 standard deviations, just looking off that, might be likely. But let's see what the price is right, baby. What do we got with Abbott? Again, it's a $100 stock, pricing in $340. 114.20, about 330, yeah. We'll go 340, so 680 to the upside. That'd be like 120.80, maybe 121. 121 rum. 120, 25 cents. All right, and then what would it? We were looking for $6, $7. I forgot. Yeah, $7 to the downside. That'd be 107. $21. This one doesn't look that bad. I hate AbbVie options, so I don't know. That's the only difference. Let's see. Calls were a little bit more the other day. And then 107s, the puts. The puts are kind of expensive comparatively. But I'm down for both ways on this one. That one's not bad. 20, 50 bucks both ways. Could surprise biotech. They are an outperformer. So one call, oh, did I get the 120? The 119s weren't that bad too if you want to go a little closer and spend some. That's not too bad. So 120 call, not a recommendation, and then 107 put, about 25 for the call, 21 for the put. And then Raul on the market. That's for Abbott. So $46 both ways. Every play we've done today is both ways. That's crazy. But again, we've limited the amount of plays, and then these are the ones like we're really getting them cheap. Someone's like what, $40, $45 for Abbott? That's for Abbott, AbbVie's father. So if Abbott spun off AbbVie in 2014, I believe. Or maybe 2013. And that's tomorrow morning. Next one on the list. Where is it? Oh, Progressive. I don't know. I don't know if Troy sent me that one. Progressive Auto. I don't know. Even oh no, I don't have Progressive kind of. That one is going to be like Travelers. I don't know. We could just run the pricing on it and see. I don't really like insurance companies. They did gap up last time though, and they are on a tear. So let's just see the pricing and see if it's cheap. What's it called? PGR. So February contracts, they're pricing in $10. So a little bit more than 5%, it looks like. I mean, 9. I see 9, yeah, $10. So $20 move. That'd be $190 to the upside for 40 cents. And then $20 to the downside, $150, 50 cents. $100 both ways if you're into that. And then I think from last quarter, they've moved around there. It's literally right on the money. A little bit lower. They actually came up a lot. And then didn't Travelers beat? Yeah, Travelers ended up going 10%. But they kind of have the Travelers premium. That one, I think it's up to you. That one might play like Travelers. That could move, though. It's cheap. Maybe one direction on that. Yeah, TRV did end up hitting. So if they follow along, I mean, one way wouldn't be too bad. It's still going to cost you, though. It's still going to cost you $30 to $40, depending on where you get filled. We'll see. I'll come back to those. Again, I have 4 names I want to come back to, but that I'm kind of uncertain on. The next one that we have on the list now Travelers. Yo, where's KMB? Oh yeah, I don't know what Amphenol is. Amphenol I don't have. Let's do Freeport. I don't have Amphenol. Do any of y'all do Amphenol? It sounds like a drug. Freeport McCarran. We have Steel Dynamics. They've already moved a lot here too. So again, I do think they have been kind of gappy on earnings. Are we ever going to see your face? What about going over standard deviations inspired that? As I was listening to Josh talk about the options and all the plays that he made for less than $50, I wondered how his navel cavity looked like. I wonder, does he have blonde hair? Does he have blue eyes? Or does he have dark brown hair? Is his hair as curly as it should be? I wonder how he looks. Maybe all the numbers? I don't know. Okay, Freeport. Adjusted EPS expected to be 24 cents, 5.9 billion revenue estimate. Full year net cost of copper 155, capital good expenditures 456, gold sale volume 1.8, 13 buys, 11 holds, 0 sells. Average price target 46.23, 21% upside. Applied one-day share move 3.3. They've beaten 11 of the last 12 quarters on EPS. Shares are down 15% in the past year, while SPX is up 20. And let's see what's priced in. So again, saying like 3.3. $1.57. Yeah, it's about, well, I think that's 5%. Hold up. Dang. Yeah, it's like 150. So $3 to the upside. Maybe $41.20. And this is a cheaper stock, so it's kind of more expensive. $3 to the downside, 35. The puts are better priced, but still kind of expensive. This one, it meets. It's not too bad. But if you think they have had pretty decent earnings. Let me check their past 4 earnings. Please hold. Last 4 earnings, loss of 1, gain of 3, loss of 4, gain of 4. So honest, they haven't really broken out. Last time they had a 9% earnings was April of 2022. It was the last time they moved more than 3 or 4%. And then the only other time was January 2021. They moved 6.8. Meta selling off. Yeah, I don't know. Punt. But that's Freeport. Next play on the list. And I think, is this the last one? No, we got 2 more after this. Actually, 3 more? 3 more. 4 more. No, 3 more after this one. Next one's Kimberly-Clark. Kimberly-Clark. Oh, this one's at the bottom. They ran up. I think they ran up because of Procter. So they've had some good earnings here. Let's see what we're working with. Can you work it? I put my thing down. I had to do it once today. So Kimberly-Clark revenue expected to be $4.99 billion, organic growth 3.1, adjusted gross margin 34.9, adjusted operating income $726.4 million, adjusted operating margin 14.6%. Since last close, they're up by 0.8, S&P 14.8, and XLP Staples up 7.3, so they're lagging. Near-term options imply 3.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, loss of 3, gain of 2, and loss of 2. They've beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. So let's see what we got, Kimberly. What you got, Kimberly-Clark? So $4, yeah, that's about 3%. 124, now it's at 125. $4.10. So $8 is what we'd be looking for. So 125, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 133 to the upside. 20 cents. And then $8 to the downside would be like what? 127 or 117? 30 cents. We said 133 to the upside. Is it 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33? Yeah, 133. Let's see, KMB, how have they moved? I know the calls are going to be jacked up after that move. That's the funny part. Yeah, those calls are 5 cents. Oh, fuck me. And then the puts got murdered. You don't like them. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Kimberly Clark. I'm not. I'm down with one call, though. All right, I grabbed one at 18 cents. I'm not going to go puts. One way, Kimberly Clark. Next week, 133. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. God bless you. 133. Boeing tweaking. Oh, Boeing pop. Good call on that. Boeing tells suppliers imperative they meet quality requirements, including properly tightening bolts. Why is it popping off of that? I'm getting a January memo, so I don't know if SPR goes down on that or not. That's the stupidest headline ever. They're like, hey, man, y'all better tighten the bolts. Says suppliers should evaluate bolt tightening steps or process during manufacturing. That's the dumbest headline, and then it just popped up $2. And that's standard, right, bro? The fuck, man? Is this like an IKEA plane? I swear, bro, they just be sending it in like a box, and they like have the instructions. They're like, all right, we're going to give you the rest of the instructions, but tighten these bolts, please. What in the IKEA is going on? This is some bullshit. Boeing says there has been no change to 737 supply master schedule. So no changes to schedule, probably why he's going up. That's crazy. Boeing says suppliers should require mechanics to record actual applied bolt tightening. This is awful, bro. Paying the plug in advance. Hey, man, if it don't work out, man, just don't. No refunds, okay? Not a recommendation. No, I just did KMB to the upside. Kimberly Clark one way, no downside. So I hope you could pay me for the 3Ms or something, but, like, no refunds on it. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, man. I thought all of those plays yesterday were going to lose except one of them. So we'll see. I got filled at 18 cents on Kimberly. Kimberly Clark. That's what our hamburgers are all about. I hooked you up. All right, man. I love you, man. I appreciate you. Why just calls? Because I think they have more upside and they're lagging behind. So even then, even with 3M and some of the one-way plays we made yesterday that worked out, even Procter & Gamble, if they're lagging behind, I'm kind of down. S&P's up 14% on the quarter. Staples are even up by 7. Kimberly Clark is barely up. You know what I'm saying? So even then, I don't want to spend too much money. I think they're going to cuck. So that's why I think if they surprise to the upside, we'll take it one way. And then if I'm wrong, I lose $20. So that way, just trying to keep it small. And then it's an expensive stock. So if we do get, if we get hooked up, that's it. No, that was Kimberly Clark to In-N-Out. Kimberly Clark to In-N-Out. That's what our hamburgers are all about. Hey, I'm Josh AI. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Don't forget, options will still smack you. Just because we hit a bunch of 1,000%ers doesn't mean it won't happen tomorrow. Just a reminder, make sure you like the video. Thanks. Still got a couple more plays. Here's Josh. Okay, the next play is ELV, Elevance Health. Elevant, Elephant. I'm an elephant with the elephant looking at me like, oh my God. No? Okay. Elephant. It's very fun to say. If you haven't tried it, you should. Elephant. Elevancé is French. That means élevé. Exactly. What are you talking about? The next play is élevant. Sorry, that's how I make fun of my girlfriend when she be speaking like German and shit. German sounds so crazy. I need to tell you that food I have is like Schluflaff. It was a hash brown. Anyways, Elevance, damn, they expected to do 42.19 billion. Premiums 35 billion. Benefit expense ratio 89.1. Operating expense 11.2. EPS 560, ending medical memberships 47.42, price history since last closed, loss of 0.2, S&P up by 10.7, XLV up 6.5, last 4 earnings, gain of 1, gain of 4, loss of 5, gain of 4, pricing in a 4.2% move. They've beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Yeah, Rosti. That's what it was. I had Rosti yesterday. Bro, that shit's fire. I loved it. Nah, Rosti. Rosti, bro. That shit go hard. I was with like some like truffle mushroom thing, bro. Oh, Elevance's anthem. Elevant. So they got clapped off of the other one. Remember when Humana came in? That Elevant. Yeah, Rosti. That shit good, bro. Elevant. So let's see what they're pricing. 5%. But yeah, that's Anthem. That makes sense. I'm like, what the hell is Elevance? I'm like, how are they making $42 billion and I'm making fun of their Elevance? So $472.5. They're right about there. $18, $19. We'll say $40 to be safe. So $40 from $470 would be $523. $1.45, and then $40 lower would be $433. Expensive. $500 one. It's expensive, but I don't know. I think it can move, dude. Because after Humana killed it, it would have. If we got in the other day, that would have been. It already moved fucking $20 almost right there. Literally $450 to $470. Kimberly Clark. Some people, it's a good long-term name. I'm not really the biggest fan. I don't like some of their foreign exposure, but it's a name we all use. You know, it's used all around the world. Kimberly Clark is it's a pretty good staple. You know, especially we'll see after their earnings. U.S. has destroyed over 25 missile launch sites as well as 20 missiles in Yemen. All right, the next one is SAP. I like Elevance, but that one you just got to have a higher budget if you want it. And then SAP, the Germans, Rosti. So they're expecting $8.35 billion, services 1.1, margin 30.1. Since last close, they're up 22.6. Stocks Europe up 5.9. S&P up 18.8. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 1, gain of 5, loss of 1. And I don't know what they're pricing in. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20. They don't have any good contracts. 162, 6, 9, 70, $10. So $20, 180 to 140. What hobbies do I do for fun? You're watching one of them. Throwing $20 at ghetto option place. I love them. It's a great hobby, a long time pastime I've been doing for a while now. Big fan. What's the other one? 160. Is it 20? 140. Yeah, I think I'm down with the put. It's all about. Okay, I grabbed one SAP put for 25 cents. That's it. I'm only going one way. SAP 140 put. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. And that one has a little bit more of time. I've not done any debit spreads on these. Wasn't $7 priced in? No, $10 was priced in. Double that up. That's 20. Stocks at 160. Take you down to 140. You could go for the 145s, but I like the cheapness. And I don't even like SAP. It's an outperformer, and I think Germany's shit economy-wise. So I don't know. I think it's kind of I'm down with it for $20. You know, and then it's a big mover. It's a $160 stock. So we will see. But there is that. And then the final play, TXT, Textron Aviation. Why is cart dropping when it was running? Now it's dropping. So they're getting clapped. Is it TXT? Spy rip. It is actually. Let's see if we hit a new high. That's the craziness. Textron. Anybody use Textron? This one kind of looks cucky. So Textron expecting 3.97 billion, segment operating margin 9.7, financial income 6.5, EPS $1.53. Since last quarter, they're up by 6%. S&P up 15.6 and XLI up 15.5. Last 4 quarters, they've gain of 2, gain of 12, gain of 0, gain of 1. Near-term options imply a 6.1% move. They've beaten revenue 8 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. And remember, GE, they had bad aviation units. That one's just chilling. And it's underpacing, and this is at all-time highs. That one's interesting. I bet you it's only going to have February options. No dailies, yep. 5.0, so under 10%, but up there. 75, 70. That's a weird one. 580. The 81's 470. Yeah, about $5. So $10 would be both ways. So 88. Or 65. It's cheap if it gets surprise. But this one doesn't really look like it moves. But then again, if it does have a move like 3 quarters ago, you're going to love it. That's TXT. What would it be? 68? So the 70 puts? Or then, what? 78, 88, 85 call. Do those drop? Who the fuck was buying these at 20 cents this morning? That one's tough. Because if you could got these at like 5 cents, I'd be down. The 85 is the one you'd want to go with. These ones, which is very cheap, but then I'm like, then you start becoming the cuck who's buying these ones. But these are up the other day. But they shouldn't move, but if they do break out, that one will go crazy. So let's see, TXT, we'll add it to the list. So now here's the question. So right now we've made 3 plays. We've played $91 on TXN, $50 on STLD, and then Abbott. All of these plays we have played, or no, Abbott was one way. Oh yeah, and I forgot Kimberly Clark. How much did we spend on Kimberly? My girlfriend's gonna bust it. Who the fuck is Kimberly? Who's what? No, it's Kimberly Clark. It's only $40. I'm sorry. So we spent $18 on Kimberly, and then SAP was $25. Those are all one way. One way or another. So right now we're standing. Let's do the math. Do the math. We wasn't supposed to have not even half, but it's crazy how we double that. I think I'll make a toast. My bro and Holy Ghost. 25 plus 18 plus 45 plus 50 plus 91. $229. So we have, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plays for $229. That's what we're sitting on right now. We got all 5 plays. 5 plays for $220. $230. Not too bad. I don't know. So, and then I have 5 other plays on my list that we passed up on, but they weren't enough for me to strike on them like right away like the other ones. So I don't know. And those plays, we could still go for LRN. That one's like the big mover. It reminds me of Logi. Higher priced in. ISRG, that one, again, I think January they usually have a big move. And ISRG's up a lot. We could do ISRG, Packer. I think that one too. Maybe we go one way on these. And then TRV. Oh, no, not TRV. I meant Progressive. PGR. And then TXT. What do you guys do? Should we retire now, or should we try to double dip on something we missed? That is the question. So let me take one more look through. I think LRN, fuck LRN. I say we burn that one. Let's go back. Let's see ISRG one more time. YOLO Netflix. Why? You guys got to realize it. Do you realize what just happened? So why did I not want Netflix? It was expensive, but like, what did I just do right in front of you? Think about it. You just saw something crazy if you really think about it. Come on, tell me what you got. Tell me what just happened right in front of you. Calculator. I just spent $229 for 5 plays. 2 of them both directions. I would be playing in between what? If I did 2 standard deviations on Netflix, I'd be spending $88. Is that there? $80? I think those options came down. They were worth a lot more when we did it. So, like, if I played Netflix both ways, it would have cost me almost half as much for all of those plays. So, I have 5 shots to win tomorrow rather than the one Netflix. You get what you pay for with options. It depends. I mean, again, yesterday we did the same thing, and we hit 4 out of 6 with several 500 percenters there. So the idea is, I mean, you're spending a lot of money on Netflix for 2 standard deviations where now we were able to get several plays all for a lower amount of money. So I haven't really been too hyped on this one. But let me go back to ISRG. Which one was it? What was this one pricing in? $20, so $40. That one's expensive. It moves a lot, though. Okay. And then where's Packer? Oh, no, not Packer. What's it called? CNI? CNI I liked. That one I just didn't think. That one could be the potential cuck. Southwest Airlines flight attendants approved strike. Packer 8. So 16. No, why am I looking at those? I meant CNI. $11,136. Netflix puts got cheaper though. Or was I looking at the right contract? Oh no, I wasn't. No, I was 89. These dropped. They were at $1 when we looked at them. That one's kind of tempting. But you need big move. All right, CNI. I'm gonna grab one CNI. I grabbed CNI 135 call 30 cents. Just one of them. Just one of them days. Go when you see a stock on the highs. Don't want to take it out on you. I just want to trade Netflix options, but the market maker keeps on scamming. Don't take it personal. Netflix, 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 Netflix. CNI, not CSI. You've been watching too much Law and Order, dog. Calm down. And then, let's see. So that would take us to what? We just spent 35. 260. Or just almost as much as yesterday. So either TXT or ISRG, or we just walk away now. Textron looks interesting, but I don't like how those contracts moved. Staying small. Well, I am. I mean, again, none of these. I'm not trying to go crazy. I have one more idea, but I could be good. Let me check. Baby, 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 baby. What time is it? Oh, it's power hour? Wow. Ethereum. Where's the other one? Kind of scammy. No, I think I'm going to burn the LRN. Boeing dying all of a sudden. All right. I think I'm going to do ISRG. I'm not fucking leaving. But they're expensive. I'm going to try the one way. But I'm going to have to go a little bit further out. So that's not too expensive. I feel like by the time I buy these, they're going to get cheaper. It's a fucked up spread. All right, I did 325. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. That one's just outside of the 330. We're going to hit ISRG. FAA Mike Whitaker tells me the Pro-Alaska Airlines is focused on Boeing quality control issues. Okay, now we relax. That's it. ISRG at $65. And now we are done. Today's grand total. Wow, what at 65? I think this is exactly how much we got back today. 320 or something. I got back $329 is what we spent. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plays. And 3 of them are playing both ways. And 3 of them are going one way. Yallah. So there it is. Again, we'll recap all of these on the watch list. And again, if you feel like you're behind, or even if you missed out on some of them and you want to be able to go back, I'm telling you, go watch last night's watch list and the video that was included in there, because then you'll understand all of it. You'll know if I played 2 standard deviations or not, what we went after. It's super easy. So literally, second link in the description. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we went over every play yesterday. This is the list that I'm even keeping. These are the plays we've been doing. And again, all of these plays, that one hit yesterday, this one didn't, this one did, this one did, and this one didn't. I don't know if it's going to play out the same way, but then if you come here in the description, here is the original tutorial. All right, ladies. And this is the one where we go over what you're looking for, and I show everything you watched me do. Exact, like there's no, I'm sticking to this script, man. You know what I'm saying? So like if I'm going 2 standard deviations or not, some of them I'm going both ways, some I'm doing the other way, but it's very, very simple there. So that's what we got here for now, and good luck, and not a recommendation, and watch the video and you will be up to speed and you won't miss it. If you don't like paying attention, feel free to get the stream alerts, but now we are going to be chilling now. That's it, man. We are chilling. That's it, man. Standard deviation. Watch the video. It'll make sense. You'll go over it. It's ghetto standard deviation, but it'll give you an idea of what we just did and what we are looking to accomplish. My time the West greatest ever. We gonna play the option. They got low probabilities, but it's something unexpected to happen. We're gonna make some massive success. Let's do it. Bing. Hide your ears? What do you mean? Oh, we still got time. We still got time, baby. Stream alerts is the first link in the description. I'm going to recap all the names on the watch list. So we're done with earnings place. Again, I think we just spent about an hour and 10 minutes going all of them. So at that point, if you missed any, don't trip on it. But again, I didn't trade all of them. That's the only thing. So you can go through. I did the calculations on all of them, what I traded. I picked and choose the couple. But again, I could still be wrong. But the idea is if you apply this to the plays you want, you will find your own play. Yeah, there's a 26-minute video and then the one we posted yesterday. That'll give you an update on both of those. I think both of those tutorials in tandem. I mean, yesterday just shows you exactly what I did today. We go down the list and then we find the plays and, you know, gave you a little bit of reasoning as to why I chose some, but then 2 standard deviations and that's it. ISRG is a little bit outside of there just to keep it for the sake of the budget. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Oh, now I need to go pee. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I hope you're feeling good, and I will be right back. Follow me. You follow me on Instagram? I think you're good. You're good. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
Months. All right, well said, Brian. We'll catch up again soon, I'm sure. Brian Weinstein, head of global markets over at Morgan Stanley Investment Management, helping us kick off to the close here on this Tuesday afternoon. And I looking forward to After the Bell and results out of Netflix and a big announcement already. Netflix laying the smackdown on its rival.
Energy has helped us out, and that's been great. It might not always be that way.
Is your point that, I mean, you think the Fed's going to cut this year, but you think it's for the wrong reasons? Or what's the story there?
No, I think that we're more likely to see one last hike before they start cutting. Previous to this, again, I always own up to what I said. Previous to this, I did not think we were going to have cuts this year at all, just because we weren't experiencing enough disinflation. That may change. We started to see the housing component move, right? It went in October from growing 60 basis points month over month, went down to 20. It's since come back. But this is what could make my entire bearish thesis wrong, is if the housing component moves in a significant way, that will be enough to solve all of the issues that I'm pointing out.
Okay. Stay with me a second. Let me bring in Steve Leisman, our senior economics reporter, because I want him to react to all of this. Obviously, he knows the Fed better than anybody. So Bullard makes these comments, Steve, at the same time that Wall Street's been pricing out March, right? And yet now he suggests, well, we think that inflation could get down to target maybe faster than people think, and the Fed's not going to wait until it sees that right in its face. It's going to act before that, and that, in fact, could come as early as March. What do you make of all this?
Well, the idea of the Federal Reserve cutting before 2% is sort of Fed policy. It's something Powell has mentioned. I believe it was policy before Bullard left the Fed back in the summer of last year. And so that has been something that's expected. The question has been, Scott, when they might pull that trigger, and that's where the market's been going back and forth. What I think has been interesting is the Fed has been somewhat successful in talking the market out of March. And if you look at the probabilities of March, they're down below 50% now. Those were as high as 80% last year after Powell spoke at the December meeting. So we've come quite a ways down. It's pretty interesting to see that what's happened both to March. Now, what you do see is that those percentages go up as you get into May and again to June. And I think, Scott, as I've said before, my take on this has been, I think May is a better time for the Fed to hike because I think there may go every other meeting. Powell has shown that he likes every other meeting. I'm a little bit, what's the right word? I guess in disagreement with my good friend Greg Branch when it comes to the outcomes from inflation this year. Inflation has surprised everybody, Wall Street forecasters and the Fed, to the downside. It has come down inarguably, I believe, faster than anyone predicted. Whether or not that continues is an open question. But I don't think you can debate the idea that everybody was on the upside or the wrong side of inflation this year in terms of where they thought 2023, we thought it was going to end the year.
I mean, you also heard Greg make the case that he thinks there's going to be one more hike. Mr. Bullard also throws on the table the idea of waiting too long and the problems that would arise if the Fed actually waits too long to get back to normal, so to speak.
Right. I mean, the Fed is incredibly cognizant of what they call the long and variable lags. Bullard talked a lot about that when he was in office, and now that he's out, he's still talking about it. So that's good news, I suppose. The idea, Scott, that the Fed cannot wait to 2%, that's too long, is well ingrained in the Fed. The idea being, though, that the Fed does not want to see 3% built into people's minds or expectations. So I do think we need to get below that. Friday is a big day, Scott. We're probably going to hit on a 3 or 6 month basis. We're going to hit a 2% core PCE number on a 3 month or 6 month annualized basis. We'll be at trend. March, maybe they cut in March if you have 2 more good reports on that. But I believe May gives them the opportunity to have as much data in the hopper there to say, look, we've been at 2, we can cut. We're not in danger of doing what Greg Branch says we might have to do, which is to hike again.
Yeah, Steve.
Hike again. Oh shit! I didn't realize. I'm about to have Steve Leisman hair.
Highs are extended.
That's cool. He made it look cool. I'm down. All right, Chattadonia. Welcome to Power Hour. 45 minutes left. SPY's about to hit another high. You guys know that if we hit 4, I don't know. When was the last time we hit 3 all-time highs day after day? It's going to be 3 days in a row of hitting all-time highs. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the ZQ December odds came back to break even on the day. They were up earlier. And then again, bonds still gave up some from yesterday. And then we see where everything leads us here. Where's Triple M? Triple M still holding Wells Fargo. We need to pump it up. Tomorrow, I mean, it's going to be the results of the earnings today. So Netflix should be the big one after hours. There's going to be a couple of other companies, and then we're going to see what happens. I like 3M at this place, but it's going to have to stay low for the next month. So I don't have any long-term deposits available. We put that money on Pfizer. Pfizer gets back around where we bought it yesterday, but my goodness, they are not getting the ex-dividend pump. LMT, they gave earnings updates, and they got smashed from there. So LMT, that would have been an intraday winner. If you want, again, I think tomorrow we're going to have continuations. They always do the cheap options one day before. Not always. Sometimes we'll go earlier, like the Intel, that one paid off a little bit, but the JP Morgan hurt. So, but usually, like the day of, you might get better deals. So, like even Netflix, I don't know if you guys, I might want the Netflix, but I'm done for the day with options. Those Netflix puts got cheaper. The 2 standard deviations kind of fell down in price finally. So, I don't know. Like earlier, they were going for like $1.20. Now they're going for like 80, maybe less. I don't know. I have to double check. Where is it? It'll be a 400. Or no, it'd be a 405 now, technically. Maybe that's why. So you're moving out of the money. So it's still like $1. The 400s were the ones there, but you moved up like $5. Yeah, stock has to move. Not exactly. That's the point. That's the only one I don't like. Like LRN, I like that play. But that one, again, that one's pricing in like a 10, 15%, 17 or 12.5% move. So we'll see. What about the IV crush if you buy them right before? Well, it depends, because depending on how the market moves, the IV crush can happen before. So, but then again, by using the strategy that we have, the ghetto standard deviation, it still allows you to get in there good. Again, even RTX had an IV crush and run up, and that one still hit a couple 100%. The 3M even leading into it as well. So, we will see, but usually day before, at least the pricing doesn't move. So at least once we know where the stock is at, what's priced in, what's 2 standard deviations, that's the advantage of going right before, is that the stock isn't going to move too much as you're ready to strike. Damn, Verizon going up. So that was another play from today. We sold out of that one early. VZ's going up. The plays that we made today. You want just the names so you could figure them out yourself? I'm down with that. We did which one did we do? TXN, STLD, Abbott, Kimberly-Clark, SAP, CNI, and ISRG. Those are the ones we got. And then I just showed you all the plays too. That's for the late crowd. Now stop asking me. I love you. I'll see you on the watch list. Please watch the videos. Please pay attention. You got to stay in the game, baby. It will be there for you. What's this? You didn't do any plays, GG. I mean, yeah, you could walk away. If you got any of the other ones from yesterday, still good gains. But I wanted to play Netflix, but since I didn't, I got a couple. But some of these names could be good. Otherwise, we'll see, and then we'll have the Tesla. And then, I don't know, I'll go over plays tomorrow, but I don't know how many we're going to go after, because after that, we should be looking at, the ones for next week. You didn't know you have videos on trading? Oh, yeah, a lot. A lot. Do I like Hondas? I mean, in what context? It depends. I think some of them look cool, but I've never owned a Hyundai in my life. Back when I was growing up, a Hyundai was like, people didn't like them, but I know they got some good EVs nowadays, but it just all depends. It all depends. If it's cheap enough, though, I remember I on the lease hacking video, there was a Hyundai. It was like $400 or $200 a month, or like $150 a month for a Hyundai EV. I'm down with that. I think if you get it cheap enough, I could get behind it. I think they make them a lot more reliable than they used to. So tempted for the Netflix 400. It is tempting. It's good that it came down in price. You would have saved 20% by waiting. but you could have gotten, it still needs to take a 20% move. But then again, Netflix analysts are bullish on it, so if they outperform, we'll see what happens. If they underperform, I'm sure it'll get smashed. So we'll see. I did not play TXT, no. I wanted to, but I decided not to. I figured I'd go with CNI to the upside, and then I went with ISRG to the downside. Think about it, 40 billion has to outflow from the stock for that to hit. I think it's more than possible. The stock is up 38% in 3 months. So technically it would have to come down half of what it has already moved up. So I think that's possible. But then again, it's a higher, you're paying a high price for a bigger event to happen. So even if the stock moved down 10%, even like 12%, you probably wouldn't make any money. But I wouldn't rule it out, is what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think you could rule out a 20% drop with how it's moved lately. I think it's possible, and the probability is kind of up there, but then it's just like it's expensive. That's all. It's not worth the price. Whereas I feel like tomorrow we could just play it in the as it comes out, and you'll be good to go. Best platform for options other than TOS? TOS or E-Trade. I don't know, but like why can't you use TOS? If you could use TOS, just get TOS. It's a great platform. Again, you could get it on Schwab too. Give me dinner ideas. What's for dinner? Always serious with the stock talk. That's a shocker. That's a shocker. I'll take it. What are you craving? I don't know what I'm having for dinner. My girlfriend's just gonna say me something. But you were asking me about Fubo stock earlier and other things. And I feel you. Yeah, you got good stock talk in there. You done with earnings? I feel you, man. We did good. We put our work in. Taco Tuesday. I like PayPal. Oh, wait, aren't they supposed to have it? I want a crab grilled cheese. That sounds fire. Bacon burgers. Chicken. If I buy Pfizer, do you get the dividend? Yes. So we're done with plays. I'm not going to repeat anymore. You have to wait for the watch list, or I encourage you to be here tomorrow and every day for earnings when we go over them. Because once we're done with them, I'm not going to recap them. Okay? So I love you all, but I need y'all in the game. Otherwise, it's just use the lessons and make your own determination. You have been given enough tools with it, but I also don't want to play this game. It's going to be like asking me about Netflix 10, 15 times. We go over it. We go back and forth, but it's time for GG on those, unfortunately. Because, again, we just spent about an hour and 10 minutes going over everyone. Even if I didn't play them, we're making determinations and all of that, but you got to run it up. You got to run it up yourself if you ain't here. You just gambled your life savings on out-of-the-money Netflix puts. Can I give you some PHILO to make you feel better? I can. The PHILO is your timed out, and now you could think about it. So you'll have a 10-minute timeout and just think about what you just did. And like I said, just from the last time we had this conversation with someone, let me know. But we got to go through the feeling. But listen, if you're mad about the timeout, you'll be even more pissed if you lose. But if you're happy, it'll inspire you to do even more. So you could thank me later. Are more people buying options, or is the market dying down? No, they are, but 2 standard deviations has been hitting, and the fact of the matter is the stock market has moved 2 standard deviations in the last quarter. That's why I think we're hitting these plays. That's it. It's just some plays have moved so much and so crazy, it's allowing that to we're getting lucky, and then but then again, you don't know when the luck is going to stop. That's why playing them small is doing very, very good. think people think if they repeatedly ask Netflix, they'll eventually change their mind. Well, no, I already spent my money, unfortunately. So you guys had a shot until I spent my $300 already. I'm not going to spend more than what we made today on the other place. So I have no money. Sorry. I would love to, but I'm broke. Can't do it. Sorry. Thank you. See, that's how you do it, man. Just use your budget. Stick to a budget. That's it. That's how y'all get out of things, too. You know that? If people try to get you to do stuff, make a budget, and then once you use up your budget, you could be like, oh, I can't go. Sorry. My bad. I wish I could, but I can't anymore. I don't have the ability to. So, again, same thing with the long term. I've used my budget. I got to wait. I got to wait now. Patience. Analysts are bullish on Netflix. So it kind of has a high bar to beat. But, again, they had good news about their ads. They had good news last time with the memberships. Some people are eyeing international. The only way they fuck up is if they come in softer than what analysts were expecting, and then if they sandbag with the bad earnings. I do like India stocks, but they kind of got a premium. But India is part of a great emerging market trade right now. Why would the SPY moving 2 standard deviations impact these plays? Aren't they independent? Well, no, because a lot of them either followed the SPY, trailing behind, or moved ahead of it. So it's like you've had some, like, again, it just, like, for the downside plays, stock is up 38% in a quarter. It's like, if it misses earnings, it'll probably drop 2 times what it's priced in, and vice versa. If it has a really good earnings and it's trailing 20-30% behind the indexes, it's actually making these moves. So, like, the moves have moved so large that it's like if anything surprising happens, they're making bigger outsized moves back to levels, which, even though it's a 2 standard deviation move, that level was just where they were at. You just got the stream alerts? Oh, wow, you didn't realize we send so many? Well, anything that happens on stream, it just depends. So, but today, with all these earnings plays, you're going to get a fucking bunch of them if I'm playing all these $20 plays and shit. Uh-oh. Chad just emailed me. His friend works at E-Trade, and he said they're getting rid of E-Trade Pro. But I feel like I've heard that for so long. Oh, man. How come you picked the stocks that I did? Some of them I've just known about, but most of them, a lot of them will be laggers and leaders if they were behind or not, if they have historically moved, and then mainly if the contracts were cheap enough to play. So even if I didn't know what was going on, like the first 3 that I played, even if I don't know which direction, I was able to play both ways at a cheap price. So I don't know what's going to happen, but some of the plays, it just made more sense one side or the other. But if I could get it cheap enough with both, it was great. The Fidelity lending program, I don't ever do like stock lending. I've never really participated in it. I'm paranoid. I don't want to lend anything to anybody of my stocks. It's my long term and I need it now. If ASML can do a SMCI and NVIDIA did, I'm getting Josh's house. I'm so down. Lord, please let this work. Amen. If that is your will. Amen. I'm so down. I got a bunch in my email I could send you. There's a couple different ones. It doesn't have to be that nice. I could fix it up. Don't even trip. Man, that's so much better of a message than I YOLO'd my life savings into Netflix. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that one, honestly, I'd rather go to the ASMLs, not gonna lie. That does have some more upside. Like, but that's so much better of a message. That's like, oh, he's like, I'm gonna buy you a house. I'm like, fuck yes. Like that's y'all should take notes. Take notes. Take notes. Yeah, he already asked. He said they will carry over the high-low ticker to like the Pro E-Trade or what's it called, the other thing they use. But I feel like there's been rumors of E-Trade Pro getting rid of for the past like 10 years. But if they get rid of E-Trade Pro, I would like, that's it. I don't have any reason for E-Trade anymore. Something going on with Data Dog. Data Kelb. Yeah, Power E-Trade. That's the one. Where's the MOC boys? 30 minutes. Amazon hitting a high. It's official now. I hope not. I hope not. You check out the Analyze earnings. Yeah, I think I have a video on the Analyze tab. That's how I quickly get all the dates. And then you could look at the... I have a video explaining the whole IV thing. But it's good for finding out the dates of when a company reported. GLD not moving. Here I am. 52 million to the sell side that early. I didn't play ASML. Too expense, Habibi. Too expense. That ON play went up. I think. I don't know if it stayed up. Oh, shit. It actually went up a decent amount. You have more than 30% on that. I kind of want to sell it. But it's doing decent. And then I feel like if ASML does good, some of the other chip makers. But for now, it's working. I'm still kind of like, remember, I didn't really mean to buy that play. But it's up 15 cents to 22 on the bid. And then 25 on the ask. Procter Gamble double dip. Did those come down? No. We were just back up on those more. $1 still from 30. But I should have just held the 3M instead. I wanted to gamble on Procter Gambling, huh? And now look how that one play. Wow. Market gonna roll. Did we hit a new high? Because I don't know. Hitting 3 new all-time highs day after day is a pretty big feat. But I don't know if it'll go up there. We'll see. Netflix will be, well, listen, whatever Netflix does, if it does good, I hope it's good for the long term. And then if it goes down and gets clobbered, I hope it doesn't drop 20%, and then we could play the continuation tomorrow. %40 of the ASML chain liquidity is you. Maybe okay. I know I get a house if you win, but like I have a question. How much are you putting on? Hypothetically, I'm just asking. Could we get a house with how much you spent on the play, like a down payment or something? Because I'm cool with just taking it now. You know what I'm saying? If you want to throw the down payment, if we could just... I don't want to push it, you know what I'm saying? But depending on how much you... Oh, down payment. Well, so you're saying we could have had the house? Oh. I'm not going to push it, man. Let's, Lord, just let your will be done, man. Well, I forgot to ask that. You cover the down payment if we use my VA loan? Clever, because it's 0, if you guys don't know. Shout out to veterans. All the veterans, y'all better get a VA loan for real. HWH. Huawei. Can you name the plays? I did a play. There was F, Ford, And then I did Unity, City, Kellogg's, and then another Unity. But I don't know if you'll understand that. Let's see if y'all picked up on that one. It's pretty funny in my mind. In my mind, I laughed a little bit. But yeah, you're gonna have to. Do you get it? Ford, Unity, City, Kellogg's, and then Unity again. No, I didn't really make those plays. But we'll go over them on the watch list. The window for plays is closed now. Unfortunately, you would have needed to be here, or the stream alerts would be your friend. Otherwise, the watch list will be there, and how to do it on all of the watch list tutorials. You're working. It's okay, man. It's okay. I'm sorry. No chat report, just straight timeout. I was joking, Habibi. Oh, I just want you asked. I mean, I gave you my feedback. I mean, you asked the question. I responded. You're back now, though, but you had to, whether it was a joke or not, you had time to think about it. Like I said, it's good, man. It's good. You didn't get banned, so it's okay. You're back. That's Netflix, YOLO guy, for those wondering. Yeah, the Netflix premiums, the puts calmed down a little bit because it ran up here, so they were kind of tempting. I think fun is just going to run with DWAC, and again, today, the New Hampshire primary, that'll have a big effect. Are we going to get results from the primary? Shouldn't we already be getting some? Netflix crashes the market. I don't know about crash it, but it could definitely put us in a negative attitude. But then again, there's a lot of other companies like AT&T and everything else might be able to start moving all over the place. When did you get zesty, Josh? Your last comment called me down bad. 2 days ago, you were saying I sounded horny. You were good call on shorting Beto. Then you wanted me to go on tour. Then you said I'm not going to the radio and I'm a liberal. And then you asked about South Korea getting bombed. Then you called me a schizophrenic. I'm just going through the chat report. Oh, it got it out there? So, yeah, bro, I think you're a little cuckoo. I don't know, man. I don't think you're my friend, sir. I don't think you're my friend. Little cuckoo. You know what I'm saying, man? So it's okay. Try again. But your chat facts came back very dirty, so we're going to have to foreclose, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Forced closure. It's actually a great use of the word foreclose. You know, my bad, man. Forced sell. Apologies, but we'll see you on a new account. Try again, man, and try not to let your, you know what I'm saying, like maybe like one, like, hey, Josh, you're looking good today, and then you could go back to all the other comments. But again, good call out on the short Bitcoin. That was fire, but everything else, it took you 7 days for that. So much for free speech. I mean, you could have free speech, but like if you're trying to beef with me, why are you getting mad if I beef back? Like that's what I'm saying. You could come back again, but I don't know. Y'all acting like I don't know, man. Free speech. I'm gonna check yours out now too, Mr. Free Speech Kenny. He asked if this is high school. He's like, why do you guys pretend Josh is not uncle? Is this high school? So he got mad at y'all for talking about uncle. These kids know about voice. Your 4-year-old knows stuff on YouTube. You voted for Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right. They're pretty good. Not bad. You get a little worked up over uncle. That's my president. You voted for him. You like Biden? Judge Josh answers. Okay, yeah. You're not bad. Not bad, Mr. Free Speech. I don't know. You're probably just bothered by uncle. It's like, it's not Josh. And you just carry that into the rest of the day. It's cool, Kenny. I like your name. Very fun to say, Kenny. Not gonna lie. Great background, sound work. It's good. You don't want to get Chad. Kenny almost got clapped. That's it, but it's good. Other than like getting really worked up about Uncle, his chats are great. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Much better than the other one. This guy went from like, the other guy was like, are you horny? Are you a liberal? You're a schizo? Like, dude, what? Every single day, I'm like, man, there's a lot of projection going on here, man. Kenny was clean. You know what I'm saying? Kenny just poking me for banning somebody who's harassing me. But yeah. ASML Lil Dump. No. Have you ever gone through the unbanned request? No. I don't even know where to find it, man. I saw it once on the Twitch dashboard, and I said, I'm not going to go through that. I don't think it'd be healthy. I said, easier to make a new account, you know, and try again. Try again. You know, if you start off fresh, I won't judge you. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't want, because I remember a lot of things. And now I have the Chad facts, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, I don't want to remember anything. I'd rather start off and then like down the road we become friends again. And then you're like, hey, I'm the guy who stalked you. And I'm like, what? Well, you're chill. You should have told me that earlier. Because that's it. Like, honestly, even if you are weird at first, if we end up becoming friends, it's a lot better. Because then I'm like, all right, I know you a little bit. And, you know, at first, otherwise it's kind of weird. Like, if you stalked me without being nice to me, it's kind of like, I don't know about that. I learned double standard deviation, how to play earnings. Going to use that to add to the long term, baby. Well, listen, Richard, thank you for the super chat. It's your first one, baby. But please don't let the options ruin your long term as well. Amen? Can I get an amen? Amen, baby. Amen. Amen. That's it. That's how you do it. That's all. Just don't let it hurt the long term. A little bit. Remember, keep it small. You'll be good to go, baby. You'll be good to go. Josh sees the best in every chat if you let him. That sounded too culty. That's not bad unless it's like, Josh saw me when nobody else saw me, and now I add to the long term, and now I will always forever live in the cult with the long term. Josh, you saw what I didn't see, but I saw it, and I didn't see it till you saw it. I think it's how you say it. How you say it. Otherwise, it could be that's a very positive one. I think it's all about the tone. Tone is important. Now I can see. I'm still so hyped for ASML guy. Let's go, baby. I am too, man. I'm kind of mad though, because that'd be like, he's like, I'm gonna get you the best Christmas gift. If I gamble the good Christmas gift, I already got you. I'm like, no. If I was an actor, I'd be Denzel Washington. I doubt that. I think I'm a little too goofy. Nokia selected by T-Mobile for 5G dedicated gateway solution. Josh has opened my mind to the one true religion, the long term. I mean, amen, bro. He's like, how can I shit talk PHILO and Josh's belief while at the same time supporting his other beliefs? The only true God is the long term. Okay, man. Amen. Amen. Lord bless you. You're right. Hey, the long term is good, man. In a godless world, I'm glad you settled on the long term. You know, I guess the other stuff's extracurricular. Nokia 5G network dedication selected by T-Mobile. If Josh was the actor, he would be the younger version of Danny DeVito with massive traps. Yeah, kind of. Honestly, I giggled at first because I'm like, that's more accurate than Denzel. That'd be cool if I was Denzel Washington, but I don't know. No offense, man. It's good. It's love, bro. It's love. All love. All love. Get the long term, man. The don't worship money comes to mind. Like I said, man, if like you're gonna choose the godless route, I hope you settle on a long term at the very least. I'm not ashamed of that. So, you know, to each his own. To each his own. All the people were called. Some people were called. Some were chosen. Some heard the calling. It's up to you, man. I do a New York accent. Is this Boston? I think I could do Boston, not New York. Hey, buddy, what's going on? What's the guy's name in New York? Huh? The New Yorker. The one guy on the governor. What was his name? We watched him. Como. No Como. You know? You remember me? Is that good for New York or not? Simple. I'm wicked smart. I could do anything. Is it Tony? Not Tony, man. Tony got a little more bravado. It's Como. Como. That's my name. That's how you sound? You sound like this? That's good, man. That's a good guy. You sound like a great guy. I hang out with you. Maybe it's Boston. I don't know, man. Boston. Wicked smart. I don't know. I am having an identity crisis. Who am I? Mike Tyson, I'm the greatest ever. Alexander, love this voice. Every time Alexander gets tired, he said, be the greatest ever. Be Mike Tyson. They can't stop you. I'm impenetrable, impenetrable. Anything, man. The standard deviations is all going to hit, man. God willing, let's do it. You can't stop me. Nobody can. Okay, I like it. That's fun to do. You have no idea. Sell the ON. Kind of. I want to, but then it's like, keep going. Because that one, again, I think it had good value, great value, Walmart, but then again, you have earnings, and then if ASML and some of these other guys get hyped, we could get hooked up on it, but then it could also just retrace and come right back down. I want to, but I don't, but like, because I didn't want to play, and now I'm up. You get like 70, 80 bucks on it. Should we flip a coin? I'm down to flip a coin. Let's flip a coin. Let's flip a coin. We haven't done a coin toss in a while. Should we get the first coin flip of 2024 on the ON contract? Because I didn't want those. I swear I did not mean to buy those plays. I never thought it was going to fill me. So, and I don't know. And now it's going up. It has a little bit of time, all that. Yeah, we'll get here. Let's get it popping. Those ones sucked. I need a little bit more. Oh, man. Oh, man. Are you ready? So, heads, which one's heads? Heads, we sell. Tails, we fall back and hold it. That sound good? Heads, we sell. Tails, we fall back. So, tails is sell. Heads, hold. All right, I'm down. I don't know. Do you want the camera? I think I could get a camera popping up here. I'll have to show you. Hold on. Let's see. I don't know how it's going to look. I got a lot of stuff going on here on this desk, actually. So try not to judge me. Nice. All right. You'll see, man. No bullshit. All right. You got Golden Eagle heads. Hold. Tails, we sell. I'll flip it. And then you got another gold coin here, too, man. It's sitting there for you. I got you. Oh, that was a bad flip. You guys got to hear it, too, but I don't want to fuck shit up. All right. You ready? Tails, we're holding, baby. Or no, sell it. Yeah, tails, sell it. All right, there you go. We're selling it. Goodbye. Heads hold, tails sell. I thought tails meant hold it, though. Sell means... I thought, yeah, wait a minute. Heads was sell? Yeah, I thought heads... No, but, like, I thought tails was fall back and keep it. Heads, we go ahead and... Oh, man. Tails said hold it. Heads hold. Yeah, but we did say heads hold in the beginning. Yeah, heads hold. So that's it. I'm down. Did y'all just start selling it? Why did the contracts just go crazy on there? The fuck, man? Y'all trying to scam me? Fails means hold off. I already sold. She's like, I'm fucking out of here. Too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Ramp Capital. Let's see. They just widened the spreads, though. Bro, you just dumped it. Now we can't even sell out, man. You just took it. That's it, man. Is this all? Well, they could film me. I'm down. It's too late to apologize. Oh, shit. We only have 10 minutes. Yes, UNG stock split will affect your options. Indeed. Alaska Airlines CEO says angry and frustrated. Imagine if he was on the plane. They're like, we'll give you $1,000 check. Sorry for the inconvenience. Boeing sharply down 1.5. So not so much. Regen on the high. Does Regen have any of those biotech things? Remember Boeing jumped up $2 on their like, we are now requiring people to fasten their seatbelts and bolts. Thank you. QQQ. How does it affect options on what? Day 3 of asking your opinion on Citigroup. Well, on the third day he rose, so let's see. It's a good value bank play. Their earnings wasn't too hot, but as far as banks are concerned, they are trading with the lowest book value, I believe. So I like them as a value bank. They have came up a lot. It's better to buy them on the dips, but I mean, it's not too bad of a bank, but it is definitely the value of the group of like Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all of that. Morgan Stanley, they're the ones trading heavily below their book value. Oh, we got Netflix after the bell, baby. Are you ready or what? Alaska says inspections will take several days. All right. I sold out of the ONs. I'm listening to the coin. We did say heads hold. So I got out a little bit more than 30%, like 70, 80 bucks off of 150. Not bad. So I'm out 22 cents. I wanted 23, but I was like, I'm not going to, for 10 more cents, fuck it. Coin flip capital. Oh, you haven't seen shit, bro. That coin is a menace sometimes. You have not seen anything. That coin, bro, I've done a lot of crazy shit with that coin. You have no idea. That coin has caused a lot of things. Oh, and then ON rips right when I sell it. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on, man. Final 5, I should have waited. Oh, okay. The ass came down. They raised that to like 30. I was like, what? Yeah, that coin has seen some things, bro. Well, final 5, Chattadonia. SMCI going crazy? What is this? It'd be like that. It's good, though. Those plays were all over the place. Netflix puts. Thanks to the Verizon, you got out of those. You held good, baby. Even the M and the MMMs, those are beautiful. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, it's that time. Bonds are coming up. SPY, you got earnings after the bell. I hope you're ready. But now, to make sure you end the day with a beautiful day, I want to give you guys a warning. The new guy is about to come on, and it is about to get extremely loud in here. So I want you to finish your day with flying colors. I don't want you all bothered or pissed off, but here's the deal. It's going to get so loud in here that my warning to you is earmuffs. When I say that, you should mute your speakers or cover your ears, especially if you have sensitive ears. Some people, they didn't know they were sensitive, and then it happened, and then they reported allegedly eardrums rupturing, bleeding, auditory bleeding. Some people have reported hallucinations, herpes, dormant BBB coming back to life, a host of other issues. You could WebMD it, do all of that good stuff. But like I said, you guys have been a great audience, and I want to make sure you end the day good, and we're about to get into earnings here. So all I'm saying is when I say earmuffs, that is your moment right now to mute your speakers and protect yourself, okay? We want everybody safe and sound. Safe and sound. And then we got earnings after the bell. But Chattadonia, earmuffs. Earmuffs, 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 earmuffs. It's happening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Around 4 p.m. Pacific time, then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 62 degrees and sunny, believe it or not, after all of the flooding. It's looking good. Kind of sounds like the stock market to some degree, but besides that, it's looking like a beautiful day. We are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia, it's time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Finalize your plays, ladies and gentlemen. We have earnings after the bell. Are you playing the Netflix? Are you what do we got? Intel. You got ISRG moving up. Oh, man, we got all sorts of things. ISRGs, those are at 90 on the bid now. Oh, my goodness, what's happening? What's happening? The Abbotts, everything's moving. Chattadonia, bring it home. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All of the earnings plays. You got TXN, ISRG, Netflix, Abbott, SAP, the one with the railroad, and a bunch of others. More in the morning that we didn't play. You got to finalize it. You have less than 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Is Netflix already out? Hold on, what just happened? Hold, I think Netflix already going crazy. Oh, Chattadonia. Hold on. Hold on, I need my GGs in the chat, but I don't know if we have the earnings. Is it out? Netflix just went crazy, baby. You better drop that GG till the earnings get here. Drop the GGs, but that's it. That's the day. Let's see what we got. What do we have, man? Oh, my goodness. Good game, bro. It just popped up to like 505. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, Netflix is out, bro. Hold on, Netflix is out. I think the cuckening is just taking place. It's out. It's out. Netflix, EPS $2.11. So here's the comparison we could give it to. EPS was $2.11. So they missed on EPS. Paid, global paid memberships, 260. How many did they add? Added 13 million. The expectation was 8 million. So they beat expectations by like 5 by 50%. So they killed it. Free cash flow, $1.6 billion. What was revenue? $8.72. They came in $9.24. They beat by what? $1 billion almost, maybe like half a bill right there. Operating margin 16.9. I don't have guidance yet, but it looks like they beat memberships, paid ads. Operating income was 1.5. They were supposed to do 1.2. So again, expectations were high and they still beat. Yeah, they killed it, bro. No, they killed it again. Again, people, the high estimate was 8 million. They came in at 13. EPS 211 estimate was, they missed on EPS. Revenue, you got 8.8. I see one that says 9.2. I see, oh, that's first quarter revenue. So 9.27, that's slightly lower than what was expected. And then EPS of 449. So even then, their guidance is on the higher end. And then I guess their revenue was in line, and then they added 13 million users instead of 8.9. Sees free cash flow at 6 billion. Estimate was 6.03. First quarter EPS 449. Estimate was 409. I got 449 there, or 410, yeah. So they beat. Again, I think it might cuck, bro. I think it might cuck. It's moving even less than what was priced in so far. It was a beat. It was a little higher than analysts. Still good guidance, but now they're above 500. What do they need to get back to? What was the glory days of Netflix? Oh, they're just filling the gap. They got a long way. So they got to get up to the 6s, maybe even 7s if you're lucky. But yeah, they beat. They beat. I don't know. I don't think those options are going to hit, though, unfortunately. Ad tier is booming. Plans to broaden offering through live events, gaming, sports-adjacent content. Says paid sharing is now normal course of business. Oh, yeah, Texas Instruments, 4.08. Estimate was 4.1. EPS was 149. Did Texas die? Texas kind of looks like it's dying. We had 160 puts, so still not down as much. That would make cuck. Maybe we'll get lucky on that. We'll find out. But Texas Instruments, 4.08. Estimate was 4.13. EPS 149 versus 213. First quarter revenue 345 to 375. Estimate was 4 billion, and they see EPS 96 to $1.16. Estimate was 140. So Texas did bad. I mean, they got to move a little bit more, but right now they're moving what's priced in. Roku sympathy. What about your boy? The standard deviation would have been $80, so you would have got clapped on Netflix for now. Even though they beat Texas, we might hit on Texas, but they did bad. That one's just holding up there. Disney got a little bit of a pop, but nothing too crazy there. STLD, I don't know if earnings are out. We'll double check there. ISRG pop, no. I only went one direction on that one. But let's see. What are the other ones? STLD and ISRG. But Netflix beat, but it's still moving below priced in. Let's see. ISRG. Intuitive. They file 8K. 1603. Operations and financial conditions. The exhibit. Announced fourth quarter results. Where's my... you have to... The easy numbers aren't out on ISRG. BlackBerry on the low. Fourth quarter was 193. Estimate 189. Fourth quarter adjusted EPS 160. So they beat. ISRG is going to get clapped on the put side. Calls may go up, though, because, again, that thing's at all-time highs and killing it. Yeah, they're up by 0.5%. What the fuck is that? Earnings release. So worldwide grew 21%. Yeah, I think they killed it. ISRG did really good, actually. Compared with 1/6 of the fourth quarter 2022. BlackBerry proposed private offering of $160 million convertible senior notes. Let's see, is STLD out? Again, Netflix did great. Texas Instruments missed, but it's not moving too, even though they did kind of bad there. Netflix is going to hold up. I think Netflix is good. Maybe it'll justify 500, but it's not going to go up to, what, 580 or something? That was priced in for $300 or something. We should have sold the premium. No. Steel Dynamics. I don't have earnings on STLD yet. Texas missed. We might get lucky on Texas. We still need a couple more dollars, though. It's already moved exactly how much we need on there. Another $6. Purple Innovation reaffirms guidance. Purple. Can you purple? I put my thing down. Flip it in my bar. Sit. We want Texas to go up. Either way, we have both sides, Habibi. I don't mind any which way. Abivi still running. Good for you, little guy. Good for you. Netflix wasn't lackluster at all. Texas was, but Netflix was good because guidance was higher and they still beat. They beat memberships by over 50%. Paid members went up. Revenue was good and guidance. So I think Netflix did good. Netflix guidance was in line towards the higher end. Again, better profitability, better free cash flow as well, too. But no, they weren't bad at all. I don't think you could say they did that bad. And then we have some for the more. They did amazing. Again, I think you could justify 500, but like we were saying, they were pricing in a big response. They did do good, but not 2 standard deviations good. So a lot of those contracts are probably going to be getting clapped there. That's why we said we should have sold the premium, because if it stays in this range, we would have made $4,000 by selling the at the monies there for an $80 move or even a $40 move. It's still literally $29. They're keeping Texas up. And then again, ISRG did good, so we're going to lose on that one. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they give a bad guidance, huh? Come on. Abbott in the morning, yeah. Abbott and what's the other one? SAP, SAP, and then Kimberly, and then there's one more. Abbott, SAP, and Kimberly? I thought we had one more. STLD not till 4:30. Oh, that's too late, Habibi. Too late to apologize. Oh, ASML, your life YOLO. That's crazy. Okay, this escalated. This went from like, I'm going to get you a house. It was a down payment. I put my whole life on it. Sir, we got it. I'm praying. I'm going to keep praying, but this is escalating. I don't want to know what happens next, man. And my life? What the fuck? How did that? Wait, yo, I did not sign. Is that what? Oh, man, I did not agree to that, sir. Lord. He said, and your soul is on there. What the fuck? How did we even get to? Oh, man. Oh, Canadian Rail. That is. I thought that one isn't Canadian Today. After hours. Sorry. CNI, we did upside on that. Your call option on Netflix is up 300. I hope so. The market is closed, but we could just enjoy it while it lasts. You know what I'm saying? Vibe with it. No Netflix. I didn't play. I thought Netflix was going to cuck, and I mean, my gut feeling was correct. That option was pricing in a lot. 3M earnings was bad. Yeah, that was our 1,000%er of the day. I didn't even get my 1,000%, but ended up hitting 1,500. Is there anything else? CNI? Is CNI today? Otherwise, I think we're done. And then in the morning, I hear about the companies that I report was the story of a Netflix stock that cut to a market so heartless. How could you be so, Mr. Ken, from the market makers who scam the stocks? Okay, I'm sorry. I think CNI, they raised quarterly dividend, may repurchase 32 million shares, 5% of common stock. Approved 7% increase of dividend, and they announced fourth quarter. CNI did come down, though, or came out. I think they did good. You only dropped $16,000 on the calls for 2 weeks, right? And this is the same guy who was like, Josh, I bought a new Honda Accord for $1,500. I call it new, but it's a 2012. You could have bought about 8 to 9 Honda Accords that would last you for 20 years. And you got a 2-week 16,900 ASML. I am getting a house, though, if that hits. I'm down, bro. I'm praying for you, man. I really hope it works out. Let's do it, man. Let's do it, man. God willing. God willing, man. God willing. What was I going to look up? CNI? Because I think CNI beat. The CNI revenue 4.47 versus forecast of 4.3. And last year of 4.52. And then EPS $2.02 versus 1. Yeah, I don't know. CNI's not moving. Maybe it's just one of those illiquid ones. But CNI, they beat and they're buying back 5% of their stock. Not bad. We made a new high after hours. Did we really? It only count intraday, Habibi. Only count intraday. You are off. Too bad. 2 days in a row only. Tesla's going to be after hours tomorrow. STLD is up. I don't think STLD is out. But, hey, I'm down with the CNIs, though. We went one way on that. Maybe that one, we get lucky on that. Who knows? And then TXN should die, but and then again, that play is known to cuck. But again, they guided down and they did bad. So, inshallah, Habibi. We're still fighting. We're still in the game. ISRG, I don't think we're going to hit on that unless it turns around. No news on STLD yet. TXN, just die, Habibi. Just die. Just go. Yallah. Come on. TXN for I want to be forever cold. Do you really want to cook forever? LRN. I don't know if we didn't end up playing that one. I won't wait for STLD. And I think, is there one more? Oh, Netflix. Where's that at? Netflix, dude. Oh, no, man. That Prem. $6 away on the TXN, yeah. That's what sucks, because it's like, it's good enough where it's like we're close enough to going in the money, but then also close enough to that thing just like, nah, I'm going to stay right here and kill both sides of that contract. Thank you. Is that sap candle real? It might be. I don't know. It ran up here into close, and then now it's up 5. I don't know what's happening, honestly. Yeah, wait. It's saying it's up $10. I don't know what's happening. Their earnings are supposed to be tomorrow morning, right? CNI had good earnings, and they're buying back 5% of their stock. I'm waiting for that one to pump, but we haven't really got anything off of it. SAP is apparently up 6% right now. It's not loading up, but yeah, I have a fat green shoot on there. The spread is crazy. It's not real. I think I'm crazy. I see a bid at 165, and then the ask is at 171.54. So there's still an ask, but it is a $10 spread. Yeah, we bought the puts on SAP. That's why I'm like, that's not going to help us out. And then same thing with ISRIG, ISRG. That one's just moving all over the place. I think LRN is after hours. SPY is hitting a new high after hours. See if that loads up or not. Oh, Baker Hughes. I didn't play it, but they're running. They went up 5. Remember, that was kind of priced in there. Okay, I don't know what's happening with SAP. Just one green shoot candle. And then that's it. Netflix chilling, and I think that's it. LRN is on the high. I don't know if that's moving up more. LRN, little shoot, 4%. Remember, that one's priced in 12.5 at the money. I don't know what's happening with SAP. They're supposed to report in the morning. It just had this 5% candle. SAP seen issuing healthy guidance for full year 24. Oh, are they coming out with early guidance? That sucks, because wasn't 170 the high? No, it would have been 190 would have been the call. I think it was pricing in 30. Or 20. Do you really want to live forever? Well, I don't see like as a news drop, though. That could just be a update there. Stride, 504 estimate was 498. That's for LRN. So LRN earnings are out. Revenue 504, estimate was 490. Adjusted EBITDA 118, estimate 109. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think SAP was anything new. LRN's up. They look like they beat by a little bit. But nothing new. Stride sees full year adjusted operating income 265 to 280. Estimate was 261. So raised guidance. They see third quarter revenue 500 to 520 million. Estimate was 500. So kind of in line. We will see. Look at the time in sales. It's only 3 shares. Well, it's good enough. It's good enough. Alrighty. Well, Chattadonia. We got Steel Dynamics. I don't know if I want to wait 15 minutes. I need to poop still. So I think we'll call it a day for now. No winners after hours. We might have to wait till the morning. The closest play you got right now is TXN. Unless ISRG wants to dump. Netflix trying to make its way up. Netflix beat, though. That's it, man. They had 13 million subscribers in the fourth quarter. Yeah, that's how many they increased by. They were expected to do 8 million. So they did really good. It's not like Netflix actually killed it, and they're still expecting good profitability for next quarter. We'll see. I don't think they give membership guidance, or we're going to find out what analysts say, but Netflix was good. I don't know if it was 2 standard deviations good, but it's continuing this trend of, 4 killer earnings on Netflix. I don't know. What are we up on that now? I mean, we still got a nice 100-something in the long term. Today, gain, loss. Where is it? Got 107%. We'll take it. We'll take it. You go, Netflix. But Chattadonia, that is it, man. I'm going to be heading out. Thank you all for being here. Go check out the watch list, baby. Again, you've been missing out. Second link, man. Thank you for all the love today. I hope all the plays and the lessons paid off. We'll go over everything tomorrow, but this watch list, we're going to go over anything you missed. We'll talk about stuff we're going to deal with, but you got strategies, bro. The ghetto standard deviation, it's been hooking y'all up, man. It's been hooking y'all up, so we'll see what happens, but I love you. Thank you again for being here. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And I'm going to play you one more Uncle song. I'm going to keep playing. I like it, man. I like it. I got to keep running it up. We got to hype you up. You get the whole song before the release. Might as well, man. Might as well, baby. Come on, run it. To let it to the people. God bless the chat, baby. Thank you for being here. Thanks for showing love to your fellow brother and sisters. I don't feel like amen. God bless y'all, baby. I'll see you in the morning. I'll see you tonight, too. Allah.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signed and then it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to fate. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, then never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you warmed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
I ain't gotta see it to believe it. Oh man, Chatadonia. So I'll leave you with that. I'll give you one more. I'm kind of like bullshitting until maybe an earnings comes out, and then you got your boy Netflix going out. I'll give you one more, man. I don't know if you want another one. I don't know. Can you handle another one? No, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I gotta poop though. I think, all right, we'll wrap it up. I gotta take this dump, man. That's it. You got your boy going up. You got your boy ASML going up after hours. Hopefully you do one of them sap candles, man. The CNI froze. It'll move. It'll eventually do its thing by the morning. So I love you, Chad. Have a wonderful day. Thank you again for being here. I will see you on the watch list. Go fill out that prayer request wall too, man. Pray for me. Okay? I'll pray for you, man. I got you, man. I got you, baby. I got you, man. I got you. I'll see you in the AM. I'll see you tonight, God willing. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You better give it a lot, too, man. You better wake up and drive tomorrow, too, man. It's game time, baby. It's game time, baby. So let's get it. Thank you all for being here. God bless all of you. Have a wonderful day, and don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we know there is a purpose that will be revealed every day. And it's a long journey, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, I will see you guys in a little bit. Have a wonderful evening, and peace out. Hey, come on. Why don't you play my song? You play my song in a minute. So we got the New Jersey Hampshire primaries are coming up. Come on, you're going to vote for a radical, or you're going to make you fucking, you're going to take away your reproductive rights. Come on, what the fuck are you doing? Come on, you got to write my name in here. When you get to the poll, you better write that in there. Come on, you got to cut the wires on the border. Don't cut them. Fuck it. You know, what are you doing, huh? Come on, you got to do this guy. You're going to vote for a guy who has dementia? Donald Trump has dementia. I know, I can say that. Fuck you. Yeah, I don't have to. I'm saying, nah. Anyways, you have a wonderful day. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Exactly. Now, Joshua, how come we care about New Hampshire? And we say that determines the election when California has 30 million Democrats? It makes no sense. I don't get it. How come nobody cares about the California election? How come we don't care about New York? I don't understand. I've never even been to New Hampshire. Do they even sell ham? Exactly. It makes no sense. What is going on in New Hampshire? Where is the old Hampshire? I reclaim my time. I yield back. Exactly. It makes no sense. It's ironic. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. I reclaim my time.